challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down. When I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. On my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show them, we got no cry. We barely fight, there's one crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow
down.
my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Yes, we're gonna burn up.
the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding lights. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grilling the sea. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grilling the sea. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out, order, weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 HOK 팀에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 육페이라고 합니다. 오랜만에 글로벌 여기 투어에 진출해서 너무 기쁘고요. 다들 잘하는 선수들이랑 겨룰 수 있어서 되게 즐거울 것 기대되는 기분입니다. 일단 HOK 글로벌이 런칭되고 나서 처음으로 나가는 큰 대회라서 사람들의 관심도나 그런 것도 되게 높아진 것 같고 다른 외국 선수들의 실력도 엄청 증가한 것 같아서 되게 재밌을 것 같다. 노바가 가장 어려운 상대일 것 같고요. 연습 경기 해봤을 때 가장 잘한다고 느껴서 노바가 가장 어렵다고 생각했고 만나고 싶은 상대도 노바인 것 같습니다. 그 두 팀들도 상당히 잘하는 팀으로 생각되는데 지금 저희 실력도 충분히 그들과 경쟁할 수 있는 상대라고 생각해서 충분히 네, 좋다고 생각됩니다. 농심은 빠르게 판단해서 공격하는 게 되게 장점인 것 같고요. 각자 선수들이 조금 다들 피지컬이 좀 좋은 편이라서 빠르게 판단이 가능. 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 열심히 좋은 경기력으로 보답하겠습니다.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Victory!
Find separately. Emerge where you're needed. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Hello guys, I'm AJ and my agent is RG6 and I'm from Team Elevate, Jungle Role. For our preparations for this tournament, we're screaming and reading the teams. For me, we need to add something special for our practices and more execute of discipline because sometimes we're struggling of communicating something happen on the map, yeah, something like that. For me, we're not putting any pressure on ourselves. We're just playing good and have fun. I think Blacklist because the community of Blacklist and I think Blacklist is the most favorite winning on this tournament. I think they show Filipino players on Hawk. I think the aggressive plays and the mechanics. Because Filipinos players is the most aggressive in mobile games, I think. For me, it's exciting because there's many Filipino people there that will supporting us. Yeah, so it will boost our confidence and moral.
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person? Here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusa ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na po, sa la kanda na pita, la kanda na punda, la kinda na po. Sa la tapira da pi, sa la tapira da po. Sa la tapira da kulo, sa pela da kalita pira. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon. Siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Pataga-away tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Hello, Honor of Kings players! Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports games will implement a new format, the Global Ban and Pick. This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The Global Ban and Pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular MOBA game modes. Honor of Kings Global Ban and Pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which Ban and Pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true Ultimate Battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their lineups in order to secure victory. At the same time, the players and audience get to see more creative lineups and play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
Golden Knight, he gets spun out. All Golden Knight dashes away to save. He does stay alive. The blue ball pass is picked up by Josh. Now they're looking to go. They have to go right. They have the lockdown on Austin. And Dragon towers are still up, which is less space for.
Keep it out, Sentinel. It's going to come in from behind. Sentinel arrives, catches three of them from behind. Beautifully executed by Nova. They look quick in the process, but they trade a man is three. Make that potentially four. As they try to fight back, Leo will be taken down, and it is a ace for no.
It's going to be close, right? Joshi's been pushed away. The Tyrant is about 75% life or so. He wants to go in. He doesn't want to give this for free, but the winner is here. Oh, what a nice zoning one. That's going to completely lock it off. Joshi might go in for this one. Try to go for the steal. He's going to see that it's a little bit on the low side, but who gets it? Dragon will pick this Tyrant up, and X0 now.
Really right now, they want to win back that space up there. They're definitely not happy the fact that Blacklist is seemingly coming back. But if they come back with this overall fight,
it could go. I mean, Joshi sticking around, might go for the flank, but they need Chammy to join. He's seen in the mid lane, top T3 is taking some damage. They need to be a little bit careful. So the longer this goes, and it looks like Dragon takes yet another Overlord. This guy is a sniper. He doesn't need it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3!
It's been come back by CY with a double kill. Where are you going to go? CY, triple kill. Yeah. Yeah, going in all the way to the back line. They want to finish up this job right now, but first they want to take out Akira. Akira will not see the line. Same goes for downhead. It could be a potential ace for Nova Esports as they will claim a clean sweep against AG Global.
Triple kill, X0 that is, and they get
devastated.
Devastated. Tough. This has been not what they wanted to, right? After being down 0-2. Look, it is a mountain to climb. Lightning on him, does get the kill, and X0 is down. Dragon gets this one, but it looks like they want to go for the face. They get a double on top, and Blacklist is
oh no, this turned from bad to worse now for Impunity. They lost Xiaolin.
And Blacklist, off of the triple kill of Joshi, are looking to march down. They have the super minions. They will take the face, they will take the series, and they will win over Impunity 4-2.
What an insane comeback!
Turn it back.
Gear up, order weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the pad. It's how we go. Live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I gotta show that we got no crime. We bout it, fuck this one, crushing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've drinking my soda.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live rock and we go. It ain't a way for tiny big storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength and
I performed to the higher level and won. I won't stop being the best now.
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့အသင်းဖော်တွေကအားကိုးလို့ရပါတယ်။ Semi Final ကိုရောက်ရှိတော့တာနဲ့အမျှကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့စီလုံးမှုတွေကထိပ်ဆုံးမှာရှိနေမှာပါ။
우리가 마지막으로 세계 무대에 오른 이후로 많은 사람들이 우리를 잊어버렸습니다. 이제 정상에 올랐으니 우리를 기억하시나요?
Sige lang, malitin nyo lang kami. Walang problema. Di nyo alam kung kailan kami aatake. Baka nakakalimutan nyo may Dragon Slayer kami.
Embrace it. The red robots are coming. Beware, the group stage was just our training ground. Now, we are hungry than ever.
Dall'inizio fino adesso non abbiamo perso manco una partita. Abbiamo deciso di continuare così. Potete provare a prendere punti da noi se ce la fate.
I prefer to just keep my mouth shut. I will let our game do all the talking.
Masarap ang pakiramdam ng manalo. At gagawin namin to sa harap ng aming mga kababayan. Walang makakapigil sa amin na kuhain ng corona.
Welcome back, everybody, to the quarterfinals of the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. I am Blam, and with me is Kindo Fu, and today we're going to see 6 teams go to 4.
All right, welcome to this day. It's a very exciting day, and I think a lot of emotion involved as well, right? So first game, we're going to have Elevate going up against Nongshim. This one is a nail-biter for me because, honestly, I can't tell who will take this series.
No, yeah, we were discussing it beforehand, and we feel like it's going to go the distance regardless of the outcome, right? So it's either going to be 4-2, 4-3, but all I want to see is a ultimate battle come through at least once in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, for sure. Also, bear in mind, I mean, taking from the videos just now, they do have the Dragon Slayer on hand on the side of Elevate, right? Mitsura has been very good with his performance. I want to see if he can replicate that performance or even more today.
Yes, but speaking of performance, it is going to be the Infinix GT20 Pro. So once again, thanks to the sponsor Infinix for sponsoring the whole of the tournament with the device. And this is where all those Dragon Slayers are coming through from, right? The GT20 Pro being a fantastic phone and giving the players the best performance they can do on the stage.
That's right, that's only one half of the formula as well. We also have to rely on the players, the coaches. The draft is so important. We've already seen how the draft affects games. Yesterday, the Blacklist series against Impunity, oh, that was really tight.
It was. I mean, they started off strong, right? They went with some power picks and we were honestly back towards the ropes, but we have to give props to TG, the coach of Blacklist, that really paced out that whole draft for that whole 6 games.
Yep, and speaking about that, that's what we want to talk about, the global ban pick format, right? This has been adopted by the KPL in 2018, and what it requires you to have, you need to have at least 5 to 7 heroes with good proficiency, because every time you pick a hero in a series, you will not be allowed to use that hero again. But today, it's slightly different, like Blam said. We have our ultimate battle. So maybe Blam, you want to explain a little bit more about how the ultimate battle works?
Yeah, so with the Ultimate Battle, once we get to this 7th round, once the 6th game is over, both the coaches will bump fists. They will go and draft their desired draft as they go into it. So it'll all be confirmed before the game goes ahead, but it is a blind pick. So we know that these things are going to be very interesting when we get to that point. But here is the prize pool. So the overall winner of this tournament will go and walk away with 100k USD. Second place 50k, and then 25k for 3rd to 4th, 5th to 8th get 15k, and then 10k for the 9th to 12th place. So that overall 300k total prize pool is huge for Season 3.
That's right. And now these teams are already one step closer towards claiming that 100,000 USD. The only thing now is they have each other standing in their way. So let's take a look at the brackets. This is what went down yesterday. Blacklist beat Impunity 4-2, allowing them to step up. Today, we're going to see who is going to be their competitor between Nongshim as well as Elevate. And besides that, we also have the very clean sweep, Nova against AGA 4-0. And later on today, in our second series, we will find out who will stand in their way. Is it going to be Vitality or is it going to be Bigetron?
I mean, before reality sets in here, Kim, I think we can dream away here in terms of dream semi-final matchup. So imagine if we get a Philippine versus Philippines dream matchup of the semi-finals, right? Blacklist against Elevate, going head-to-head for like the 3rd time in the whole part of the Season 3, right? Because they faced off twice in those qualifiers. But here are today's matches. We are going to be starting off with Nongshim and Elevate, and then it's going to be Vitality against Bigetron Esports.
Alright, so bear in mind that these are running schedule matches, meaning if we end early, we will have the second series start a little bit earlier as well. So keep your eyes peeled, keep close, and hopefully we'll see the best performances by all of the individual players from both teams as well.
Absolutely. I mean, is there any kind of point that this will be a rolling match, especially this first one? As we've already said, it's going to be very tight in terms of this matchup between Nongshim and Elevate, but then going forward to Vitality and BTR, I feel like that's going to be a little bit of a different story, but once more, BTR are not going to go down without flailing their arms about and trying to give their best matchup against Team Vitality. Will they make the Giants bleed for the first time in Season 3?
Yeah, that's a very good question. But let's take a look at the teams that will be competing for our first series and our second series today. We will go shortly into the video. Alright, that is our big boys of the day coming all the way from the JPKR region, Nongshim Esports with Nongshim RedForce, sorry. And these 5 members, no stranger to the big stage, of course. They're looking to prove their point against Elevate. Now this is a tough one that cracked because they're doing it in the home ground against Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give it over to Nongshim RedForce, right? The fact they was able to get this far, their first time in internationals. But here is Elevate. So here is Elevate. They will be representing the Philippine region in this quarterfinal matchup. Again, this team is no stranger to the main stage, especially some of those players like Ajizix and Azar as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, Azar has been pretty consistent throughout the competition, but the hidden star in the team so far that has been shined out is Mitsura, the Dragon Slayer on the side of Elevate. Now they'll be going up against Nongshim RedForce, represented by Illusion, Haku, Faye, Siri, and Kyong9. The 5-member strong Korean team from the JPKR region looking to take this series against the Filipino hopefuls.
Hey, I have to point out as well, it was actually Faye's birthday yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
And here is their opponent. It is going to be Mitsura, Hyde, Ajizix, Azar, and Ivalis on the side of Elevate. So, like you said, Mitsura, fantastic, the only player to do a Dragon Steel this far in the Season 3 Invitational.
Yep, so that was just a glimpse of the power standings between the members of Elevate, right? But end of the day, it is a team game. It also depends on your draft, also depends on your execution. So, I mean, let's be honest here. I think Blem and I, we can agree today there is a lot of fence sitting. But let's go take a look at the introduction of this competition. All good. So with that, Elevate and Nongshim, I think we are expecting a very close series, right? But what do you think is going to be that one thing that kind of breaks the lines between these two teams, Blem?
I think it's all down to the macro, right? We've already seen it many times again, but we are going to go over to the video now to see these two teams trash talk each other.
You elevate so far, but now it's time to elevate down. In RedForce, di namin kayo kailangan pagandaan. Basic lang kayo sa amin. Too easy.
Okay, so that was the trash talk. A very simple one-liner from both sides, right? We want to keep it civil, but we want to make sure that the actual domination comes out in the game as well.
I mean, that's the best kind, right? Just keeping it simple, that blow to blow, just make sure they're playing, getting in the back of their minds, right? But here's the head-to-head between Haku and Ajizix. These are both the junglers for both of these teams, and the kill participation goes in favor of Haku. Same with average kills as well, and we're just seeing that total head-to-head between these two teams, and it looks like most so going over to the side of Nongshim, other than the unique heroes used, right?
Yeah, so it looks like Nongshim RedForce just a little bit more clinical in terms of execution, right? But if you talk about variety, especially if this series goes the distance, I think it might be in Elevate's favor as well.
Yeah, like we were saying before the trash talk video, I feel like that's the one thing they need to pick out on is that macro, which we've seen is definitely the weakest part of Nongshim RedForce. It's definitely not the draft, it's not the execution, it's how they dominate the Gorge.
Yep, exactly. I mean, you can have all the kills and whatnot, but you always need to have that conversion, right? If the kills don't convert to a tower take, don't convert to a neutral objective, the buffs, these are all important markers of the game, because not only do you stifle the growth, you also enrich yourselves and empower yourselves to finish off that crystal on the opposite end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen over the past so many days as well that there's always been kind of like that scapegoat on the team. So it's going to be interesting to see if Elevate or Nongshim decide to use that kind of bait tactic to kind of maybe lose one life. But the fact that they lose one side of the teams, one member on the team, they're able to pick up like 2, 3 on their opposing side. So, and then get a neutral objective or any kind of turret is definitely where these teams are looking for, not just kills for the sake of kills.
Yeah, exactly. I think the teams have definitely improved. They are able to recognize like the switch and bait play, right? And a lot of the teams now, besides having a very decent draft, they're also very careful about the execution and not to blindly go for kills and whatnot. And most teams so far, the ones that have made it all the way through to the semis, they have been really clean with their decision making so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, decision making at BP, decision making on the actual gorge itself, it kind of just shows you we're getting to that level of the competition right now where it's all about the decision making. It's every second, every fiber of these teams that those are our best call shots. Shot calling are definitely the ones that are taking the victories.
Yeah, so we want to take a look at the cornerstone of both these teams, right? I think one of the players that we have to focus on the side of Nongshim definitely has to be Kyung9. I think he has been really impressive. His Dharma has been pretty phenomenal thus far, making quite a lot of Truth Mantra catches. So that's definitely one series that if they do get their hands on the Dharma, they will not want to put it to waste.
There we go. See, I mentioned it earlier. I follow Faye on Instagram, so I knew privy to that little pop-up there that it was Faye's birthday. So hopefully, like it says in that little infogram, that hopefully he gets that birthday buff. I mean, we've seen it take place before for Team Secret, right? I believe it was Season 2 Invitational where it was Sun's birthday, and they were able to take the win then. So fingers crossed for Nongshim and Faye that they have a good run this time.
Yeah, the birthday buff definitely did exist last season, right? I think it not just TS as well. I think a couple of other teams across the Season 2 Invitationals also benefited from that birthday buff. Whether it's real, whether it's not, who knows? But a win is a win.
That's it. It's a wives' tale at this point, but we love a good wives' tale. But here we go. We see that Nongshim have taken the blue side for first, and then we are going to be seeing Elevate go onto the red side, so they get the reactive 2 picks.
Yep, so this is really important for the side of Nongshim, right? You want to ensure that you are able to secure a prior meta hero. In this case, it could be the Dolia for the instant refresh. It could be the Ogren for the heavy tank early game suppression as well. It could be the Yuhuan. It could even be the Dharma as well, right? So many different options for Nongshim to explore. But bear in mind, yes, Blam, I agree. This is definitely a counter pick opportunity for the side of Elevate.
Yes, I mean, I believe it was Blacklist was on the red side first time around. I believe it was last game, but in the first game. But we'll see how it plays out for Elevate. But they are going to be banning out the Maestro noise, so we are still seeing those big bans. But like Sir Cloud was saying yesterday, the Maestro noise, it's been banned, and when it does come out, it's actually not been performing that well because we see a lot of the teams have been picking stuff like the Diadea, which is a great counter for high frame heroes like the Maestro noise.
Yep, but Nongshim, I think they might consider the Ogren first. Banning out a Musashi most of the time is to get rid of the duo to the death. I'll be quite surprised if they want to try and maybe give a blind side over the Elevate, right? That's the beauty of the draft side as well. And it looks like they will secure the Diadea instead. So I think based on the performance of the Diadea players, I think it's a good idea.
Oh, it's a good Diadea. It's a good Diadea.
Well done.
But that was me on the spot thinking, I'm not doing too bad for 6 AM in the land of the Brits, but it's going to be reactively picked over to the side of Elevate. They go for 2 strong picks in this draft. They're going for the Lung, they're going for the Orgrim. But with the Diadea, it's still a good hero to catch out the likes of Lung. Oh, sorry, no, it's going to be Dion Wei. Oh, no, it's going to be Orgrim. We're switching through.
Yeah, they want to bait you out, right? That's the game plan today. But it is a very strong start to the draft, right? So Elevate on their side, they get the Organ and the Loom. So they have good sustain and good burst potential as well. Right now, the only thing lacking is maybe just a little bit more control. Now, Nongshim, they fight back with the Menki pick. And I like this, right? So you want someone who's tanky to be able to last in the long, extended fights against Organ and also to be able to tank the damage coming out from the Loom.
But yeah, I mean, you got sustainability on 2 different fronts, right? I mean, Orgren's sustainability definitely comes from his first 2 items, going for the Blazing Cape and also the Eye of Phoenix, but then obviously Death Precipice is ultimate. And then Monkey is all basing on his passive. He needs to get those bubbles up to get that huge shield. But like you say, we need some control on the side of Nongshim, to be honest. And I feel like maybe if we could go for something in the, might be a bit early in the draft, but like a Yixing into the mid lane, I feel like would sit into this comp very well.
Yeah, I like the Yixing pick. I think it locks down. It makes life very difficult for the side of Elevate on the Orgren as well. Another option they can also explore is taking the Garden Mole. But this pick also fulfills that particular skill set. Nua, a huge burst with the Annihilation, with the Creation, with the Coalescence as well, right? Only issue here is that if Elevate are looking for the backline access, they could very well go into the lane as well.
Yeah, really weird to see the newer come out so early this time around, because yesterday it was like getting towards the fifth or sixth game before we started to see newer to come out. But like you were saying, it's one of those great picks, Mitsura being the only player within the competition to get a Dragon Slayer hit with the newer, and it's going to be drafted against with the Angela, which is obviously great lane pressure when it comes to those minion waves coming through. Blazing Brilliance can be connected very well. It does mitigate the Dream Roll into the team comp as well, so you know for a fact that they're not going to be targeting the Angela with either the Bitter Farewells or the Dream Rolls.
Yeah, I think it would be a waste, but it's also counteractive in the sense where they could force out the Blazing Brilliance with the Bitter Farewell coming out from the Diarrhea, right? At the same time, I like the pick on the Angela because it does help to be able to melt down tanks. That's one of the main strengths of an Angela. So this Mankey on Haku might not have a very good time. And Elevate already going straight into the heart of pain here, taking out two major farm laners, Lady Sun as well as the Direnzier.
Yeah, not only that, we see the side of Nongshim actually banning out the Dharma very much early within the series this far. They don't want Kyung9 or Hyde to get this pick just yet, but setting up the Motsu here onto the side of Elevate is going to be really good for those early team fights. Setting up that engage with the Cannon Blast and then leading up with the Flaming Palms is definitely going to be a hard hitter down into the farm lane.
Yeah, exactly. It also pairs very well with the Angela, so Mitsura might have a very easy time landing those Chaos Cinders into the Blazing Brilliance combination, right? Likewise, Nongshim, they counter pick it with the Fang. Fang is very apt and adept at escaping through moves with the Will Away, right? Iframes, invisibility through all of the different skills, and huge burst potential. This also helps Nongshim with one of what I feel is their major weakness is actually macro, right? So Fang is able to take towers really quickly.
Yeah, a different story than what we've seen yesterday, right? Every time we were seeing those early starts of the series, we were seeing those big ADC picks coming through, and then it kind of got towards the end where it started to kind of like flitter out, like we were seeing, obviously, that really unconventional draft from the side of Impunity, which would have worked if executed it a little bit better. But the Fang, like you said, is a great way to kind of bolden out their already weakness, which is the macro. So his split push potential, using his second ability to proc that kind of damage over time, is going to be good for the side of Nongshim. It just means that Elevate have got to keep an eye on this hero.
Yeah, another thing to note is, I think in terms of laning, right, farm lane is actually very much leaning towards the Nongshim side. So there might be a chance that Elevate will say, hey, you know what, let's not risk it. We will do the lane swaps and have our farm lanes go to the Clash lane, have a 2v1 against Kyung9 on the buy run. But let's see if Nongshim is going to read that move as well.
Yeah, I feel like the Fang's also a very good counter towards the Ogryn as well, because obviously that damage over time, that big old splash, is something that you're not going to really expect, and it's hard to sustain against a splash rather than just that constant barrage of damage. It's something that catches you off your blind side. Oh, where did that big chunk of my health go? And it was Fang just completely running you down with that second ability. But here we are. The two drafts have been locked in. We are going to be getting into game one between Nongshim, RedForce, and Elevate very soon. But in terms of the draft, which one are we favoring more here?
I think it's easier to execute on the side of Nongshim RedForce, honestly. No, hang on, let me think about it. I think it has to be Elevate, right? Because there is a set for the team. The Mortis Cannon Blast is definitely going to be very useful. The counterplay of Force coming out from Nongshim is to depend on that Bitter Farewell coming in from the Diarrhea, right? If either team gets a lockdown, I think it can swing the game in their favor, but it also depends on the jungler.
Yeah, I think it also depends on the Clash lane as well, because obviously you've got Kyung9 and Hyde this time around. These both players have been huge in terms of the Clash lane plays.
Oh no, we might get the first blood here, and it looks like Elevate will get the first blood going into the hands of a G6. A perfect start for the Generals of Philippines region here, Elevate.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there. Faye clearly had a bit too much birthday cake yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the food coma definitely does affect you after a big meal, right? But more importantly, Azar is winning the lane against Siri.
I mean, in the early game, it definitely favors Azar, right? Those Flaming Palms. And Fang doesn't necessarily have that the necessary health to do it, but the untargetableness does come through. The Cannon Blast a little bit too late there.
No, but this is a big moment, right? Not only do they get rid of the heals from the duel under the tower, now Siri's in a horrible position, and they have to expend extra mana on the side of Faye to get that hard link on, get the heals, and even then, Azar can continually burst him down.
Yeah, it seemed like we got a bit of fight on all fronts, so in the mid lane and in the farm lane. So it looks like Elevate are definitely starting this series out very strong.
Yep, and Kyung9 against Hyde is a 1v1. They might look to finish it. Hyde actually commits the flash as well. Kyung9 running for his life, will not get it. A second kill in quick succession. Elevate just steamrolling so far.
Yeah, I thought Hyde there kind of exhaust the flash in the wrong direction, but he clearly played it into his favor. He kind of pushed him towards his own turret, so the fact that Kyung9 had a little bit more further distance to travel back to his safety definitely played out in his favor.
Yep, making full use of the range of whatever, right? End of the day, Kyung9 also expanded his flash early in the fight. Probably trying to get the strike from the Storm Strike to get the armor and the damage down as well. But seems like a 1v1, technical skills and mechanical skills looking a little bit better. And this is the first blood coming in from the side of Elevate. I think it was just a little bit too greedy coming in.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy, like I said, overzealous, definitely. There's quite a few terms for this one coming through for the side of Nongshim. They need to make sure that they're playing a little bit safer.
Yeah, outplayed there in that 1v1 by Hyde. So you can definitely tell. Elevate, they're locked in for the moment, but Nongshim, they're not the kind that will give up easily. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. I mean, so far, Elevate are definitely maintaining the lead here. They've got the kills, they've got the gold lead as well, so they've just got to keep that foot on the gas for now if they want to make sure they can claim this game at one series. But in terms of like the mid to late game, do you see that Nongshim come back here?
I think it would depend if they can actually catch out Evilist here, right? End of the day, look, you can try and go and burst down Azar, but Azar, anytime he has access to the infinite fastness, it's going to be a lost cause in terms of like wasting your utilities and your resources to trying to get the burst down, right? It takes a bit of time for that target sighted to actually land damage.
Absolutely. We see that Angela's using that teleport mechanic to get back into the mid lane. Ooh, a little bit of fight here.
Yep, it's going to be a lockdown onto the 2. Azar looking for the burst as well. Looks like they will get it, and Azar critical for the farm, but here comes the backup. Haku tries to look for an opening, will not be allowed to do so, and Elevate continue on this lead.
Continuing elevating upwards with the infinite vastness was a very good play there by Azar. Definitely, we seem to be seeing a much more calmer, much more calculated Elevate, and I'm very scared for the side of Nongshim right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is game 1, so it's not the end of the world, but definitely momentum is important in a long series. And Ajisik so far, his performance has been really clean.
Yeah, very fast rotations, very clean rotations. He may be the fact, or I think we haven't seen it yet, but the gold will definitely be favoring between Azar and Ajisik in this one so far. But the neutral objectives are now up, so we may be seeing some more brawls on the card.
Yep, just curious how defensive Ivalice will go for this as the monster, right? End of the day, I think if they have the lead, he can try going to be a little bit more greedy in a sense where his Cannon Blast can be more of a damage rather than just a utility skill.
Yeah, Mitsura nicely taking the Azure Golem there off of Monkey, so that's going to be a lot of the CDR gone away for Monkey for quite a bit of time now, so good play. He doesn't only steal dragons, he steals the Azure Golems.
Yeah, this is a big win so far for the side of Elevate. And as long as they don't get taken out in terms of kills, I think it should be a smooth sailing ride for now. But I think Nongshim, they're trying to approach this. They want to even out the imbalance in farm and EXP. And I don't think it's a good idea now because right now, I think one of the win conditions is actually the mods. Ivalice is doing a good job of just landing control on them.
Oh, absolutely. The shot calling coming through for the side of for Elevate, is definitely doing very well, using the Blazing Brilliance there just to kind of make sure that mid lane doesn't actually get too far into the T1 territory. Because I feel like at this point, the only way that Nongshim can come back as of yet is trying to get a turret first over the side of Elevate.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy task, right? Right now, at the 5-minute mark, we already have the Axe of Torment coming in from Azar. This is a huge power spike on him. Not only does he get the slow from his normal basic attacks as well, he gets the armor pierce. So this is a big marker for Elevate. They need to push this advantage at this point.
Yeah, itemization is definitely a good spot for the side of Elevate right now. But so far, definitely a lot more tit-for-tat 3-man dive here.
Yep, it's not a good situation. They will commit the infinite vastness. It might be a sacrificial lamb at this point, but Ivalice survives and he will walk away scot-free. Meanwhile, they actually catch the jungler on the opposite end. Haku fighting for his life with the Dream Roam as well. But the Shred comes in and Elevate, they are just running rampant across the map. Illusion comes in with the TP as well. Maybe this could be the turnaround.
Okay.
It is. Hyde gets taken down and Ajisik gets punished. Not before he takes down Haku. So Nongshim, they take a small win, but it's still Elevate having the lead.
Nongshim with the small win, definitely what they needed to get back into this game. Like I said, it's early, but they didn't have any kills on the board this far. But I feel like Mitsura definitely tried his hardest to try and get Edgizix and Hyde out of there, but it just wasn't quite enough. The damage from Illusion on this Nuwa is definitely stacking up now.
Yeah, right now, actually, Nongshim, they can try and push and take some risky moves here to try and steal away the buffs. It doesn't matter whether it goes into the hands of Haku or not. End of the day, they need to balance the farm, right? They have managed to cut down their goalie down to 1,000, but it's not going to be enough at this point.
I mean, the goalie has been cut down to 1,000, and they're able to take the Clash Lane T1, so I feel like that frees up Kyung9 a little bit more to rotate wherever he may want to roam now. Going into the 7-minute mark could be very detrimental to the side of Nongshim, as if they are able to get some more pressure into these side lanes.
Yeah, and also I think just a slight bit of information, Kyung9 actually has the EXP lead against Hyde, so at least they're not losing on all fronts.
Yep, and I mean, thanks to that early kill, he's able to get to the Crimson Golem and the Azure Golem as well, and that's just gone up now, so it's now going to be an even fight for Hyde up into the Clash Lane, but Dream Roll in.
Yep, they managed to catch out Azar, but the stun comes in. Ivalice, he's gonna save the day and sacrifice his life. Can they turn it around here? Everyone is falling low. Faye's the first one to fall. Haku
nice.
falls as well. And on the back lines, Agizix, he finds his target. He goes on a CV right out of turret range as well. Mitsura tries to use the Chaos in this. Not gonna work out at this point. Azar, this is a pincer, and they will get the kill. Azar continuing to build the farm on his side.
Yeah, at that point, it was like a 4v1 sit-in duck, and I've been in that situation many times myself in my solo ranked games, but this is definitely what Elevate needed. They were losing a few blows and a few deaths here and there, but it is going to be Elevate coming back with a T2 takedown into the farm lane. So again, opening that macro onto the side of Elevate is going to be huge for them going into this 9-minute mark.
Yeah, I think at this point it's a difficult game on the side of Nongshim simply because Azar should have access to that Eternity Blade already, right? They have doubled their lead. In fact, it's quadrupled the lead. 4,000 gold ahead. For the side of Elevate, it's a tough situation for Nongshim to recover from because they don't exactly have the best map control available now.
No, and I mean, the fact that the series kind of been forced into that high ground territory, and he's not going to be much used to the farm as he needs to, because obviously, as we know with Bang, when you're playing from behind, he's either got the macro playability where he's going to be trying to focus these turrets now, because he can't stay in his lane and farm up. He's going to be a sitting duck if he does that.
Yep, and it's a double prong attack, right? Because a under-level farm will not be able to push turrets as fast as well, even with the target sighted. It's still faster than a traditional marksman, but it's not going to be enough. At this point, he still needs the Eternity Blade, manages to get the Shadow Reaper, but he's very far away. Oh, and it is going to be a solo kill onto Siri as well. Can they get the return though? The Annihilation does not hit the mark, and once again, Elevate just playing better than Nongshim.
Yep, Siri getting taken out there. Like I said, he can't sit in that lane on his own anymore. He's kind of having to take more resources from the rest of his team to survive. Jizix taking a bit of blow here from Kyung9, but nothing going to be committed here just yet. They are able to take the T1 up into the Clash lane as well, so more macro going up to the side of Elevate, and you can kind of see Nongshim really try to trade that turret down into the farm lane.
Yep, and they can't even do it, right? They had to expand. I mean, even Kyung9 expanded his force field suppression, and they couldn't bring Agizix down to half his health. So this is a really tight and uncomfortable spot for Nongshim.
I mean, they've taken another T2 as well. It's definitely an uncomfortable spot for Nongshim. They're going into the 10-minute mark where these Shadow variant of the neutral objectives popping up. T1 down.
All right, Dream Roam defensively at the cost of a T1 as well. So Nongshim, right now, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And once again, the steal comes in. The buff will go into the hands. Agizix gets caught out. The burst is big, but the Blood Rage and the ultimate drops down as well. Agizix, they turn this around. Elevate. Azar trying to go for the backlines. Haku not going to survive just yet, but Kyung9 comes back with a saving grace. Gets a kill on the Mitsura, but he's going to pay with his life as well. And still, Elevate fight back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was a really good sacrifice there by Kyung9, because I feel like if he didn't take out any of the side of Elevate there, that T2 down into the mid lane would have definitely been wiped out. And going into that 10-minute mark as they are right now, taking these Shadow Neutral objectives, it's going to be hard for them to come back. But we do see a bit of a stack up here for Nongshim. Tried to get the Destiny counter there from Faye, but didn't quite make the hit.
Difference in farm is really showing in the lanes right now, and I think they might be able to try and force their way into this T1, but it's a risk that's not worth taking in my opinion.
Oh, no. They definitely don't want to be losing any kind of fights right now. We're getting to a point where it's that tipping scale. It's where the pendulum's going to swing either into the favor of Nongshim or Jizzix here.
Yep, Jizzix still has access to the Blood Rage 1v3. Nobody can stand up to him. The backup comes on the side of Elevate as well. Hyde gets the first kill on the Fate. Dream Roam, but Haku will not be able to make it out. Hyde, you can't hide from this guy. It is going to be a trade though. Evilist is going to make his way into the ground 6 feet under. But a trade of 2 members on the side of Nongshim means Elevate in the lead.
They always say 2 is better than 1, and especially in terms of kills. But now we're looking at the overall gold lead going over to around about a 7k for the side of Elevate. The Shadow Overlord is still up, but they do have the Primal Bond for the side of Elevate for that debuff into the jungle. It looks like they're going to lose that T1 thanks to the minions, so a little bit of a saving grace there for Nongshim, but how much can they hold out for, I suppose, is a matter of time. We see those high ground turrets that they need to stay standing for them to get back in this game, I feel.
Yep, I think a T3 exposure is definitely going to be in the favor of Elevate, right? Nongshim as well, I think there is a silver lining in this case. The farm is pretty good on the side of Siri as well. Already has an Eternity Blade. And bear in mind, the Nuwa Illusion also has the Tomb of Wisdom, so there is damage coming in. But Nongshim, they need to try and find a good angle to enter fights.
I mean, we've seen it from the early game that the damage is coming in from Nua, but it's just, yeah, like you say, they've got to utilize it a little bit better. I feel like the stifling part of Elevate is Jizzix being, a level ahead, and as well as Evilist just playing these cannon blasts to perfection.
Yep, I think they've definitely done the homework on the side of Elevate, right? They have muted Kyung9 pretty much this entire game, and when Kyung9 is unable to hit those markers, you can see Nongshim start to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, when the Phoenix cannot soar, it's kind of it's a sad thing to see, and that's definitely what Kyung9 is in this draft. But I feel like the Byron pick's probably not one of his most performed heroes, but he's still doing well with it, like we saw earlier, that saving grace. But like you said, Elevate's definitely done their homework.
Yep, Haku is able to tank quite a bit. It is going to be a miss on the side of Mitsura. Actually eats quite a bit of damage into his face at this point. But it looks like Jizzix is looking for an opening. They want to try and force this T3. It's going to be big because that's the opposing lane to the Shadow Overlord as we hit that 14-minute mark in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, Nongshim do not want to get rid of these higher ground turrets. They want to be holding on to them like it's their last hope, because it basically is in this game one. As soon as they fall and those enhanced minions come through, it's going to be a lot harder. The actual statistics of coming back in a game becomes a lot smaller for your team.
Yeah, and talking about the damage, I think, yes, both Illusion and Siri have a bunch of damage available, but primarily it's very single target based, right? Even if we're talking about Annihilation, they have to waste 2 big skills onto any of the members on the side of Elevate. And right now, Jizzix really far ahead and farm 10,000 gold in the pocket, building towards that Blood Rage as well. So he's going to have a lot of lifesteal.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look over to Azar as well, he's almost 6 slotted. We see the Sky Piercer coming through as well, because the Daybreaker will be the next thing on his cards. But he has the Siege Breaker, he has the Master Sword. Those Flaming Palms are going to be unrelenting.
Yeah, and Destiny Encounter going to be dropped down as well. No chance of a steal coming in. Haku was looking for an opening, but the opening actually opens up for Elevate instead. They're chasing onto Haku. The Jizzix maybe just wants to push them away. They have Pry on the lane. So with the Tyrant buff, any fight is good for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, I feel like Elevate is going to take a fight once they got the minions here.
Oh, it's a big wasted ultimate coming in, and look at the damage they're landing in. Azar just poking with the Flaming Palms as well. Haku falling low. Oh. They are going in for the chase as well, but I don't think they have to overextend their welcome. So it is going to be a T3 in the mid, taken down. Elevate, looking like this could be the end of the game, but they will not take the risk. They just want the towers. Hang on, Destiny Encounter, and nobody gets a kill on the side of Nongshim as well.
Yes, beautiful flash there by the side of Elevate. Like, he committed to the think inside the box, was able to pick off the Kyung9, and then flashed out, so not even dropping Evilist in that whole team fight.
Yep, Jizzix just bumping and weaving, and here comes the sun as well. Hyde sets up the fight as Elevate, looking for their first win in this best of 7 series, and they are going to get it. The Generals of Philippines will make it work. Game 1 goes to Elevate.
Yeah, absolute solid, aggressive performance there from Elevate in that game 1. I don't feel like there was a moment they even took the foot off the gas there at all. They were just unrelenting from the word go. Jizzix on such a huge picks like the Orgrin, Azar having that early game lead down into the farm lane was definitely what they needed going into the series.
Yep, they really understood what the weaknesses of the draft are on the side of Nongshim, right? If you're able to get the control down, especially with the cannon blast coming in from Ivalis, I think he's been playing really well on this mode. Love to see that.
Yeah, we do love a good Motsu play, but it's one of those heroes again. If anything, if Elevate had a really bad early game, it's one of those picks that you can't really come back from. The cannon blasts don't become as effective. You don't get the resources you need to get any kind of magic damage come through for the side of Elevate, but they played that one to almost perfection, I'd say.
Yep, I really like the itemization from Ajisix as well, going for the Blood Rage, Dragon Rage instead of the Blazing Cape. So he understood that, hey, look, Nongshim's lineup wouldn't be able to come close to me and stick close to me in the team fights. I would rather use my normal attacks and get the lifesteal instead. So very nice itemization to help tank for the team in the front lines. And Azar, I mean, he was just given the red carpet into the back lines on the side of Nongshim.
I mean, his itemization towards the end there definitely said so, right? He was almost into the Daybreaker. If he actually built it, we'll find out now. And there we go. No, still on the Sky Piercer there. It was still very, very close, but 5-0-5 on this Lung has Azar's name written all over it. And I can't say the same for Siri on the side of Nongshim. As soon as we start to see those T1s fall, the T2 fall into the farm lane, it became a much harder game for Siri to come back.
I also want to highlight the unsung hero here in the game. I didn't really talk about him much, but Hyde was so phenomenal in this game. His catches with the get serious and whatevers really made the difference because it felt like Nongshim had a false sense of security. But when Hyde entered the fights, there was no fight to be had.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we normally see like the Mayin come through with the Diadea, especially when there's a high frame hero onto the side of your enemy team. But the fact they were able to pick the Mayin and play it to perfection, as you saw there with the team fight participation, they were always there. Hyde was definitely always in the mix, trying to get that pick off into the back line just to make it so much easier for Elevate. And it definitely paid dividends, as you can tell by the gold graph there as well. But MVP is going to go to none other than Ajisix, playing such a fantastic game, getting that first blood onto Faye as well. It was definitely the starter of this MVP pick.
Yep, truly a sponge as well. Take a look at the damage he took. 39% of the damage. That's crazy, dude.
So much damage, so. But that's what you expect from an Orgrim, right? You can't be an Orgrim player and not expect to take that much damage. I mean, that's a bit of a false sense of security. Yeah, no, don't worry. We'll take the damage for you. It's fine.
Yep, and it kind of shows you how aggressive Nongshim is, and I think Elevate kind of understood that behavior, so they were happy to oblige, right? We will take the fight, and look at the way that Ajisix is able to sustain. Sure, he dies at this point, but the fact that he keeps Haku at bay in terms of farm and EXP as well has been really monumental in the way that Elevate was able to snowball and get the fights going on all fronts in this map.
Yeah, just some like really great rotations in the early game as well, right down to the farm lane, just making sure the prio was there for Azar, giving over what they traded up into the clash lane was that T1 as well. So we was honestly starting to feel like, oh, okay, Nongshim will be able to get Kyung9, be able to just stay free like we saw here with the great kind of saving grace as we saw Elevate trying to take that mid lane. But it just didn't seem like Kyung9 had the greatest of games. Hyde had his number.
Yeah, I think it's really just the difference of farm, right? The itemization was just too far ahead for the side of Elevate because honestly, Kyung9, those are the kinds of plays that he's very comfortable giving to his side. And there was never an opportunity simply because of the way that they were positioned on the side of Elevate. Ajisix, the reason why he had 39%, look, he's always in the front lines alone. And it opens up, it's really like a lucky draw, right? Hey, pick what you want.
I mean, it's quite a telling thing, right, when you see Monkey having to use his Dream Roll as a defensive measure rather than a actual engage mechanic. So that definitely told you more than you needed to know from Nongshim RedForce in that first game, is that they were definitely playing on the back foot. There was a few glimmers of hope there, but once more, their macro just quite hitting the payoff.
Yep, so winning on all fronts, winning the draft, winning the lanes, winning in the execution. Elevate definitely have put themselves higher than their competition. For now, it's just game one, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But I'm really curious to see, now that a major meta pick is out of the books for the side of Elevate, with no Organ, what's the next best hero they want to showcase in their pool?
I mean, to be honest, in Game 1 we saw no Doom being banned, so I feel like that might be the next pickup for Jizzix. We have seen him more so on the tankier jungles rather than the assassins within the Season 3 Invitational, so I feel like that might be the next go-to. But we still have picks like the Huan as well, which has been doing bits in the Season 3 Invitational. Not quite as effective as it was in KC 2024. But before we get into Game 2, we are just going to have a short break, guys, so don't go anywhere. Game 2 soon on the way.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want.
Righto, we are back with Game 2 between Nongshim RedForce and Elevate. Obviously, first game not quite going in the favor of Nongshim. They need to definitely fix their draft in terms of the macro as well. I am Blam, and with me is Mr. Kindo Fu, and we're going to be your casters for today.
Yeah, so I think it's not too. It is very early to count Nongshim out, right? They are a team that is very resilient, so I'm pretty sure, things may not have worked out in their favor for the first game of this series, but it's the best of 7. There's many more games to go.
Oh, plenty to more have. There's more bullets in the chamber of the gun of Nongshim RedForce in this one, and I feel like maybe, like I said, draft was okay. Like, having Fang come out so early in the draft is kind of like the opposite kind of strategy of what Elevate's going for right now, as we've already seen Azar burn out the Lung. Those flaming palms won't be gracing the side of Elevate anymore. Maybe it'll be a prio ban for the side of Elevate now. But yeah, in terms of what they could have gone for in terms of a more conventional, stronger draft in the early game, just to get that first point on the board, would be, in my eyes, as a coach and as a manager of the team, what you'd want to be going for. But hey, Nongshim may be cooking something here.
Yeah, exactly. It could be the long game that we're looking at, right? We've already seen from the series yesterday between even Blacklist and Impunity. Having a long extended strategy does work in your favor, especially when you're burning out the majority of the hero pools on your opponent's side.
Yeah, I mean, we all thought going into that series yesterday between Impunity and Blacklist that Impunity had obviously the better hero pool, but I want to kind of revisit those and obviously just offer a suggestion in terms of school of thought for those watching, the viewers, is that once you start with a 2-0 and then you start to fall, it's that mental boom that really gets into the back of your mind. Just like, oh man, we were on top of the world, and now we're kind of just having to scrape our way back up the Mount Olympus, which is very hard when you think about it. I mean, as a person, as a human, I would be in that mind state, but here is the updated global ban picks for both of these teams. Like we said, huge picks, Orgren and the Lung have been taken off to the side of Elevate.
Yep, so for Nongshim, Diardia is unavailable as well. I think Diardia is one of the most powerful roams in this game. But bear in mind, there is still options like Secure, there's still options like Mortar coming out from the side of Nongshim. Plenty of variety for them to play around. And Nongshim will go and ban out the Diardia instead first.
Yeah, again, huge pick for them to ban out. They've tried it, so they've had it on their cards. They didn't quite get the performance and the outcome that they really wanted with this pick. Obviously, being the victim of First Blood, we knew from that point go, it's kind of like, this may be a wasted opportunity of the Diardia, but still sticking to the Masashi ban there. They do not want to give a Jizzix of the Masashi just yet, but once more, Elevate going for the Mai and the Ali, the same two bans going forward.
Yeah, and once again, the Musashi ban. So this could be the Dolia first pick. So plenty of heals coming out from the Wave Breaker. At the same time, the ult does provide a little bit of save if you are in water. This also opens up many things like the Gun and Mo, the Shangguan. We have seen a couple of nice games from these heroes as well. But Elevate, right away, snap picking that Dharma.
Yeah, snatching away the Dharma from Kyung-9. Maybe they thought that Kyung-9 was actually going to prio the Dharma as first pick, but like you said, once there's a Dolia on the board and hasn't been banned in that first part of the game, you kind of have to choose it, but then it kind of already fleshes out what you may be going for, like the Dune, potentially the Lane, potentially the Loong here as well.
Yeah, I think that would definitely complement the lineup on the side of Nongshim, right? Yeah, exactly. You want to have the sustain, and you want to have that very strong front liner. So both teams going for similar strategies where there will be someone going into dive. And Nongshim, to me at this point, they have very good initiation. But Elevate, they have very good counter engage with the Dharma.
Yeah, the Dharma, the Hu Huan as well, we've seen fantastic, like, just completely disengaging that huge momentum that the opposing teams had going into a team fight. That unending sorrow just becoming untargetable as they just put all the target onto the Hu Huan has been devastating for some teams. And pairing that up with the D-Ranger is going to be really good counter here for the Dune, because if you land his ultimate, that reduces the physical and magical defense as well. So you're going to be taking a lot more damage. And as we know, Dune can soak a heck of a lot of damage.
Yep, and there's a lot of control coming out from the Elevate lineup as well, right? Nongshim, I think it's really more of they want to have the long extended fight, provide as much room for Siri to be able to land those flaming palms or riding the winds as well. Now Elevate, they're gonna start their mid lane with the Yixing. What do you think about this?
Again, it was more control, especially the Hu on Intel as well, and now having the Yixing, the world is my board, is going to be huge in terms of just trying to trap either Loong or keep Dune taken away from the rest of his team as well. But here's a pick we haven't seen for quite a few days, is the Shi.
Okay, Shi, I like the hero as a whole on the kit, but Shi is a very risky pick if you're looking for initiation, right? It requires you to be slightly out of position because you will get caught out by the members of Elevate. At the same time, the range of initiation slightly further for the side of Yixing, right? Misura will be able to set up that world is my board pretty easily if Nongshim takes a step in the wrong direction.
Elevate actually trading over the jungle role from Hu Huan and onto Kaiser, so it's actually going to be Hu Huan into the support role, so it's going to be Ivalit now. That's very interesting, but with the Shi, it's going to be hard for them to actually place those silk abilities around on Elevate, because I mean, you've got the illegal immunity from D-Ranger, you've got the unending sorrow from Hu Huan, so trying to capture out some of the heroes onto the side of Elevate is going to be very difficult for Alu, but definitely feels like he's up ask, and we see that Kyung-9 is locking in the Mayin. He got battered with the Mayin in the last game. He's like, hey, you've taken my Dharma, I'm going to now pick out my Mayin and try and pick out some of your backline.
Okay, so Nongshim, they have a very important job for both Haku and Kyung9 as well. Maybe even Shi, right? One of the main thing is they want to force out this legal immunity, the second skill, CC immune from the Direnzier. And if Nongshim are able to achieve that, the fight goes much better in their favor as well. But here's my question for the side of Nongshim RedForce, which is, okay, you're gonna commit so much to try and force out certain skills from the side of Elevate. Who is the one person responsible to keep their eyes onto Hyde? Hyde has been phenomenal, even with the Mayin in game number 1, and now you give him the Dharma. I think that's going to be quite a disaster if they don't find him out.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some great Truth Mantra plays within this competition this far, some great crucial crowd control, and that feels like that might be the point of this as well, because there's no real, like you said, counter to stop that happening. It's Hyde's playstyle. He waits and kind of stalks the backline and then strikes at the right moment. I mean, yesterday we saw that great flash and Truth Mantra play from, I believe it was either Chami or Impunity, but my gosh, some of these plays we've been seeing from Dharma within this competition has been frightful.
Yeah, definitely. So in this game, for this particular game of the series, it really comes down to this question, right? When do you want to use your skills? And is this the appropriate time to really burn out all your different resources? And once again, Faye being caught out, one more hit will do it, but the save comes from Haku as well. They will reset that task force camp, and Ival is doing so well, but Shi, he is going to get caught as well. Illusion, not the start they were looking for. And the big turnaround, so Nongshim, even after all of that, they take the lead in this series.
They have. I mean, we saw the Elevate went into the enemy jungle, and Nongshim was like, you're going to get punished for that. So I feel like that's really good for Kyung9 to actually take those 2 kills, get an early lead into that clash lane in terms of EXP and hold.
Yeah, definitely do well against Hyde, and the wave play will be slightly faster on the side of Nongshim, which would then allow Kyung9 to have faster rotations, and if he makes the correct timing, he may be able to force out the passive from Mitsura, meaning he will not be able to play as aggressively, simply because he does not have that pseudo-destiny, you know?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, having that invincibility for a very brief moment with that movement speed increase as well is definitely a good aid of the Yixing. But once more, Kyung9 getting picks off left, right, and center, but in the mid lane as well.
There we go. That's the initiation we're looking for, and they will force out the Invincible Warrior from Ajisik. So all good on the side of Nongshim. The only lane that is not winning at this point is just a farm lane, but with such a big lead. I mean, it's 2 minutes in. They're about 1,000 gold ahead already.
Oh, huge lead from the side of Nongshim. And like you said there, they baited the fight there in the mid lane. They didn't get any kills, but was able to exhaust that ultimate from Kaiser.
Yeah, it's a big one because now they won't get the re-engage, and Ajisix gets his life taken away. And Nongshim, this second game, they're coming out with their hands swinging.
Literally, Kyung on this Mayin has been pretty frightful. The Ultimate board has been used, but Haku's able to use that Unruly Blade to get into the corner, the furthest corner of the board, so there will be no engage onto the side of Nongshim. But right now, definitely a much more in-control Nongshim.
Oh, they're looking. That was a blind catch, by the way. Hyde gets taken down, and Kyung9 is just on fire in this game.
He's unstoppable for now. I mean, we need to stop like glazing Kyung9. I mean, he deserves it, but we need to stop glazing over the amazing plays he's doing right now. But I feel like as well with Illusion, he's definitely being the unsown, the undertone of this whole comp, right? He's able to use those silk skills to kind of just move them around wherever he needs to. Really kind of synergizes very well with the Mayin.
Yep, and I like the decision making, right? Because look, why try so hard to catch Azar? And this was the kill itself, right? Silky Beauty gonna be used. It was actually used as a bait with the flash as well. And Kyung9 actually manages to catch both of them with the whatever. That was the turning point in the fight as well. And this 1v1, smooth movement, even with the flash from Hyde.
Very smooth, but oh, Mitsura.
It's not looking good. Some early kills coming in to shut down the growth of Kyung, tanking up 100% of the fight as well. And Illusion has to be in charge of trying to clear this wave to try and slow down the pacing on the side of Elevate. Because Elevate, look, they are recovering Ajisix though. He might be in danger. Haku willing to go in for the chase, uses Unruly Blade. The Fresh comes in as well, Wind Slash. Here comes the legal immunity. So no CC available for the side of Nongshim. Out of resources, and Elevate, they make it out safe.
Look, it's going to feel good for Agizic to be like walking away from a team fight saying he soaked 100% of that damage. But I feel like that was very well played there by Elevate as well to actually bait the win slash, bait the actual knockup from it with the Unending Sorrow from Ivalice as well. So again, they were able to do little bits there, were able to completely take them down, but it's definitely looking like a much harder game for Elevate's Hyde. He's not looking as dominant as that game one.
Yeah, I think at this point, Hyde already knows that his lane is lost, so they want to try and make a trade, right? So that's why they actually swap lanes. Azar is going up into the Clash lane to try and funnel as much farm as he can. And hopefully, the pressure won't be too high from the side of Nongshim that will allow Azar to also maybe funnel some of the wave in the mid lane into his goal.
Yeah, I feel like the only way they're going to be able to kind of stop the Kyung9 train is definitely doing like a 2v1 like they are doing right now on the side of Elevate, but they may potentially get the T1 trades here. Nongshim getting the red farm lane, sorry, and then it looks like Elevate potentially getting the Clash lane. There we go. Got a good solid trade between these two teams as we set up these neutral objectives.
Yep, this is a good change of pace from the side of Nongshim, right? Not only do they make sure that Hyde is muted for this game for the time being, it's going to take a long time for him to recover. At the same point of time, I think in the farm lanes, we have not seen any kills between Siri and Azar just yet. So this game is not entirely decided. Sure, they have both taken the T1, but it then matters now after neutral objectives. Are they going to fight for that buff? That will be the fight that changes their standing in this game.
In terms of fighting, you can see that Elevate are definitely fighting back with the resources, but oh my...
Yep, Hyde once again gets caught out, and here comes the burst from Sifri. The Flaming Palm's not gonna finish the job. Haku actually gets it instead. So that's a huge amount of EXP and a very detrimental side to the side of Hyde because he's only level 8. Haku's already level 9, which means they can consistently go for that very aggressive dive on it.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. The difference in the gold there. It's very neck and neck in terms of those crucial lanes like the jungle and the farm. But once you said the Flaming Palms are connecting into these T2s as well, they got to make sure that they're able to try and stop Siri like they were in game 1. But it's not looking like that will be the case for Elevate just yet.
Yep, smart decisions here by the side of Siri as well. Actually, choosing not to complete the Axe of Torment, going for the Master Sword first. Very good idea because, you know what, the slow from the Axe of Torment isn't going to matter that much now. You want the extra burst from that passive of your Master Sword. And I think so far, Nongshim has been hitting all the markers in this 7-minute game so far.
Yeah, they've definitely taken the pre-game 1 jitters and completely just negated them on the side of Nongshim for now. But if we look at the kind of board here, it's looking very 50-50. And considering how dominant Nongshim had of an early game, is not kind of the result you'd hope would play into this 7-minute mark, right?
Yeah, and you know what? Of all the fights, we have not had a full-on 5v5 yet. We have not seen the board being laid down. That might show us the true nature of the status between the two teams as well. Both teams making cross-map plays as well. On the top, they're going to try and onto to Kyung9, who actually makes it out unscathed at this point. Mid lane is going to be put under a little bit of pressure after that T2 has been taken by Nongshim as well.
Yeah, a good macro play from Nongshim nonetheless, even though in terms of, like I said earlier, the early game lead they had prior to getting to this point is definitely not sort of steamrolling into the way it should be. There seems to be a little bit of a lack of attention coming from Nongshim here, but the attention's not going to be in the team fights. They're definitely trying to improve their macro play, which so far Siri is doing. They've taken the T2 all the way up into the farm lane. They've taken T1 in Clash as well now, so they're definitely getting that extra little bit of gold in the turrets here, but it's still not seeming to negate too much of a difference between both of these teams.
Yeah, okay, it looks great in terms of macro play for the side of Nongshim, but here's one more benefit that they have, right? So far, based on what's been happening across the map, Elevate have not found any opportunity to try and force out the Infinite Fastness. And that is a big concern for me, because if you're unable to put pressure on a Siri, he will have all the time and less pressure to really perform well in the fight as well.
Yeah, I feel like once we start to get to see those 5v5 matchups, then we will see those Infinite Fastness being exhausted, but Kyung9 doesn't want to get caught out.
Yep, Illusion might be the first victim here of this skirmish. The exchange works out in Elevate's favor. They fight back, gain a little bit of map control. They need to get this T1 in the mid, and they might be going for more here. Siri forced back, but they will be content with just that first tier turret. Haku unable to make it in time to try and go for the re-engage.
Yeah, nice little bit of a comeback there for Elevate. I do have to give it over to Mitsura, though. Like, he seems to be the staple driving force to get Elevate back on the horse. Like, I feel like if it wasn't for Mitsura in this game too, they would have been deflated. We would have been seeing that steamroll, snowball effect that Nongshim have in the early game be taking much more devastating effect. But thanks to Mitsura, he's like, guys, no, stick into it.
Yep, taking liberty is going to be put down as well. The stun comes in and the board is laid down. Haku now in trouble, but is going to be saved by Illusion as well. Very nice Silky Beauty on the backlines. Kyung9 gets the kill onto Logistics as well, and this is a big win for the side of Nongshim. They are looking for more. That T1 in the mid needs to fall.
Yeah, I feel like the world is my board there didn't quite work the way it needed to, because Haku was able to retreat into the furthest corner, which is exactly the kind of counter strat you need onto an ultimate that control him. But it's not stopped Nongshim there. They're like, you know what, we'll just head into their jungle, take some more camps. They weren't able to get the Azure Golem. It does go over to Mitsura once more. Shadow objectives now up. We're getting into that 10-minute mark. Nongshim really need to amp up the ante if they want to see through to game 3.
Yeah, this is a good performance by Nongshim so far, and they need to deal a killing blow, right? Or at least hurt and wound Elevate at this point. The wound will come in the form of a P3 exposure, primarily and hopefully onto the farm lane on the bot side, right? That's where they could really cause the most damage.
Yeah, opening that side lane for then everything to be kind of like level playing field on the side of Nongshim, so that everything's access for the side of Elevate, which means that you can see the likes of Azar trying to get as much more resources as it needs to be, because we know as Durenji gets into those resources and gets those items, is going to be a little bit more effective for the side of Elevate, because right now we haven't seen the optimal Azar on this Durenji.
I think it's really difficult, right? His range is decent on a D-Range here, but there's no initiation that seems to work out in Elevate's favor so far. Taking Liberty is great, as well as my board, great as well, but it's all about Hyde, and Hyde has not been given any chance to open a fight.
No, he hasn't at all just yet, but maybe he's waiting for that pick-off, but we're seeing a little bit catch out here.
Yep, they catch on to Haku as well, but the save again comes from Illusion. Not going to be good enough, and this could be a big fight for the side of Elevate. Logistics takes down Faye as well. Finally, something of value for the side of Elevate as they reward themselves with this Shadow Overlord. Kyung9 waiting in the brush. If they can get a good kill onto Azar here, it's going to be huge. Kyung9 staying patient. Mitsura might have to check the push. At the same time, okay, Kyung9, the opening is not available, and he will be caught out. Elevate pounce on him, and this is going to be a huge punishment. Elevate, this could be the big turnaround. It took them 12 minutes, but it is here.
I mean, we were saying it was like, hey, when's Azar going to activate on this D-Ranger? And then all of a sudden, he uses the Imperial Order onto Haku. Haku goes down, and then we saw that Kyung9 couldn't really approach either Mitsura or Azar because one, the illegal immunity, and then also we know that Mitsura has the Splendor, so if he does try and go in, he has the passive, but he also has the Splendor in his kit as well. But Haku here and Faye getting pushed into the T2.
Yep, they secured a zero golem for themselves on the side of Elevate here, looking for an opening. Nothing just yet. Oh, Splendor spent. It is a big mistake. Illusion flashes out to safety, but that's a big common spell down for the next 90 seconds. And with that Elevate, they could push into this T2 on the bot.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like the stars are aligning here for the side of Elevate for a comeback in Game 2. Like I said, Nongshim had a fantastic start thanks to Kyung9, but nothing really snowballed into their way. They still have a comeback, right? Like I always say, the high ground turrets are still standing for now.
Yeah, the second seed in Philippines region here. Elevate looking for an opening, and I think they very well may get it as, at this point of time.
Potentially, I mean, they have the Vanguards, right? The Flaming Palms actually do take the Vanguard off the bomb lane there, so Siri doing what Siri does best on the Lung, especially in that early game, being very aggressive, taking those turrets, was able to take that Vanguard down very quickly. But it does mean now the fact that the T2s are down into the side lane, that Crimson Golem is very wide open for Azar, and it was right for the taking, and he took it.
Yep, every single advantage that Nongshim has fought for in the past 13 minutes, down the drain, right? Elevate wrestle back control, and right now I'm starting to worry for a little bit for Siri, because I don't see how they're going to be able to survive the burst coming out from Elevate. They get the catch as well, and that's the burst we're talking about. Illusion instantly deleted as Haku forced to back off defensively. Taking Liberty, he's going to force the catch as well. Haku all alone, all 5 members on the side of Elevate looking for the kill, and Haku will be taken down. Nongshim, they have to stem the bleeding, and they had to stem it yesterday. Right now, Elevate in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there that Siri was kind of like trying to get a bit of a macro play down into the farm lane, trying to open up that high ground turret before the side of Elevate open up Nongshims, but he was just like, no, there's too much at risk here. We've lost Haku, we've lost Vision. We need to get back to base, or we are going to be the ones that drop the high ground turret first. And where Nongshim is sitting right now, 6k behind in gold is definitely the opening they don't want to let emerge.
Yeah, very far away. And here's the thing, when Illusion is down, there is very little counterplay available on the side of Nongshim, right? And especially you take a look at that, when there's no save for Haku, and when there's plenty of armor reduction, plenty of control coming out from Elevate, even Haku, who is a beast of a tank, can't stand against the damage of Elevate.
No, I mean, we've seen time and time again, Doom picks have been able to soak so much damage, and right now, like you say, they've got so much within the side of Elevate that's kind of just mitigating that whole opportunity for Nongshim Haku to actually perform here and be the staple that he needs to be. But we're seeing a little bit of a push here into these high ground turrets, and they're going down.
Yeah, nice catch. Haku forced to use the Blood Rage as well, but the backline is suffering. Can they get more damage though? Oh, hang on. Kyung9 saves the day. Gets the kill on the Zar. Gets a shutdown as well. And Nongshim, where is the rest of the damage? They cannot sustain. They lose their member on the side of Elevate. But Nongshim, this is a big win for them. They lost the T3, but it doesn't matter. They survive for another opportunity to come back into this game.
I mean, realistically, how much time does this give Nongshim? Yes, they were able to get the kill onto Azar. They do lose the high ground turret, which obviously is now going to come into fruition as we see the enhanced minions come through up into the clash lane. But is this going to really give them the lead they need over the Overlord here?
I mean, this is the best position they can have at this point, but Invincible Warrior committed, and it's going to be the Illusion control coming in as well. What is my board going to be placed down? Here comes the Infinite Vastness as well. Kyung9 working hard onto the backlines, but Ivolis gets the heals as well. Not enough damage coming in from the side of Elevate as they get torn apart at this point, and Haku makes it work. That was the correct call, and Nongshim wrestle back some control.
They do wrestle back from control. Maybe it was the best situation they could get in the options of worse situations was, yes, we lose the higher ground turret, but we get the kill of Azar, which really helped them in that team fight, as you saw there. They really lacked damage on the side of Elevate, which was able to show that the thing that we were talking about earlier, that Haku on the Dune wasn't able to actually soak the damage he was needing to. But with Azar taken off the board, he had that prime opportunity. And they came with they traded blows and got the resources they needed to.
Yep, the combination of Kyung9 and Illusion proves to be very useful against the lineup of Elevate, right? But right now, simply because of the tier 3 take on the top, it's what net them the win in this fight. And I think, take a look at what's happening on the backlines as well. A very safe positioning by Faye to make sure that they always have that Celestial Melody to get the refresh down as well. And Haku benefits quite a lot on this. And if you take a look at the fight, they actually ignore Mitsura for majority. They are looking for the important members on the side of Elevate, which are namely Azar as well as Hype, because that is the turnaround composition from the side of Elevate.
I'd go to say, though, that Nongshim's mistake there was the fact that Siri committed onto Mitsura so early, knowing that the Splendor was there as well, because even though he dived in, he exhausted the Splendor, it still meant that Siri got taken down, which in a team fight like that, you want to make sure that you're not expanding. Like, that is not the one you want as your scapegoat, right? You don't want to be a scapegoat for Lung. Lung needs to be staying in the team fight, doing a lot of damage, and right now, team fight taking place here, potentially.
Yep, stun comes down to 2, but Haku will not survive. The board is going to be laid down, but it doesn't catch anyone. But still, it's a big win. Right now, the base is being ravaged by the minions and super minions on the top lane as well. Now, Nongshim, they're going to be issued a quarantine order by Elevate here as the dragons take to the skies and Elevate looking for the second game.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice for the side of Nongshim for a comeback there to get that Shadow Overlord, but sometimes it goes to the prize goes to the victor. Those that put in the effort here in a Jizzix is definitely just trying to keep and soak as much damage as possible for Elevate, take those skills off cooldown, but right now those high ground turrets are opening up.
Yeah, Faye gets caught out as well, and it's going to be an instant kill on him. On the backline, Kyung is going 1v5. He gives his best, but Mitsura has his passive. They survive. It is going to be the second life for Azar as well. There is not enough health points on the side of Nongshim, but they do manage to push them back a little bit. Siri gets the kill on the Azar. There is a lack of damage coming in from the side of Elevate, and maybe this could be the defense of a lifetime. Nongshim, they do it. They push them back, but how long more? Because it is still far away before the goal even evens out for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we've not seen teams come back from no high ground turrets. It just makes it so much more harder. And especially the fact that Tempest Dragons coming up onto the side that isn't necessarily the weakest on Elevate, right? Like, they've got a minion wave already pushed. They have their high ground turrets still in place. So the Tempest Dragon may be the winning condition here. Or will we actually see a Dragon Seal from the side of Nongshim this time around? But we could see another one from Mitsura if they start it on the side of Nongshim and Mitsura comes through. He's like, you know what? I fancy another $500.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're looking for the next Dragon Slayer in this series, right? I mean, Mitsura already has one under his belt. Now the question is, are they going to allow Nongshim to start it just so he can get the steal?
Imagine that. It's like, yeah, we made sure we got game 2 to go to the 20-minute mark just so Mitsura could get another Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, exactly. And now bear in mind, this is plenty of Sage's Sanctuaries coming into play, so multiple lives. Ivalice gets caught out, forced to use his ultimate, Unending Sorrow, no catch as well, and it is a potential turnaround. Azar gets caught out of position, and this could be a big opening. Nongshim, they get the punish as well, the catch coming in, Haku going in, and suddenly Elvin get cracked open. Hyde and Logistics are just left Haku. He's not going to force the issue here, but the base is under threat on the side of Nongshim, so they have to go back. Can they make it in time? Illusion does have some weight here, and it is going to be enough for now. It's falling a bit low. Hang on, Illusion, you have to give your life for this. One more hit does it, and looks like they will not go for that attack here. So Elevate, they managed to stave off the aggression by Nongshim, but it's not over just yet.
No, literally, if that was a moment of hesitation longer for Illusion, that game would have been over. MVP minions almost had it, but that was a really good fight there from Nongshim, though, right? Be able to take off Mitsura, taking off Azar as well of Ivalice. And we saw that Hyde there he was stuck in a rock between a hard place and a rock. He just had no way to engage or scarce to engage. But now the Tempest Dragon is up.
Alright, Dragon Slayer available for the taking. The knockup comes in, and who gets the steal? It is going to be on the side of Nongshim. They get the Tempest Dragon, but they need to survive the next fight as well. Mitsura working hard, sliding stones as well. But here comes the turnaround. Splendor committed by Mitsura. Can they get the kill? Sage's Sanctuary. First life down for the side of Siri. But Nongshim, they're still having a lot of power. If they kill them now, it's going to be great. Logistics falls first. Time going to be taken down successfully as well. Now just Mitsura and Ivalice. No damage, no life between the two of them as Nongshim look to end this game now.
Yeah, what a comeback there from Nongshim, able to use that Sage's Sanctuary on Siri there to use it as a little bit of a bait, like kind of like dangling that golden carrot on a stick, like hey, chase me, and then all the while in the back, Kyung9 being the true MVP, keeping those minions off of that base. But it looks like we could be seeing Nongshim taking the base here.
Ivalice needs to get that last cannon card here. If he gets it, it's over. If the defense is made and Elevate, they lose the first life of Ivalice, but the next wave of minions are coming in. The Tempest Dragon flies down. Can they do it? But it's not looking good. Nongshim, they will take the win. They wrestle back. Game number 2. Nongshim taking.
Yeah, beautiful play around the Tempest, and then just the after effect of the Tempest was just too strong for the side of Elevate. And this is exactly the position that Nongshim really wanted to be in, right? They didn't want to see themselves in that same spot where Impunity were already 2-0 up ahead and then switch all around. But this tit for tat in terms of the rounds taking one side to the other is definitely a boost for Nongshim and Faye, yesterday's birthday boy.
Yep, they were looking so hard for Azar, and unfortunately Azar just was a little bit too open. Out in the open, actually gets scouted out by Siri, and Siri always says yes to freebies.
Oh yeah, I mean, I say freebies. Yes to freebies, absolutely. It's the British mantra, I think, at this point. But that was a really good game by Nongshim. Yes, they had a good early game, which we were saying it didn't seem like it was actually paying dividends into the mid game. Like the snowball effect wasn't quite happening the way that we thought it was. But then it was only to Elevate's potential that they were able to bring that back. But then it was just that overall brawl towards that late game that really made that game 2 absolutely banger of the quarterfinals, I think.
Yeah. Once again, I think this really falls into both Kyung9 as well as Illusion. Really good job of helping the team kind of circumvent all of the aggression coming from Elevate, right? Certain moments, Illusion always saving Haku's life here. And Haku, he just went for the traditional full tank method, with the Sage's Sanctuary as well, Blood Rage, everything committed. But it's also because of that particular behavior that allowed Siri to catch hands onto Azar. I mean, Azar was pretty much even throughout the entire game, but simple positioning did the trick for Nongshim.
Yeah, like I was saying, the Azar on the DRNG took a little while to activate. We didn't see it towards that kind of like 10-minute mark where we start to see the Imperial Order come onto Haku and actually show real effect that he wasn't able to soak up as much damage. But speaking of not soaking up as much damage, he takes the 40% damage taken for the side of Nongshim, which is around about your 190k, which is huge. But this gold graph really just says it all, right? Nongshim RedForce had a solid early game. Domination from Kyung9, fantastic performance on the Mayin, even going against Hyde's Dharma as well. But then, as we saw towards the late game, Elevate started to amass some crucial influence in that game too. But then it was only for Nongshim to come back and be like, hey, we beat you with the neutral objective, we baited you with that Sage's Sanctuary from Siri, and that was definitely the defining moment for Nongshim to come back.
Yep, so let's take a look. It is going to be Siri taking only 14% of the damage thanks to the players of the team, dealing close to 30% here. 28% in the bag for Siri in total hero damage dealt as well.
Yeah, and only dying once is pretty huge testament to this player's skill on the Lung. But now, both of these teams have been expanded the Lung so early on in this best of 7, right? So it's only going to get more trickier for both of these teams. But man, Kyung9 here with this double kill was huge.
Yep, and also forcing them to commit the flash and then dying after. That was a huge deficit for the side of Elevate. At the same time, I think Hai was trying his best to find any knockups he could get across the lineup, but the only person available was actually Haku. And Haku was happy to take that trade any day because the saves would have come in from Illusion. The sneaky kills coming in from Siri also helped out a lot in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like this was a bit of a mistake by the side of Siri, just kind of trying to focus Mitsura a little bit too much, but ultimately it did open up the side of Elevate. But what an absolute banger of a game too, though. This is definitely the comeback that Nongshim needed, but it was to the testament of Elevate, though. They were able to bait off this early game victory for as long as possible.
Yeah, you know what? At this moment, I thought the game was going to be over, but Siri actually made full use of that Sage's Sanctuary, and even if he had to commit the first life, it was really the riding the winds that changed the fight because he pushed everyone out, and that was a saving grace for the side of Nongshim. And this was a bad fight for the side of Elevate because Azar was dead right from the get-go.
Yeah, and we noticed how effective Azar was there. And I mean, this was almost the part where Elevate came back, right? If it weren't for that split-second decision-making from Illusion, it would have been GG Game 2 to Elevate, but no thanks to anybody on their team other than the minions.
Yeah, so we know what the formula is. If you're winning, you need to end the game as fast as possible. And if you're losing, just drag it out, man. Get to that Tempest Dragon and make sure you secure it because it was the Tempest Dragon that really changed the whole scene on the side for Nongshim.
Yeah, you got a Tempest, drag it out. But that was it. That was the clean win there for Nongshim towards the end. Not clean overall because there was a lot of scrapping, especially towards that mid to late game, meaning that it was the first Tempest Dragon of the day this far. No steal from Mitsura though, so no Dragon Slayer going over to these teams just yet. But I feel like there's definitely something brewing. There is a $500 waiting to be flirted over to one of these teams within this series.
Yeah, honestly, if you're playing Yixing and you get a Dragon Slayer, I would be super impressed. Look, the damage from taking liberties is great, but like, is it enough to steal? It's not like Gun and Mo. It's not Fever Barrage from Marco. You know that it's a stretch.
Would you be that impressed that you would double the Dragon Slayer benefits?
Hey, I ain't giving no freebies here, but yeah, I would love to see that, right? $500 for whoever is a Dragon Slayer, $100 for every single member, simply because they help to create that scenario, that situation as well.
Yeah, definitely a detriment to these players that are able to steal these neutral objectives, but hey, Game 3 is just around the corner, right? So what are we feeling going into this one?
I think we might explore even more tanks going into the jungler. We have not seen too many Agudos so far. We have seen the Mankey already in the first series, which I'm quite surprised by. But these hero picks also then allows your opponent to go for big true damage heroes. Like Elevate was teasing the Tianwei just now. Tianwei is a very good counter pick against Agudo because of the amount of shred he has as well. But hey, it really comes down to it. Nongshim, they like to have heroes who have very big CC, AoE CC as well. And so far, they're playing that to a T. They have not used their trump card yet. To me, in my opinion, their Sun Ce, that is something that I'm waiting for on the Nongshim side.
Would you say the trump card's actually the Sunset, not the Dharma?
Yeah, I would believe. I mean, Kyong9 has been really successful with his Sun Ce, even from qualifiers all the way up to this point today. And I think that is one of the many options they can explore.
Plenty of options to explore, but we are going to be taking a short break for these teams to go to the Situation Room and think what they're going to go and do for Game 3. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. Short break coming through.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want.
I will send you back home on the board. Indonesia isn't far anyway.
Kebolehan Anda tiada tandingan untuk kami. Nikmati perlawanan terakhir Anda.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 3 Invitational of Honor of Kings. And we were just hearing there that there was a hint of boats, so maybe the Game 3 draft, there'll be a sunset coming through.
Yeah, you know what? It's not that far away. Yes, the concept is not that far away as well. So definitely, I think Sun Ce is definitely up for contention between the two teams. Obviously, Kyong9, a very proficient Clash laner. We've seen his performances in the qualifiers leading up to this day as well. It was a very scary combination with the Dolia, and I believe, yeah, they just used the Dolia, so I'm not sure what the combination is going to be for the Sun Ce as well. But definitely control for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, they've already taken those two great support picks off the side of Nongshim, so Faye is going to have to kind of like draw into more of the, not the obscure, but maybe the tankier side. Or we could see the likes of the Liang come through, which we saw yesterday. Definitely towards the latter part of the series is when we start to see picks like the Liang, the Ming as well.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we have seen teams adopt the traditional Liang strategy, right? Which in this case can be paired up with the Gun and Mo, it can be paired up with the Princess Frost. Essentially, the utility of having a Liang is not just to only stop the very important damaging heroes, but also set up for a free kill for your team.
Oh yeah, I mean, you don't want to kind of, this is the thing with the Liang as well, right? You don't want to just use that suppression willy-nilly. It's kind of, you have to make the most of it because you're a sitting duck at that point. Like, if you stay around and you're just in suppression, somebody can come from the backside and just take you down. But here is the overall global ban and pick this far, so both teams already exhausting the Orgrim. But other than that, there's as well as the Dolia as well.
It's pretty much an open field, at least in the farm lane, right? We still have heroes like the Arlie, we still have heroes like the Soyue. Plenty of high damage, high mobility, high burst function heroes. And at this point, I think we're in for a seesaw ride here, right? It's still back and forth because there's too many things to consider. The hero pool is still wide open.
Yeah, I feel like Elevate can't feed into Kyung9 in the early game because that's what we saw. That was the devastating blow in the start of the ripple effect in that game too for Nongshim RedForce. But like I was saying, they were able to get that great early game, but not able to convey that snowball effect into the late game. Yes, they ultimately got the win, but it wasn't as convincing in that mid game. So I feel like that's where Nongshim need to really polish it up if they do get the early game lead again. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be on Elevate's cards to say, look, we can't give them the early game because we really struggled to come back there.
Yeah. You know, side note, we want to thank all the viewers, especially coming to our channels and watch. We do read your comments as well. And I think I agree with you guys. I think at this point, Elevate definitely does have a stronger macro game, but Nongshim have improved tremendously. So I want to see what kind of draft they have on both sides to really make use of the strength to out-macro your opponents, because that seems to be the key to winning so far.
I mean, that's one of the greater details of some of these amazing teams that have graced us for the first time in Season 3 Invitational, is that these teams that are going to go on to do bigger and greater things are the teams that necessarily learn from those mistakes very early on. And we've had some Season 3 teams, not going to mention any, but they did not learn at all, and now they are on their way home, you know what I mean? So definitely a truer, a better talent and a better trait that Nongshim are showing for hopefully some of these other teams that didn't quite learn as fast as they did, because hey, they're in the top 6 for now, but can they make it to the top 4? That's what we're looking for in this best of 7. But Dolia and Diadea Bandit once more, it does leave open the Arlie for Elevate, so Azar getting another slippery marksman into the farm roll.
Yeah, so one of the benefits of the Arlie obviously is her mobility, so she's able to have good solo plays across the map. You can kind of leave Arlie alone for her to farm and try and make plays elsewhere on the map as well. Now, the big thing here is what does Nongshim have in mind? And I like this idea. Yeah, we were teasing it already. The Sun Tzu is going to make it out into the hero pool here for the side of Nongshim. Now, we all know how strong Kyung is on this Sun Tzu. So we have to see this work for the side of our JPKR region.
Yeah, the Yixing coming through as well for Illusion is just going to make sure that they're able to get that ultimate control. They're kind of the saying, look, hey, Mitsura had this pick last game, did good with it considering the outcome of the match, but we're going to do better. And the fact that they've paired that up with Kyung9's Sunset is absolutely devastating. But if we do look over to the side of Elevate, they've definitely got access into the back line for the banks of the lane. That said, dual Def on Sunset is going to be pretty huge for Elevate.
Yeah, it's actually a very strong hero to have, because it counters 2 of the picks you have here on the side of Nongshim, namely the Soyue and the Yixing as well. Simply because Death at Sunset will be able to get out of the World is My board with no difficulty at all. At the same time, you also force the Soyue to expand 1 stack of his passive, which will dwindle his escape and defensive mechanisms.
Yeah, interesting for Nongshim to keep focusing this support pool for the side of Ivalice, right? They just want to try and maybe force out a tank because they are banning out all the the beautiful enchantresses, and there we go. Even the beautiful enchanter himself, Sekir, gets taken out for the side of Nongshim. But do you think that they're setting up a Motsu here for the side of Nongshim, or even like a Zhongfei, just to make sure they're able to create that distance for Shoyu to shine? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, exactly. The two heroes that you mentioned, exactly the point they were looking at. I was actually considering a Zhangfei for Elevate as well, right? The ability to give the Leaping Savior shields is going to be monumental in team fights. Now, Elevate, they want to look for the poke and prod, so they will go with the Menki. Menki, one of the tankier heroes available in the hero pool left for themselves. And interesting, I like the Sunbin. Okay, Sunbin does, if you play it right at the usage of the time flux as well as the usage of the time lapse, it could very well hurt Nongshim's game. But Nongshim, I like this draft, very early game centric pay. If they can get an early kill onto a lane or early, it destroys the entire composition.
I mean, they've already proved that they can have a great early game, right? So why not draft the early game, one of the most sort of greatest potentials in terms of early game team comps, especially the jungler there, Pei. So Haku going on to a little bit of a difference between Dude and Pei. Pei not being able to soak as much damage, but Kyung9 on that big pick up into the clash lane is going to be pretty huge for Nongshim in terms of having that early game lead, I feel. But Sir Cloud was never a fan of the Sunbeam, but every time he doubted it, it came through for the team that picked it. So, like you say, time flux, the time lapse coming through, going to be really good for Ivalice, and we know that he's good at landing these shots when he needs to. That was displayed by Motsu in game 1, so I feel like the Sunbeam could have that same kind of influence in this game 3.
Yeah, I think majority of the focus on the side of Ivalice is actually to use a time flux rather than the time lapse at this point, right? Time flux, obviously you get to have a rebate in terms of life loss, right? So you get a portion of the health back based on the damage that's dealt to you. But I think the time lapse is actually to kind of break the combinations coming in from Nongshim, which could prove to be a saving point, especially when they're looking for example, there is a catch coming in from Kyung on that set sail, or it could even be the World is My Ball coming in from Illusion, right? Having a break in between so that they can't continue the combination of stuns could prove to be very valuable for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the Sunbin, it gives you room for error. You then get to kind of like have a second go. You are able to silence with the time lapse. It's a pretty huge disengage mechanic for the side of Elevate. So I feel like it is a good pick here. It all depends on Jizzix into these team fights. I feel like Monkey needs to have that great early game to sort of make sure he gets that passive up, to have that tankiness going into these team fights. But yeah, Elevate against Nongshim game 3. Yes, Nongshim have the early game, but I feel like Elevate have that second go. They have the do-over of the Sunbin.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think a lot of people, they have the mindset that, hey, Sunbin, defensive character, is used to save, during team fights, is to, save the mistakes. But when you have the advantage with a Sunbin in your team, it gets extremely scary for the opponent team as well, because Time Flux increases your movement speed. It gives you extra survivability. And imagine Zara having a lead. Imagine Elaine having a lead. Suddenly, the huge burst potential is amplified by increased movement speed, and they can come out of the blue.
Yeah, I mean, most times out of 10, we see the Elaine go for the sprint, right? So even if he exhausts his sprint, you've still got the use of that time flux, right? You're able to go in, use the movement speed increase, and then just have it gain yourself a second sprint. So there is a lot of utility within this Sunbin pick, and I feel like Nongshim banning out all those supports kind of forced them into this, but in a way, it's kind of rounded out Elevate's draft quite beautifully.
Yeah, and I think Maple Dance is also a very valuable skill set for the side of Elevate, because it does negate a lot of the different skills available on the side of Nongshim. So Nongshim, they have a very tough job, and I think it all stems from that Clash Lane fight, because it's a pure skill matchup here. Unfortunately, with the skill sets, whoever moves first with their skills loses, because you get to reposition and make your way out of the damage.
I think the most important thing here for Nongshim is make sure that Faye doesn't get taken out early, because the past 2 games, he's not had a great start, but he's definitely made up for it in the long run.
He's a Zhangfei, he's fine.
we say that. This is against Elevate. They can do many things.
Okay, and he gets a steal with the smite as well. So that's one of the benefits. I love myself a roam smite, and of all the heroes to have it on, Zhang Fei as well, because there's a potential now of actually forcing out objectives early and even stealing it away from your opponent. So I think Nongshim, just kit-wise, I like their kit a little bit better than what they have on Elevate at this point.
At this point, yeah, like we've already said and stated, that the early game seems to favor Nongshim this time around, but you have to make sure they get the early game right, and I feel like that's Elevate's #1 task in this first few minutes of Game 3, is to make sure that they don't get that early game, but right now...
Yeah, Hyde is probably going to die from this. He tries and will not. He gives the first blood away, and it's a perfect start for the side of Nongshim here. Not only that, they get the kill, they get the Lizard Camp away as well. So this is valuable EXP and gold going into the hands of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, going over to the hands of Haku as well, right? Like, we know that Monkey's already got, like, a very slow farm clear in terms of junglers overall, and Pei is very fast and furious, but... getting that first kill is going to mean that the XP lead is just ever so much edging in the favor of Haku for now. But again, this is now putting another task on Jizik's hands. He has to make sure that that growth doesn't keep maintaining.
Yep, and one of the benefits of this is the fact that if you have the lead, take a look at it. Illusion now, in his passive under the sliding stones, he's going to have more and more stacks simply because he can keep poking without the worry that they will be taken down as well. This is the advantage of having Haku actually snowball in the early game, because he gets to put down aggression. And if you're on the side of Nongshim, you get to kind of telegraph and understand that, hey, because they're on the defensive, Elevate is going to play in such a way, they're going to position in certain angles.
Yep, again, Haku just helping himself to the enemy jungle there, well, but we're going to get a bit of a highlight here to see how we got that first blood, and it was just so much damage from Nongshim, which we know that Pei offers in that early draft, and there they go, claiming the kill. They're only ahead by about 400 gold, but this is the kind of lead that can snowball into something greater.
Exactly, especially if you funnel the farm away from Ajisix. Actually, you know, Ajisix is not going to have a good time as well. Right now, it's another kill, and Nongshim, they force out the ultimate as well. It doesn't matter if they don't get the kill, they force out that big turnaround potential. Not only that, they reward themselves with the T1 on the top. Nongshim just in control.
Yeah, they know where to put the focus into this early game. They know Kyung9, he has the potential to have a fantastic early game. It's just what they do after it, right? We saw it in Game 2. They weren't able to sort of snowball it into a fantastic mid-game, but they're able to get the outcome that they desired. This time around, it looks like Nongshim are looking to perfect it.
Yep, and hear me out. Where is the counter initiation coming from Elevate when Hyde is not available? There is none. And Nongshim will take this fight any day.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the dream roll, but if you're playing from behind, you're going to be using it defensively, which we saw from Nongshim in Game 1.
And especially the series on the Soyue, you don't allow a Soyue to give you free hits. If he's getting free hits, the game is pretty much over.
Are you telling me you don't take wild wins to the face in your pub games?
No, I don't. I have good mechanical skills.
But the neutral objectives up right now for the side of these two teams. They are taking the Tyrant straight away. Fei just giving over some more damage over to Shoyu. So Siri's going to be hitting like a truck, if not already.
Yep, so the snowball effect from the lead they've gotten, thanks to, you know, Hyde feeding so much into the hands of Haku, it's going to be quite hard to turn around, because Nongshim, nobody has the ability to shut down Siri at this point. I mean, Azar can try to go in, but it's a huge risk, especially when Fei does have access to the unbridled outburst. And once again, the Fei line serve, Elevate, they lose again. So Nongshim, they take another turret. T2 this time, much more valuable.
Oh no, they're taking the eyes off the prize as well. I mean, Kyung9, you're giving him his second tier 2 turret, which means that set sail is going to be freebies.
And it's a double initiation here, and it looks like the Unbridled Outburst will be used defensively. At the same time, Elevate, they're forced to run around the map, which is not what they want to do at this point. They're already behind on gold, 2,000 in fact. They need to be farming. But Nongshim, this is the first time their macro is so strong.
It's very strong, yeah. Definitely the balance output is definitely unbalanced in terms of the side lanes, because we kind of see here that yes, Siri is now trying to sort of take this T1, but Kyung9 is definitely tipping the scales of the power of Nongshim right now, which they have to make sure they don't kind of play too much of it into Kyung9, because if he falls, and then that's kind of like where I feel Elevate may be able to kind of find like the chinks in the armor, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Elevate needs to call a pharmacist, right? They're trying to put a band-aid on the top lane, and every time they try to put that band-aid on, then Nongshim come in and give them another scratch at the bot lane. And take a look at it. Farm T1 should be down with this next week, which means it opens up the potential for them to go into the jungle on both ends on the side of Elevate. And as a Mankey that's behind on farm, that is not ideal.
It's not ideal, and as Haku on the side of Nongshim is already helping himself to his enemy jungle, it's not what he needed anyway. He had the green card to go into the enemy jungle already, but that opening that side lane, like you say, the T1 now down into the farm lane is going to make a lot more pressure. And speaking of pressure, hide here, maybe a diamond.
He's not in a safe place. Everyone locks him down, and Nongshim, they take a huge fight to count all 4 as well, the 4 remaining members. But Haku's low, so they will stave off a little bit and say, you know what, it's okay, we're not greedy, we will play the map instead. And Siri, all alone in his lonesome self, taking all the farm in the world.
He's happy as Larry. I mean, that's a farm lane's dream. Speaking as myself, if I was left down into the farm lane, just be able to stack up as much resources as possible, I would be the happiest guy. I'd think it was Siri's birthday, not Faye's birthday yesterday.
Yeah, putting the farm in farm lane at this point, and nobody's able to stop Haku at this point. This is a rare sight to see where Mankey is unable to tank up damage. So Haku, look at the decisions made and what he has come down to. He's forcing out the ultimates from Hyde as well, so no death at Sunset for the next fight. Nongshim, they definitely want to be aggressive now.
Yeah, they need to take this T1 in the mid lane, and that's just going to open right up for the side of Nongshim. This is looking like such a fatal draft here for Nongshim in this game 3, which they definitely want to be piling on the pressure after getting that win in game 2.
Yeah, they definitely have polished up the gameplay as well. Nongshim looking so dominant in this match. And, you know, Faye, I think he's very comfortable here. He does have access to the Unbridled Outburst. At this point, Ivalice, he doesn't provide much in teamfights anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look at the side of Elevate. They're every lane, their level is lower than their counterparts, so they aren't going to have that necessary damage to try and counter Faye right now. And he has the Unbridled Outburst, he has his Rage up as well, so he can just unleash the Unbridled Outburst whenever he wants to. But I feel like they're popping it up at the right moment, try and exhaust some more distance between Siri and the rest of Elevate coming into the next team fight. But look at that gold difference. It's around about 4K. It's definitely getting out of hand.
Okay, they catch onto 2 with the board as well. Here comes the boat in the front lines. The back lines, they can't do anything. There's no access. They try for a Deathbed Sunset, already committed by Hyde.
No.
But it's not going to be enough because Nongshim, they're just too far ahead. Even Haku is able to take so much damage, and Nongshim, they take 1 kill. They take the map as well. T2 in the mid being threatened, and Nongshim, they still have the option to go for more aggression.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait and switch there. They're able to get the T2 down into the farm lane and absolutely do a lot of damage onto the T2 into the mid lane, as well as taking the Tyrant. So everything in that little interaction there was going into the favor of Nongshim. They got the map, they got the kills, they got the resources, literally everything.
Yeah, but Nongshim, you know, on the side of Haku, he only starts the fall off maybe at the 15, 16, 17 minute mark, right? So it's a long way to go for Elevate to try and mount this comeback. And once again, Kyung9, level 12, he's just ahead of everyone. Level with logistics is not what you want on the side of Elevate.
But yeah, level 14 Haku is crazy at this point. We was like, hey, he's going to fall off at like 15, 16 minutes. At this point, he's scaled way past that point of the 9-minute mark. He should be a lot weaker than he is right now, but Nongshim has definitely been given over all the resources, and unfortunately, Elevate's been playing into it.
Yeah, and you know, for those of you that are saying that, hey, this is a timer on the side of Nongshim, that's fine. The timer on Haku matters less because late game Siri is a total beast. And right now, T3 is going to be opened up and Elevate, their base gets exposed.
Yes, that's not what you want going into the 10-minute mark with these shadow neutral objectives popping up as well. I mean, they could go, they have slim pickings. They could be like, you know what, we can go for the Tyrant, we can go for the Overlord. Which one do you want to go for? We have the pressure in this lane, which to the counterpoint of Elevate is definitely the big negative going into this game 3. This is not the Elevate we saw in game 1. They were clear, they were precise, they were surgical with the way they were rotating. And right now, Nongshim's like, why pick 1? Go for 2.
Yep, I love this. The double neutrals, that's a big strat. That shows you how big of a lead a team is in. And Nongshim, yeah, they are about 7,000 gold ahead. I will call that a big lead.
Oh, yeah, I would say so too. I mean, it's still classed as the mid game. 7k in mid game is pretty good for the side of Nongshim, and it's showing on the Gorge. We don't mean to keep saying Nongshim's going to win this one, but they are putting the pressure onto the high ground turret down into the farm lane. So that's 2 gone down pre-12 minutes, and the World is My Board is looking to just try and close out G6 here.
Oh, nice land on the boat as well, but they try for it still. Heidi's giving his life for it.
Oh, no.
It's not gonna work. Nongshim, they take 1 kill, and it might be even more. The Dragon is gonna reach the base on the side of Elevate, gonna be quickly taken down, but it's the pressure across the other lanes that are going to be a pain in the behind of Elevate. Elevate, G6 going to mount and be that front line, but it's not looking good. The Green Roam committed defensively once again, and Misura does not have the destructive solution. They're falling low. Bolt comes in, and Kyung9 once again with the control, as Haku looking to clean up a G6 as well. Gonna give his life, but it doesn't matter. 4 members on the side of Nongshim. They're looking to end the game. And it is just delaying the inevitable, as Nongshim have 3 lanes of Flying Dragons.
Yeah, first blood going over to the side of Elevate at 11 minutes, but maybe more here.
They are going in for it. Siri on the back lines. He is going to be in danger, but not for long, because Nongshim now is just a G6 against the world. And Nongshim, if they have it their way, this series is going to be a 2-1. The lock away, the keep away. And Nongshim, they get 2-1 in this best of 7 series.
Yeah, Faye there towards the end. Just using the upright light burst, saying, just stay back, buddy. Like, honestly, you don't want to get hurt. You've already lost about maybe 10 kills to us. Let's just make it 10. Let's round it off as even. We like even numbers, not odds, but that was a great display by Nongshim. Again, learning even further into this series. We saw game 1, not a great display from Nongshim. Game 2, very good early game, but not quite translated into the mid to late game. Still getting the positive outcome towards the end, but then Nongshim was just like, okay, we'll play the early game, but we'll play the late. We'll play the mid. We won't even get to the late game.
Yep, exactly. And here's the thing. I know we have thrown a lot of shade onto Pei since last year, but Pei is a really strong pick, and especially when you can secure that early game lead and that advantage. Look at the result of this, right? Nongshim just had no signs that they were letting loose of any control across the map.
I mean, at Hauler TV was the one throwing the shade at Pei, right? But I mean, he's had the buff recently, so I feel like he definitely, it makes more sense, especially when you're playing on the dominant foot. And Nongshim already kind of had that early game motion going into it, so all they needed to do was kind of just tweak their draft a little bit to make sure that their early game was even more ferocious. And Kyung9 and Haku in that one was just fantastic once more.
Yeah, so every time I see a Sun Ce coming out from Kyung9, it is a guaranteed win. Right? I mean, you have to pay your dues at this point. You have given one of the strongest heroes over to the side of Nongshim, especially into Kyung9. And let's take a look at the itemization. I mean, I really love this on the side of Nongshim. Look, we aren't even into the later parts of the game. They can't even hit the 6 slotted items on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, no, a true struggle in there from the side of Elevate, trying to just even match the pace. We were really hoping that the Sunbeam meant more to them going into this game 3, but it just actually didn't pay any kind of dividends for Evilus in this whole game. It was just a Haku and Kyung9 show. Maybe that's why they focused up into the clash lane as well, because they knew that if they tried to kind of get the ganks up down into the farm lane, they wouldn't have had as easy of a time with Evilus on the Sunbeam, right?
Yeah, simply because if you can shut down Hyde, like I said, there is no counter work. It requires Haku to dive, Kyung9 to dive, and even Faye to dive, right? Which exposes your backline. So if Hyde actually had farm in this game, their backline would have been decimated by Hyde alone. So it's a very smart idea. Not only do they stifle the growth, they also feed themselves, and take a look at the very steady growth coming out from Nongshim.
Yeah, definitely a lot different compared to the last gold graph we're seeing, because we saw it kind of flitter towards Nongshim in the early game, and then towards the end it was definitely in the favor of Elevate, but this time it was just kind of like a golden run for the side of Nongshim this time around, and finished off with 9 kills to 1, and all the neutral objectives going over to the side of Nongshim means that Haku rightfully deserves that MVP, right? Siri in game 2, Haku in game 3. Fantastic display. 4, 1, and 3. Damage dealt 30%. He did what Siri couldn't do.
Yep, the claws and the fangs. This guy put the tiger spirit into the team as well. So let's take a look at how this came to be. The first blood onto Hyde was such a big, important moment for the side of Nongshim because now they actually identify a weakness that they can take advantage of in lane.
My only problem is, obviously, we're seeing these highlights and we're meant to be highlighting Nongshim here because obviously they won this game 3, but I feel like Elevate just need to basically, in this next break, be like, right, okay, they clearly focused up into the Clash lane. We need to make sure we counter that going into game 4.
Yep, it's really understanding what the win condition is, right? And the options that are available for your draft to not just win team fights, but also if you're fighting from behind, where is the turnaround capabilities on this composition you have gotten for yourself? So at this point, I think Nongshim has shown tremendous growth since we have last seen them, simply because of these little concepts that, you know, non-competitive players might miss out. So this is a big lesson. I mean, if you're looking for growth, look at how Nongshim was playing just about half to 7 months ago, and look at the Nongshim now. This is a very different JPKR region squad.
Yeah, I mean, these global teams are definitely growing at a fast rate, and we can even say the same thing for Blacklist Esports, right? Like, this team just took down a team that had years of experience. These guys have probably had, what, 7-8 months tops? So definitely the year of the underdog so far in this Season 3 Invitational of Honor of Kings. But I just want to give a props there to Young9. Like, he was on Sunset. We didn't see many set sails. He didn't need to. His lane was completely decimated. But then towards the end, we got that fantastic crucial crowd control of 3. But are we going to get any more crucial crowd controls in the form of Dharma in this game 4 for Young9? You'll have to wait, and we'll go for a short break, guys, but don't go anywhere.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of the quarterfinals of the Season 3 Invitational of Honor of Kings. I am Blem, and with me is Ken, and so far, we're currently seeing a red run for Nongshim RedForce this far, but is that going to change in this game 4?
I mean, it's knockouts day 2, right? So you definitely want to knock out the competition, and you want to do it quickly because you don't want to allow them to have that chance and space to take a breath and recompose themselves. So here's a recap of the global bans and picks. Now we're left with a couple of farm laners in the farm lane. We still have the Arlie available for the side of Nongshim, I believe. Yes, and there's still the Marco. Plenty of options to explore. We haven't really hit the part where people have to dig deep into this series yet.
Not just yet. I mean, there's certain roles that it's slowly dwindling, right? Like in the farm lane for the side of Elevate, I feel like they're exhausting a lot of their top picks, whereas Nongshim, they forced out the Fang in game 1, which means they still have the likes of the Nurinja, they have the Ali in their clasps as well. But honestly, I could see that we might be getting the likes of like a Marco Polo this time around because of what we've already seen and drafted this far into the farm lanes for both of these, and maybe even Azar gets his Marco Polo this time, which we know is a stable pick of his.
Yeah, but with that being in mind, right, I would like to remind you of the performance of Nongshim in the qualifiers as well. They actually had a series against Scars where they saved the Ogryn up to the closer battle, right? Closing battle and closing a match of the series, and of which they had too much of an advantage. So I think Elevate needs to be really careful here on saving certain heroes to be able to counter the Ogryn, because that is definitely coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be probably the first series we've seen of any of the Season 3 Invitational if we didn't get an Ogryn in any of them. And I mean, an Ogryn not to service for your team at a best of 7 is a pretty huge flex. But, oh, the scoreboards are completely wrong there. It's 2-1 to Nongshim, by the way, guys, watching at home. So Nongshim are currently in the lead. Elevate needing to try and take this game 2 from them to try and equalize it. But there we go. Set straight. Thank you very much, guys. But Lu Bang being the prior ban for the side of Nongshim.
Okay, so this means they might want to go for huge burst compositions. We have seen heroes like the Prince of Lanling being executed yesterday, almost in a very clean fashion as well. This could open up assassin role junglers, something like the Jing, something like the Luna, right? These are things that Nongshim hasn't really shown in their kit yet, but I'm pretty sure they can prepare this as well.
I feel like with Nongshim, they just keep banning out this Musashi because obviously, it's Jizik's one of his favorite picks, but then at the same time, they're like, we're banning out the Musashi, or we're going to pick the Ogryn now, are we going to do it? But they just keep teasing it, and they're just not bringing it out just yet. But it is going to be picking off the farm lane first pick here, Lady Sun. As I've already said, they're expanding. So far, we're into game 4, and a lot of that farm lane's already gone.
Yeah, and this could be the traditional Ming and Lady Sun combo. So let's see what Elevate has in mind, right? They are under the red side, so this is going to be a counter pick strategy. They start off with the Princess Frost and the Dun, two very controlling heroes. I like where this is going, but what is the formula here, right? Because it's forced entry. What else is in cooking and brewing in the lineup of Elevate?
Yeah, I feel like they need a little bit more burst damage here. I feel like that's maybe where the Marco Polo will actually sit well into this team comp, because you've got Dune with the Unruly Blade. There we go. There's the Ogryn. They're like, no, yeah, we're going to bring it out in game 4, see if we can take a 3-1 this far. But I feel like I like the Dune with the Princess Frost because of obviously the Unruly Blade being paired with the Winters here, trying to get on top of your enemy team and then laying down that huge AoE ultimate. But they are going to get the Ogryn and Liempo combo for the side of Nongshim. And this is one of my favorite pairings when it comes to an Ogryn.
Yep, it is. It's actually quite devastating for the side of Elevate, because the Liempo will be the one responsible to eat up all of the CC given to the side of by the side of Elevate, right? So this Frigid Prison is not going to be as effective if they actually try to land it onto this Liempo, which will be played either by Faye or Kyung9 in the Clash lane as well. Now Elevate, they go for the Dolia. This opens up a couple of things. I would presume it's going to be the constant cycle of the Unruly Blade for the side of Elevate.
Potentially. I mean, we could see the Sunset come through for the side of Elevate as well, right? So they get more set sails, use the strategy that Nongshim would like to use, but they exhausted these two heroes in 2 different games. But it looks like Elevate are trying to just get rid of that burst damage onto the side of Nongshim, because we have the Lady Sun, which can pack a punch. She does damage over time, but it's that burst damage we need from Nongshim's roster. I feel like that's what we're missing in that mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think they will go for the Ming combination on the side of Nongshim, because if they go for the Ming, I fear there's not enough damage coming in from the side of Nongshim in the early to mid stages of the game, right? And with that, they will secure the Lady Zhen. So the classic matchup, right? Who's better, Lady Zhen, Princess Frost? It's not the hero, it's the player.
It is definitely the player, but I mean, getting to match that Destructive Deluge with the Winters here could be quite a big deterrent for the side of Nongshim as well, but they're rounding it all out, and it's actually going to be Kyung9 on the lane here, so a very good access into the back line, and oh, we're getting a Mungya.
Okay, I like this pick. Both teams very valid in the way that they are thinking about this. A lane, obviously, in the hands of Kyung9 will be super aggressive, and it pairs well against the Mungya, right? Because he's not the most mobile hero in the entire game. But with this, it also then exposes a couple of weaknesses on the backlines on the side of Nongshim. This puts a lot of pressure onto Mitsura. He needs to make sure his combination lands. If Mitsura does not have a good game, Nongshim will run rampant across this Elevate lineup.
There's a big potential, but I mean, pairing it with a Dolia, I mean, we've already kind of alluded to the fact that it might be the fact of enhancing the Unruly Blade, just getting a few more of those out when needs be, but could we be seeing, instead of a Missile Mayhem, just a Missile Barrage ×2, just loads and loads of ultimates coming from Mungya?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea as well, right? But that requires you to have a very solid front line. And I think that strategy best used as a keep away rather than an initiation move. Like, example, they're taking those neutral objectives, then you want to make sure that you keep them away, of which I would presume their Clash lane will be the one responsible for giving them vision so that that ultimate can be put to full use.
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way. And the fact that Hyde's gone for the Byron as well. So Byron against a lane into the Clash lane. I mean, in terms of performance, both of these Clash laners have definitely performed to their best. But so far, 2 games back-for-back, Kyung9 is definitely looking like the stronger one. But in terms of actual hero matchups, Byron, most times out of 10, takes that 1v1.
I think in terms of like execution of the draft, I think it's much easier for the side of Nongshim to get their formula right. And you can definitely expect in the early stages of the game, there is going to be constant pressure in the mid as well as the Clash lane, right? You want to shut down this Princess Frost so that she doesn't have that turnaround capability in team fights. And likewise on the side of Elevate, they want to shut down, Nongshim, they want to shut down this lane. Elevate wants to shut down the lane, because that will definitely be hard to deal against when your backline is exposed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't want an lane on top of the Azar or Mitsura too early on within this fight, because they need to make sure that Azar gets those items up. But Faye taking those blows, but he can do. He's Liempo this time around.
Yeah, and it's important, right? So here's the formula on the side of Elevate. If they want to shut Faye down, they have to make sure that he rotates and loses out in terms of EXP. So this means they need to go on the corresponding lanes, and which is why they need to put a lot of pressure onto Kyung9. You kill 2 birds with 1 stone here, you do another farm on Kyung9, you do another EXP on Faye, and suddenly you are much stronger in the team fights.
I mean, the attention to detail for the side of Elevate this time around seems to be like it's more coordinated around the bot side of the map, which we've seen plenty of time again. They're kind of hoping that Hyde in this 1v1 matchup can just hold his own this time around, but they got to make sure they don't underestimate the Kyung9, right? Like, he's been able to come back and throw us off guard so many times.
Yeah, and also bear in mind, okay, Nongshim, actually Faye is able to bait out quite a number of skills from Azar and Ivalice as well. So this is a big concern for the side of Elevate fans, right? Nongshim, if Faye plays his cards right, I don't think they'll ever get the perfect initiation coming in from Elevate.
Potentially, but I mean, there's room for mistakes, and Nongshim just got to make sure that their heads aren't getting too big with those 2 back-to-back wins for now. But we are seeing Elevate actually take the lead in terms of the resources by about 500 gold, which again isn't a lot. As if they can try and get first blood for themselves, okay, could be the turning tide that they need in this game for.
Yep, not going to be too aggressive at this point. This first rotation by Mitsura didn't have any much value at this point, simply because the Kyung9 was playing really safe. But this rotation by Illusion could make the world's difference. I think it was actually spotted out by Ivalice here, so they're pretty much safe at this point.
Yeah, no, it definitely was cut off before it was even made to make any impact. But we are seeing that Haku is trying to invade the enemy jungle as well, get some more resources, trying to make sure that that gold lead goes over to the favor of Nongshim. But right now, we haven't seen that Organ just pop off just yet. We need to wait for those items to come through. But I do have to say that Azar on this Munga has definitely been very oppressive, tries to keep away the side of Nongshim in the farm lane.
It might not be enough, right? Because since you allowed Haku to steal a couple of camps, look, there hasn't been an attempt to steal away camps from the side of Nongshim by the Elevate players. And this is a cause for concern, because if you allow the Ogryn to over-level and put you in a position where you're playing from behind, especially as a Tun, J6 is not going to be able to tank for the team, which, you know, really severely impacts the firepower coming out from Azar.
Yeah, I think that maybe they're just trying to play it safe, which can be sometimes the best scenario, especially when you're already playing from behind. You don't want to make too many mistakes in the early game, which may have been the fault of Elevate in the past 2 games. But you can kind of see where they're going with this, especially the fact we're getting to that 4-minute mark, and Haku's already contesting a lot of these jungle camps onto the side of Elevate as well, just to make sure they can try and get a lead. But Elevate, regardless of that fact, are still maintaining their farm.
Oh yeah, I think at this point, simply because nobody is playing overly aggressive, status quo, right? And until maybe this point of the match, 4 minutes in, where the neutral objectives are up, this could be the turning point for either team. So they have to be really careful about the way they take this fight. And looks like Nongshim, they will just give it up for now.
Yeah, giving the Tyrant over to Elevate, I mean, it's good. It's good for Elevate. It's not the worst thing for Nongshim. Obviously, the Azure Golem is a lot more useful for the side of Nongshim than having to go down, rotate, and might not even get the Tyrant at that point because they already started it very early for Elevate. But they still have the chance of going for the Overlord. Haku here is having not much of an advantage over J6 just yet.
Yeah, I love the game sense coming out from Kyung9. Right, he understands that, hey, hang on, it is going to be an attempt to pressure them on the back. Potential first blood, J6, the flash away, and it's going to be a huge turnaround. Where's the backup? Everyone is leaving J6 alone, but here comes the Winter is here. They finally get the damage down, and it's going to be Fade. First blood, and suddenly Elevate comes to life as J6, he gets away scot-free. In the meantime, Haku is trying to make the world's difference to the side of Nongshim, but nothing is working. And Elevate, they take this lead and they run away with it. Maybe they want to turn this around. Haku once again gets the ultimate, but it's 4 different members on the side of Elevate here. He cannot take this fight. Meanwhile, on the top as well, Kyung9 holding his own against Hyde. Elevate just suddenly turn up the pace.
Yeah, a lot cleaner for Elevate in this one. They're able to not only get the first blood, but it's only literally hanging on by the skin of its teeth is that T1 down into the farm lane. So they got a lot from that trade.
Yeah, the timing was impeccable by the side of Elevate. Props to J6 here. They recognize that, hey, this is the opening moment. And once again, Haku might be out of position here. They lay down, the winner is here. It's not going to be enough because here comes the knock-up onto 2. And somehow they still survive. They trade out Mitsura, but they can get 2 kills on their own on the side of Elevate. Now it's made into a horrendous situation for Nongshim.
Yeah, losing Haku this early on in the game is not the best outcome for the side of Nongshim right now. They're trying to get this it's T1 into the mid lane for Elevate, so this is again trying to reap the rewards from that last team fight, and it looks like they're able to get in, so definitely a stronger Elevate comparing what they've got in terms of the farm lane. So Munga, not quite the conventional pick we've been seeing. They're still keeping that Marco Polo available for when they need it, but the rest of the side of Elevate with the Dolia, the Princess Frost, the Dune, all paying dividends.
Look, J6 is fine here. Here comes the cavalry as well on the backlines. Azar popping those ultimates as well. The flash comes in from behind. Can he get the kill though? Everyone is low on the side of Nongshim, but they make it out. The ultimate dropped by Haku as well, but he's in the middle of 5. Azar, he gets the amplify his farm. This is a huge win for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, we're slowly seeing that jungle difference in the gold lead there. So around about 600 gold just in that lane alone, right? And then if you look over to the farm lane as well, that's 1k difference between Azar and Siri. This is definitely the game for the Elevate needed to get back in their stride.
Yep, he's slicing them open. Shadow Reaper, Eternity Blade going for the Daybreaker as well. And if everything continues as it is, Elevate is just going to be an absolute monster. 3,000 gold ahead. They now have access into the Overlord.
Dare I might say they might elevate into Game 4?
Yep, definitely. So, I mean, that was one of the fastest Overlord takes I've seen.
I blinked and I missed it. It's just like, oh, they're going for it. Oh, it's gone.
Yep, so it's a dangerous situation here for Nongshim. While 3,000 isn't that big of a lead just yet. The main concern here is the fact that nobody's able to force Azar out of position. Everything is set in motion for Elevate to take advantage of this 3,000 goal lead they have.
And the fact that they've lost their T1s as well, it just means that Siri can't farm up, but Haku here getting caught out.
Yep, it's not a good situation on the backlines. Kyung9 is falling low as well. 5 members strong. They don't care about the damage on the side of Nongshim. They want it and they will come for it. Now mid lane, this T2 is put under pressure again. 2 lanes, top and mid, cleared out of minions, and Elevate should have access into these T2s.
Yeah, this looks personal on the side of Elevate, right? There was like, man, you got an early game on us. We're going to try and get one on you. But we've seen a bit of a bait here from the side of Elevate, getting a T1, taking the focus away. A T2, sorry, into the clash lane. T2 into the mid lane, just pushing back Nongshim, just pulling back on the lead that is Nongshim.
Yep, and the timing is pretty good on the side of Elevate, right? So they take this turret in the timing that allows them to really make use of the cooldown deficit on their ultimates here. So once again, they have an option to go for the re-engage. And it's not a good situation because the farm is lacking on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, farm. It's the one thing they could really seriously improve on here, right? I mean, we see the Sparkforge dagger be built here onto Kyung9 just to try and get some more wave clear. But at this point, if they can't get past like the 12-minute mark, what's the point of the Sparkforge dagger other than trying to just do a little bit more damage over time and more of a reach for the Kyung9 here?
Yeah, and the map is really congested for the side of Nongshim, right? They have only taken the singular T1 on the bot in the farm lane, and this means they are essentially held back and put on lockdown. They can only traverse their own half of the map.
Yeah, they've got to make sure that they can try and do something here. I mean, Nongshim, they just need a good team fight. So far, I haven't seen Faye and Haku actually combine the Liempo and the Orgren together that well, but Ibanez is playing some great vision gameplay here.
Oh yeah, I mean, Adolia, right? And playing in the water as well. So apt for this performance so far. And with the Wave Breaker, just making them slow. And look at this opening potential for Hyde. Hyde has been on point so far.
Yeah, so far, I mean, there we go. Haku maybe getting caught in the thick of it once more. Wavebreaker just trying to keep the rest of the side of Nongshim down, but they have to pay some attention to that high ground turret.
Okay, they actually go in with the Tremor Smash as well, but here comes the save on the backlines. Hyde catches the backlines! Nobody survives here! Illusion and Siri, they're out of damage. Kyung9, he can't go in alone as well. They give it up, and it's going to be Haku against the world, but the world is full of pain, and he will not survive at this point. The chase down as Hyde gets the killing spree, and once again, Faye taken down time and time again. Kyung9 watches in despair as Elevate just decimate the base. And game number 4, it might be Elevate's here. All it takes is just a little bit of time. And Elevate, the generals will not be stopped.
Yeah, what was once the driving force of Nongshim in those past 2 games has been resulted to being the quaint guard dog of that base in game 4, but this is definitely looking like it's going to go the country mile, Ken. We are going tit for tat in these rounds, 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Could we see a 3 for 3 go through?
Oh yes, definitely. And you know what? Look, the people that are waiting for the ultimate battle, congratulations. I am on the broadcast. You will get it today.
It's seeming that way. It's definitely seeming that way. Hauler definitely got the long straw in this one, and I got the short straw as we go for this one. But to be honest, I do love this matchup. It's not like it's been sort of very coy. It's been all brawling. It's been very good plays by both of these teams in terms of the Gorge domination as well as the team fight outplays as well.
Yep. Actually, you know what? They kind of played Nongshim in their heads as well, because I think there were a couple of rotations by Haku in preparation for the defense of Kyung9. They also made Kyung9 play really safe. There were so many moments that Mitsura was waiting for him in the top sides of the brush. He never went out. And just the delay there actually caused them to have the advantage. And, you know, unfortunately, first blood coming from the farm lane with Nongshim really did cost them this game itself.
Yeah, it's like what we were saying in the conclusion of game 3 was like they need to pay attention to up into the clash lane. Like if we see like the jungler like Haku go up there and sort of give aid to Kyung9, then they need to stop it. But this time around, it was just like, no, we'll just let Baby sit in the corner. He can do whatever he wants to, and we won't give him the lead. We won't bring the kills to him, which I feel like was a good call there. But Elevate in this game 4, definitely a different beast. Same kind of team we saw in game 1 with a little bit of a finesse on the Mungia.
Oh yeah, very clean gameplay, right? They understood what their win conditions were, and they ticked essentially every box or every check box that was required, right? So number one, you give Azar the farm. Take a look at the damage dealt, 24%. At the same time, you also allow Ajisix the level and gold advantage against Haku, which is phenomenal when you're playing in a Dun Ogryn matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean, let's look at this gold graph. It's definitely reminiscent of that game 1 from Elevate there, but this is definitely the comeback they needed. They didn't want to be down another round. I mean, imagine Elevate going into this one and it's a 3-1 score. So again, good comeback for the Philippine representatives this time around. They don't want to go down in the quarterfinals without a fight, and it is going to be a Jizzix, the absolute anchor in the play style, in the playmaking, is going to be MVP of Game 4, soaking out 38% of damage.
Yep, the junglers, they have arrived in this portion of the competition, just showing us what the base foundation is. Tank jungle, 30% at least. And I mean, Ajisix did his job so well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Two kills on the board as well, but we're going to be seeing how you're able to secure this MVP in these highlights. But it was definitely from that early rotation, right, that we saw down into the farm lane. This was just the onset to the onslaughter.
Yep, you know what? I actually thought they were in a horrible position because Siri actually used his splash to get out way ahead of Ajisix. But it was Mitsura who actually saved the day with his Windpage here. Very prominent use. Even if he gives his life, the main point was that they had the tank, and look at how much protection and freedom Azar had. Nobody was near him at all, and with those missiles flying down, it was a rainfire on the side.
Absolutely, the missile mayhem was definitely hitting in terms of just keeping the side of Nongshim away, because I mean, if that's hitting you before you're even into the team fight, it does so much damage, so you're already starting on the wrong foot. You've got your right foot in your left shoe, and it doesn't quite feel comfortable, but here it is. There's that impressive backline jump for Hyde. It's so beautiful, shutting down Siri, shutting down Illusion, so both of the big damage dealers in that team fight.
Yep, Hyde was like, hey, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. This is exactly what you did to me in the previous games in the series. And I mean, this is redemption for Hyde. Look, we've seen the comments. A lot of you are questioning whether Hyde has the potential, and Hyde definitely has the potential.
Yeah, he played that game to great potential for the side of Elevate. He was definitely putting some respect back on his name that he lost in those 2 back-to-back loses.
Yep, and I think we will be going for a short break. With that being said, when we're back, look, it's neck and neck. Don't move away. When we're back, we will see who's able to take the lead in the 5th game of this best of 7 series. I'm sorry, am I giving the wrong information here? No, it's not. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about this series here. Look, I'll be honest, I think the way that this series is going, we're headed into the ultimate battle for sure. Now, the issue here is who is going to enter into the ultimate battle with the momentum, right? With the emotional security, knowing that they have outplayed their opponents in that last game.
I mean, you say that, but at the same time, if you are the last point getting into that ultimate battle and you've given your all, getting into that 3-3, I feel like that is just as devastating as getting into it as on your best foot, right? So I feel like the team to lose that last game going into the ultimate battle may be on the better foot for me personally, because you're going in, you're like, right, okay, let's cleanse. Let's get back into this. Let's just choose a solid draft. Let's put all faith in coach, and we'll hopefully just outperform this time around.
All right, so with that being said, it is finally time. We go for the break. When we're back, let's see who takes the lead in this best of 7 series.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes sweat and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to lie. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. I am Blam, and with me is Kindofu, and right now we are definitely going tit for tat in this best of 7 between Elevate and Nongshim RedForce, but Elevate making a clean statement in that game 4 there. But now it's all to play within Game 5 as this starts to slowly come into fruition that these hero pools are definitely dwindling for both of these teams.
Yep, Lady Sun exhausted for the side of Nongshim, right? Not the result that they wanted, but hey, it's a competition, right? So I think it's really important now to kind of recognize what kind of strategy do you want to go with, right? So far, it has been the traditional tanky jungle, and then we have a huge burst in between, and massive controls coming out from the team lineup, right? We have not seen the assassin role jungles coming in. We have not seen the suppression heroes come in as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can also coin on that same sentiment and say we haven't been seeing the assassin mid lanes come through, because in Season 3, it seems to be that the draft and the meta is all about control, right? Like getting those control mages into the mid lanes, the likes of the Princess Frost, the Yixing, the Lady Jen as well. So a lot of control is needed to seem to be taking this victory. It's just all about who's got the best foot of the best hands on the controller. Let's stop talking about feet. Let's talk about hands for once. Having those hands on the control mages is definitely what they need to do, but it is definitely running low as we get into Game 5.
Okay, so both teams have already exhausted the Dahlia, right? In this case, we might still see the Shangguan, but it is in a very situation-specific way.
Yeah.
Now, this time, Nongshim, they come back onto the blue side, first pick, Elevate once again on the counter pick initiative.
They love being on this counter pick, to be honest. I mean, it's serving them well. It served them well in that previous game, so it means that, like, Nongshim must be really wanting that Prio Blue pick. I mean, Lady Sun Prio Blue, was it the best thing they should have gone for? They've exhausted, again, another good farm lane in a loss here. Last time it was the Fang, but not as sort of detrimental. But this time it's Lady Sun, so there'll be none of that kind of, like, Ming Lady Sun combo coming through. Or will we see that Erin Ming combo come through that we saw on Impunity yesterday?
Yeah, it could also be the Garo Ming, right? Garo, I mean, it's a very specific situation pick because Garo does well against shielded heroes and armored heroes. So unless that condition is fulfilled, I don't think we'll see a Garo. But in any case, the first few bans, stock standard, is going to be a Diadea coming out for the side of Nongshim. And they ban out the Sunta. They know how dangerous this is. Elevate, going to take out the Mai.
Yeah, I mean, we was thinking that Elevate were going to take the Sunset last game, especially having the Dahlia on their side here, but they decided not to take it, and I think Nongshim's definitely called their bluff. They're like, right, let's keep on track of what these guys have actually selected, And it's the same for the side of Elevate. They're kind of making sure that Kyung9 doesn't get that Dating Dharma pick. And they go for the Lubang as the prio pick on Nongshim. So again, this could either go into the clash lane, which we see a lot more times out of 10 than we normally see into the support role.
Yep, and you know what? Liu Bang fits perfectly into the playstyle of Kyung9 as well. That's a very scary first pick. But Elevate, they have the Azar special. It's going to be the Marco Polo.
Marco Polo is going to be paired with something like the Zhongfei. Oh, okay, we're going to get the Chao this time around. So again, Nongshim, I believe it was game 3 where they banned out all the supports on the side of Elevate, and the Chao was one of them, so they knew this was coming.
Yeah, and bear in mind, this is a flex pick as well. Da Chao can go into the mid, he can still go into the roam as well. So this really puts pressure onto Nongshim. Once again, Elevate get the option of counter pick.
They do get the option of counter pick here, but it's going to be Nongshim Siri that's going to be picking up the Ali this time. Obviously, it didn't quite perform on Azar, but it's looking like Siri is going to try and put his name on the claim for that one. But the Huan here as well could be mid lane, could be jungle. Still some guessings within these flex picks.
Okay, you know what? Musashi definitely makes sense here. You have access into the RD. Even if she uses the lift step, you can kind of come in. But we do have a debut pick here. Elevate. Want to shake things up with the Miyue. Miyue could go into the jungle. It could go into the clash. A very prominent 1v1 hero.
Yeah, very strong pick. I mean, when this when this hero first came out in my pubs, I was like, man, I hate it. It drove me away from Clash Lane.
I mean, I just didn't have the best time fighting against Miyue, and
no,
I'm
definitely
curious
not.
to see how Elevate is going to make life difficult for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, the ban at the Musashi, obviously that was Nongshim's card for the previous 4 games of this series. And this time around, I was like, no, you know what? We're going to ban it out. We don't want you to pick it because obviously you got the Huan that could still be flexed into the mid lane. But they're going to ban out the Shut for the side of Nongshim. They don't want to let that control mage go over to Elevate. Again, kind of trying to call their bluff on this Da Chao.
Yep, one of the weaknesses on the side of Nongshim is the fact that if they're repositioned, especially the early or the Yuan, it makes life extremely difficult for their team. And looks like they want to go for the big strats. So Tianwei going to be picked up by Elevate. Is it confirmed yet? It is. It's going to be locked in as well.
Yep, Tianwei on a Jizzix. We've seen him already in the first game of the group stages. He picked this one to round out the Gen G game, and it played beautifully. And to be honest, with the likes of the Mue, it's going to be very oppressive in this one. He's got to make sure that his farm is very fast in that early game. But here we go. Nongshim bringing out the Yukio Tachibana as well.
Okay, now this is a tough one to fight, right? Because both teams, look, the win conditions, Nongshim, much more mobile draft because Ukyo has a lot of mobility early as well. Yuan able to just weave in and out of fights. But Elevate, death ball composition, they want to be in your face.
In your face, and they want to be in place of winning an extra $500, it seems, because we have Mitsura on his newer pick, which we know he's the only player to claim the Dragon Slayer this far in Season 3 Invitational as well. But it's looking like we're going to be seeing the Angela in the mid lane, Yuan down into support role, Ukyo Tachibana into the jungle, as well as Lu Bang up into the clash lane. So as well, we're going to be seeing some of those battlefield commands come through from the side of Nongshim. Some hopefully hard-hitting ones, maybe placed around the Huan, some synergy going there.
Yeah, you know what? Nongshim need to win the laning phase at this point. Because if you give the lead to Elevate, look, the chase down is one of the scary things coming in from the side of Elevate. Marco can chase, Tianwei can chase, Miyue can chase as well. The Dark Transfer, and bear in mind, there's a lot of damage that comes up unexpectedly in a 1v1 situation against Miyue. Especially if her ultimate, the Umbro Moon, it touches you, you can kind of just say bye-bye and wait to be sent to the grave.
I mean, we go with the sentiment of chase, right? But then if you look over to like Nua and the Chao, they have that CC knock around and kind of control that you need that kind of just, it mitigates having to chase as much as you would need to without these 2 picks. So I feel like having those 2 really kind of like optimizes the aggression and the chase down, like you say, on the side of Elevate. But yeah, Nongshim definitely need to try and win the laning phase with this draft. If not, I feel like it may be game 5, sorry, point 3 going over to Elevate.
Yep. Now, of course, this game is not just all about Elevate, it's going to be about Nongshim as well. Nongshim have pretty good win conditions. There is a very huge burst potential coming out from the various members on the side of Nongshim, right? So you have the mid laner Illusion. If he gets that Chaos Cinder's Blazing Brilliance, you're essentially dead. And of course, Haku on this Ukyo also offers not just huge bursts, but a lot of survivability. And pair that up with the Morning Tempo from Faye with a set and Tragic Beauty, there's a lot of bursts.
Yeah, already trying to start on the enemy's camps there. Just take away 2 of the hogs, and it looks like that Elevate were able to sort of just get one for themselves. But right now, already forced the recall back is going to be the Chao.
Yep, instant resets. Mitsura might not want to be in this particular situation. The CFA cooldowns are pretty quick, so I think Mitsura is in for an okay save.
It's going to be interesting to see how oppressive the Chao and maybe even the Dion Wei combo works, right? If you try and like use a CF Fate onto Dion Wei, he goes in, soaks a lot of damage, use that, come back, use the either Whirlpool back in to do more Leaps of Fury. I feel like it could be monstrable here.
He definitely will be, but at this point, there's one thing they need to take care of, and which is the farm lane, right? Traditionally, I think the RLE actually does really well against a Marco Polo, especially when you have someone as proficient as Siri. So they need to make sure that Azar does not give out free kills in the sense where his life is probably going to be difficult for this next, 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like Faye's utility in this match is going to be trying to bait some of those skills from the likes of Azar, right? So just making to use the Unending Sorrow just as a false kind of anchor for the side of Elevate this time around. But if we look at the gold, it's definitely more so in the favor of Nongshim just for now, which we can't say the same as last game. So they're definitely playing with a faster pace and more aggression this time around.
Yep, this game places a lot of emphasis onto the cooldowns. Here we go. It's potential first blood, the save, but no! Ivalis gets the first blood with that return. Overdue damage coming in from the Leaping Koi Tide as well. Now Elevate. This was not a victory I expected. First blood should have gone to Nongshim, but hey, Elevate will take what they can.
Take what they can, absolutely. I mean, they were needing it. They were behind on the resources, so getting that first blood gives them a little bit of extra gold this time around as well. But hey, Elevate are definitely in this one to stay. They're sick of the tit-for-tat combo. They're like, no, we want to get a lead ahead, and right now, just escaping.
It's not looking good, but they do burn out those ultimates coming out from Illusion. But Azar needs to be playing a bit safe, right? Siri has not expended all of his resources yet, so there is a lot of pressure coming on the farm lane.
Yeah, you don't want to make sure you get caught down here into the farm lane on like somebody rotating from the mid like Mitsura, right? We don't want to see him come down and then that's it. It's game over for Azar because it gives free time for Siri just to farm up.
Yep. So far, no big steals in terms of camps. And look, both junglers, they have very high rates of farm here with the Dark Transfer being used by Hyde at this point. Because, you know, Haku is able to take camps pretty quickly, similar to RG6. I think they should be equal in this case. But a nice catch on either side will make the world's difference here.
Yeah, it seems like for now they're maybe just trying to get the lanes pushed to these neutral objectives coming through as well. Maybe a rotation here from a Jizzix. We do see the other Whirlpool.
It's gonna be Siri, the victim, and right now they force out the ultimate as well by the side of Faye. Oh, double ultimates! Is this a mistake for the side of Nongshim though? They've committed so much and to no avail. Siri is still down for the count.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, the great battlefield command there coming from the side of Kyung9 was pretty much just the lifesaver of Faye.
Yeah, okay, Haku, not sure what he's trying to achieve here. Maybe gets the Heavenly Hack, but it is all about the neutral objectives, right? They need to find some advantage somewhere in the map, and they will get the first iron with little to no contest at all. Elevate, I think they're perfectly fine with this. They do have that big team fight win, if ever Nongshim wants to start something.
They do, but they've got their damage increased as well on the side of Nongshim, so maybe this will serve them well going into the next team fight. Where if they do decide to take it, Elevate would be a little bit more skeptical if they do take it, to be honest. They know that their opponent's got increased damage. It's like you're already fighting on a bit of a handicap there.
Yeah, but you know, if you take a look at the Elevate's lineup, they have a lot of control as well. Hyde, maybe the victim here. Dark Transfer going to be used, and Haku, he gets a return kill here. That's a big win. in the clash lane, which means Kyung9 not only gets some damage on the tower, gets the dew, so there's a lot less healing. Yeah, but the Tianwei Logistics is looking a little bit low here, and I don't think Elevate will be able to handle the pressure. They actually have to commit the Annihilation. So big ultimates down is not looking good for the side of Elevate. And Nongshim, here comes the burst. This is what we're talking about here. Logistics comes in with the Sea of Fate, comes back, but it's 1v4, gets the stun down as well. It's going to be a lot of control coming out from Elevate. They just want to poke them out, right? They lose the T1 on the top, and Nongshim, they wrestle control, they come back into the game.
Yeah, overall, Nongshim got the greater control out of that one, but I forgot the absolute bait and switch potential of the Miyu as well. I was just like, oh man, I remember getting played by that so many times, but it was actually Haku that overcame that one.
Yep. Every time Haku has a lead, this puts them in a very bad position on the side of Elevate, right? Because with the exception of maybe a J6, I think everyone else dies to the stock standard combinations available by the Nongshim lineup.
Yeah, so far. But I mean, taking these T1s both in the side lanes is a huge victory here for Nongshim. Like we were saying in the draft, they need to win the laning phase, and this far, they are.
Okay. 1,000, not the biggest of leads here, and we haven't seen a full-on 5-on-5 honest square fight yet.
Not on a square fight, no. We've seen the Sea of Fates, the either Whirlpools come down into the bot lane as well, ultimately taking down Siri, but other than that, no, we haven't seen the team fight at its optimal potential. But right now, Nongshim are definitely taking the lead with about 1k gold difference, so still maintaining that gold lead that they had in the early game.
Yep, the next big itemization we're looking out for the side of actually both teams is actually going to be the Venomous Staff, right? Whoever gets the Venomous Staff here will have a big increase in their team fight capabilities because there is quite a lot of need for sustain for both of these lineups.
Yeah, I mean, even though we'll probably get like the Blazing Cape as well come through with the Bang as well, but were they able to get that Azure Golem? They were, so Haku is stealing the enemy's jungle already. He's not waiting for that T1 down into the mid lane to already be taken. It's already half health, so they're just helping themselves to whatever they see fit.
Yep, and J6, he does need that Azure Golem. He is mana base. Likewise, Haku actually, this is quite the big play if they can get a kill off of it, right? So far, map control is slightly better for the side of Nongshim.
Absolutely. I mean, they got the waves pushed in both in mid and in the farm lane. If they take the eyes off the prize, that is Elevate I'm speaking about here, then they could lose a T2 at any point, right? They've got to make sure that they give equal attention to any of these lanes.
Yep, and right now, I think one of the other important markers in terms of itemization is for Faye, right? Faye is probably going for the tank build as well. If he gets the Glacial Buckler, that 20% CDR cooldown reduction is going to be very helpful for the side of Nongshim, not just to provide the stuns from the Mournful Temple, but also consistent damage with the Tragic Fury as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the energy core there for Lu Bang. He is going for he's rushing the Blazing Cape after his first item there, but so far, they're definitely taking a bit of a more backseat here. Oh, okay, I say that. We did see the Fever Barrage come through.
It's not going good. Is this going to be a big win? Nongshim, they get the double kill onto the backlines on the side of Elevate as well. They do have to give away Faye, but the problem is they gave away Haku as well. This initiation by Elevate actually works out in their favor.
Yeah, Haku, Faye for Mitsura, and Azar, sorry, I mean, it's pretty good, but with the lane dominance that they already have on the side of Nongshim, I feel like they're not going to get as much out of it as that trade as they would really hope so. I mean, yes, they're probably going to get a bit of a gold here and there to get some of these camps, but Nongshim are looking to take these tyrants without their jungle.
Yep, they have the damage, no problem, right? And actually, this is the issue that I see for Elevate here. They don't exactly have the best form of initiation, right? On the side of Nongshim, though, there is a great amount of catch possibilities. They have the Heavenly Hack, that second skill coming out from Haku. They also have the stun coming out from Illusion as well. And knowing Siri, look, he's just able to jump in and out, and here we go. That's the initiation. A J6 gets taken down as Kyung9 is the one that's credited with the kill, and Siri just going God mode here. Not gonna get the kill, but mistake given, it is. Siri gets punished, but still Nongshim very much in the lead here.
No, valiant effort there for Siri, I have to say. Even though he died, he got the T2. He was able to scare away Hyde as well. So, I mean, Siri is hurting. We saw that he's got the Doomsday current moment. So, man, they've got to make sure they check Siri before they wreck themselves.
Yeah, I think at this point, Siri level 12. it's not that big of a problem yet, right? Everyone is pretty much on level terms in not just gold but EXP as well. The itemization, everyone's not too far apart simply because the gold difference is not that huge as well. So it really comes down to the initiation by both teams, of which Nongshim wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much down to that, right? Because obviously resources are equal. But if you look at the sort of the laning side of things, there's definitely a clear advance for the side of Nongshim. But I feel like it's just one wrong mistake, right? And obviously as the death timer gets a lot longer, that's where we can kind of see Elevate come back, right?
Yeah, but Nongshim now, they have a very easy card to play, right? Because, look, the global rotations coming in from Nongshim much faster simply because of the battlefield command. So they can take big fights as and when they require. And battlefield command CDR isn't that long.
It isn't. For a global ultimate, it definitely isn't that long. And we just saw that I believe it was the Siege Breaker coming from the side of Haku there. No, yes, Siege Breaker coming through as well. So a lot more damage coming from that item. They're going to get this one. Okay, Haku gets it.
Okay, so they do make Faye expend the ultimate. They need to make something else happen here. And Ivalis, that was a nice eye of the whirlpool if they actually wanted to commit for it, but it looks like it's going to be a cross-bait play. They want to go for the Overlord instead. Now, this is a Shadow Overlord, so Ajizix going toe-to-toe against Haku, but the backup is coming as well. They have to be really careful. They lose the fight, they might lose the game here.
Yeah, I think it was very wise for Haku to actually just back off there, because if he dived in, I mean, Muir was there as well as the Mitsura, so they had to be careful. But this is where the Siege Breaker is actually going to come in very well, is the fact that he's able to run down and do extra damage for those that are below a certain percentage of health as well. So I feel like all they need to do is just get that burst damage onto the likes of it, like a Jizzix or any squishier heroes that's normally harder to catch, and that's it, they're done for.
Yeah, but this scenario doesn't exist for long. Bear in mind, there is a 2-level advantage between Haku and Ajizix. So if Ajizix hits 15, the burst is still there, but they might not have the same result. Oh, they force out the Umbro Moon as well. Haku chasing in just to make sure they have space for Siri to get a couple of licks in.
Yeah, I mean, while this is happening in a bit of clash stage, you did see that Ajizix was just helping himself down to Nongshim's jungle, because whilst they're overextended, that's the only time he's ever going to get any more extra resources into his pool. So I think that was probably a little bit of a good play there between Elevate's Ajizix and High, just kind of like communicating, saying, look, I'll keep the high ground turret alive if you just get yourself some resources.
Yeah, I mean, that's a damage limitation at this point, right? They want to try and stem the bleeding, because Nongshim, let's be honest, take a look at the map, it's blue. Every single outer turret, with the exception of the mid lane, it's down to the T3s.
Yeah, they've got to be careful, right? I mean, right now, they're not playing very carefully. They're able to get out is both Hyde and Ajizix, but how many times are they going to keep getting that same opportunity to escape that team fight?
I mean, honestly, I think they're limit testing, right? They want to make sure to see what is the actual difference in terms of the damage output. And it looks like T3 is going to be exposed here, but the punishment may come true. Haku is trying to go for the T3. He gets it, but he gives his life as well. In the meantime, Ajizix, he's trying to chase in for Kyong, but Kyong does have the battlefield command. Use defensively to get out. And once everything resets, the dust settles, Nongshim have a huge advantage, even though the gold is even.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, yes, Haku died, but he died with a purpose, right? He died to get that high ground turret, but now we do see Elevate able to get that Shadow high ground turret. It's going to wipe out that farm lane push as well. So they got to be careful here, the side of Nongshim. They may have just given a little bit of breathing room for Elevate.
It's all okay in my opinion, right? Right now, Nongshim, they just don't take a fight. They don't take a fight unnecessarily. They survive this pressure coming in from Elevate from all three lanes. They have more than enough damage to be able to deal with the Shadow Overlord and the Vanguards as well. The Dragons don't mean anything to the side of Nongshim. So as long as they don't give away kills, Nongshim will get back that momentum and advantage.
True, but I mean, they are definitely in a worse place now that those turrets have gone. We've got to make sure that they don't overextend further now, and they're not finishing there. Elevate are looking for a push.
Okay, that's a big mistake though. Illusion actually uses his ultimate here. This might be a big opening for the side of Elevate, but they're not too healthy. Azar takes a couple of licks in as well. Illusion doing well to keep them at bay.
For now. for now. Let's Elevate are definitely coming back in this one. They've got to make sure that they check Kyung9 up into the clash lane. They want to make sure that he doesn't get another high ground turret, because it feels like that's where we get into in that point in the match, right? What, we were at almost 15 minutes. The objectives are definitely getting stronger now, and it's all about those mistakes, right? I mean, yes, Haku died for that last high ground turret, but it wasn't a mistake. It was completely calculated. But what followed was absolutely a devastating lead there for Elevate to get a gold lead.
Yeah, and right now it's really just about control and the setup, right? So both teams looking for very specific situations. Right now, everyone is waiting on Illusion or Haku to get the initiation. Just he chooses say, I don't want to be patient anymore. He want to force out the ultimate from Faye. Force out already. Here comes the damage by Elevate as well. Just working hard on the backlines. Kyung9 falling low. Where else is it going to be? Hai gets the final touch. That's 2 down on the side of Nongshim as Elevate. They restore some control and some aggression. Right now, they will try to reward themselves with the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, both junglers going down is going to mean that this could be a contested Tyrant here, but I feel like Nongshim don't want to overextend, and right now, Elevate's trying to cut them off on all fronts.
Yeah, they have to, right? Because they have a Chi tree that's exposed on the top. Azar now secures that Shadow Tyrant for the team. Tyrant buff is definitely useful because Elevate's true strength comes in the form of fighting. They want to go and force themselves down the lanes on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, doing as much damage as possible is really going to try and elevate to this next game point. But right now, it's definitely looking more of an even match, isn't it? Like, earlier, we was like, oh my gosh, like, Nongshim are just kind of pushing. They've got so much pressure into the gorge. And then all of a sudden, thanks to that death of Haku, yes, it gave over a bit of pressure down into the farm lane, but Elevate are definitely doing their best to kind of just coin off that pressure down in that farm lane and just making sure that they're able to get as much back as possible from that takedown.
Oh, but Kyung9, he gets caught out. Meanwhile, this is the opening they're looking for. It is not going to be looking good. Ivalice is low. Ajisix as well. They need more damage. Azar looking for an opening. Maybe committing the Fever Barrage in a little bit. Here comes the TP back into the fight. The main objective here is not going to be the fight. They want to make sure they get that Shadow Overload.
Oh, Ajisix looking so low. If they got a means to get in there, it doesn't look like it. They don't have any kind of like TP in, any long range shot from like the newer or anything like that. They pretty much got to let that pony just go.
Yeah, right now, Elevate, they might want to force the fight because Kyung does not have access to the battlefield command. So it might be a horrible situation. The pincer comes in. Where's the Fever Barrage? The stun comes in as well. And they all go in, but there's not enough damage coming in. Faye's a little low. Did commit an ultimate. This is a big win for Elevate. They push them away, and this is the Shadow Overlord. This means they can open up the map, get rid of that super minion wave on the bot lane, and right now, they swing back a little bit. Elevate has more control.
Yeah, that's probably the right call for Elevate there. It was just kind of push them away from that neutral objective area just so they could get rid of the minions down into the farm lane, because if they lost that Overlord, it would have mean a massive opening for the side of Elevate, a massive like amount of pressure having to rush back, defend the base, which would mean that Nongshim then gets the go-ahead for that mid lane.
Yep, so right now, you can already telegraph Nongshim's movement, right? They will have to settle this Shadow Overlord that's coming down, which is why they're chasing in Ajisix. He sees the opening, but he might have overcommitted. He's really low, jumps in, he gets a kill as well. Mitsura finishes the job, and here comes Azar looking for the opening. Fever Barrage still available, coming in. The stuns will not hit from the side of Nongshim. This is going to be staving off the aggression on Elevate, but the damage has been done.
Damage has been done. Both junglers are down, and to be honest, it's probably the best point for them to go down because there's no neutral objectives up. So in terms of contesting, it's not going to do too much, but it does mean they've lost quite a bit of CC from Haku, right? That single target CC to try and pick up these squishier heroes on the side of Elevate is not something they have in their grasp for another 13 seconds, and they're able to take that T2 down into the mid lane.
Yep, so slowly but surely, right? Elevating, kind of peeling back the defenses on the side of Nongshim. And look, Ivalice just bought the Overlord's plate mail, which means that he feels that he can provide more value, staying alive, getting as many leaping koi ties, as many savage surges to really stop the movement of Nongshim.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, both of the jungles are now back up, and I think it's probably not more at an amp time as possible as the Tyrant is up once more. Will we see the side of Elevate be able to clean this one out quickly? But I feel like Nongshim are probably going to really try and go for this Tyrant as well, but Ajisix already kind of face pushing here.
Yep, he's pushing them in, and Siri is on the backlines, forced to run away, but Illusion gets taken down. There is no more save coming out. 2 lives, 2 first life taken away. There's Ajizix. He lays the pain. He runs into the heart of Nongshim, and it's an ace, a double kill, a rampage as Elevate. The door is wide open. There is no comeback from this. 30 seconds at least as Elevate open the doors into the base of Nongshim, looking to take the lead down here in this best of 7 series, and it will be done. The will of Elevate will be given.
2 minions and a dream to get them to 3-2 scoreboard now for Elevate. And like I was saying, hey, maybe they go for a tit for tat once more. Nongshim try and take a 3-3, but because Nongshim have forced all their best efforts in that last game, Elevate can be like, right guys, let's cleanse, let's go back again, and let's make another dominant performance. But that was a great comeback for Elevate, considering Nongshim had such a great start.
This is why I'm not a gambling man. Right? They took a gamble, right? It was a huge risk. If it worked out, that was the same condition for the side of Nongshim as well. It was an open door on the super minion lane, right? That was the win condition they were looking for. But you're going up against a draft, a composition where fighting is their best strength, and they went in with it anyway.
They did go in with it, and it definitely paid off towards the end, right? I mean, there was certain points in that game where Nongshim looked like they had it, especially the domination into those lanes, but just kind of like the same mistake they had in game 1. Game 2, sorry, where they had the early game lead, didn't quite translate into the mid game. Exactly the same thing happened, but this time around, Elevate had the draft that could counter that.
Yeah, and I think it's all, I mean, credits to Ajizix, but I think Mitsura played this game extremely well. The Nuwa doesn't need to be a Dragon Slayer, he's going to be a player killer, right? Let's take a look at the stats and the items as well. I mean, there was so much survivability. Hey, Hyde, what are you doing, man? He's trolling with that.
He just sold all his items. He's like, you know what? We've won. I just need a Sage's Sanctuary and we'll be fine, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yes, that's the win condition, right? Just take the Sage's Sanctuary. Okay, but jokes aside, it really came down to the tankiness of the entirety between Ajizix as well as Ivalis, because these 2 members actually provided so much disruptions in the battle that they could not focus on Azar as well as Mitsura.
I mean, look at Siri, though. I have to give props to the losing team, Siri, here, just doing over the 100k damage. And then we look over to like Azar, but Mitsura, like there's just so much damage coming from those 2 alone. But yeah, it just happened to be an Elevate game because they were able to come back and just do what they needed to do with the room that Nongshim gave them.
Yep, they did so many things right? One of the important things that I think Elevate did just a little bit better than Nongshim that really netted them the win was to force the errors here, right? Faye always had to use his ultimate, the Unending Sorrow, prematurely or even away from his teammates. And that was the whole issue here because sustenance was important for Nongshim. They needed the survivability because they had the damage. And talking about damage, take a look at our MVP, Azar, the king of Marco Polo.
Yes, huzzah for Azar, getting that 26% damage dealt and only taking 13% of the damage. So he was a slippery fellow, just keeping his role, knowing what he had to do to get that victory from Nongshim, and played it very, very well. But here we're going to see the highlights on how Elevate came back in this game 5.
Yep, so it really came down to certain moments like this. This is where the strength of Nongshim's draft is, right? If they can catch you unawares, the stuns, the heavenly hacks, or illusion landing those chaos cinders, that's where you win the big team fights. And with the help of Kyung9, that was the strategy that was supposed to be employed. But somehow, I think they just couldn't get the kills onto Elevate and backed off at the wrong moments.
Yeah, like when Siri was there, it seemed to go in their favor. Like when we saw that domination down into the farm lane where Siri was able to take all the way to the T2, it just didn't quite translate into the team fights because I feel like Ajizix was just so aggressive onto the backline. He just kept going, kept taking it thanks to the Blood Rage.
Yeah, and bear in mind, in a lot of his fights, Ajizix actually was responsible for chasing 2 members away, Illusion and Faye, which was meant to be the backup cover in terms of stun and damage for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely oppressive. It worked very, very well. They knew exactly what they were doing with this Dion Wei pick, but here we go. It was a big team fight down into the bot lane, which just absolutely wiped out the entire of Nongshim, which was just crazy.
Yep. And that's why we call him the king of Marco Polo, right? Azad, that last fight, that Fever Barrage, that is the one that I want to have in my ranked games. It doesn't ever come that often, but when it does, this is exactly what I see.
It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling nonetheless, and I mean, it's a better feeling for Elevate going into this one because they're now up a point in this draft as well. So they just need one more game point, or a Nongshim going to come back with a 3-3 score.
Yeah, I think at this point it's really important. It could be it's the best situation for Elevate to deal the killing blow because in the ultimate battle you have access to all the heroes.
You do indeed, but I believe we are going to be going for a short break before we go into this potential last game, especially if Elevate take the lead. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. It's getting heated up in here.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Well, everybody, from that short break, we are potentially getting into the match point for Elevate, or will Nongshim take this next game and make it a 3-3, which would mean we get into the ultimate battle. I am Blam, and Kindofu with me here is potentially leading you guys into the first ultimate battle of the Season 3 Invitational.
Yep, I am in great fear right now because there is a chance that Nongshim may have overcooked. And you know, when you have noodles that are overcooked, it doesn't taste great. So right now, 3-2, Elevate take the lead. I want to talk about the hero pool left.
I mean, what's left? Yeah, absolutely. That is the question on our minds in that little break, right? It was like, hey, why haven't they taken this? And then I go, hey, why haven't they taken the Kaiser? And Kim was like, bro, 0% win rate. I was like, okay,
yeah.
fast.
So obviously they have certain things that they can try to go for, but right now I want to focus on Elevate. Look, there is a potential in terms of farm lane for the Soyou to come through for the side of Nongshim. I think they haven't used that yet, right? Have they?
What for?
Nongshim.
The view. What show you?
Yeah.
Yes, they did, didn't they?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh no! So they're left with like the Garos, the Erins, Alicio. I mean, they exhausted. It's difficult because Elevate still has the Musashi, a very prominent chase down hero.
I mean, Nongshim still have Musashi as well, right?
Yeah. Then it really depends on who's gonna steal it first, I guess.
Yeah. I think it is that. Maybe that's why they've gone Prio Blue, right? Maybe they hope it'll go through the first banning phase. They need to ban out the Diadea. They can't give that away, surely. If they give that over to Elevate, and even though they go for Musashi, I don't think it's going to end well.
And also, you know, Musashi is actually, in the early games, very vulnerable to huge bursts. If Elevate likes to play the Shangguan, I think that's going to be a horrendous problem.
Yes, I mean, only time will tell, right? I mean, the Lu Bang has been banned off first time for the side of Nongshim. They don't want to give that over to Elevate. Will they finally get the Dharma breakthrough here? That could potentially be the Prio Blue pick, but then it leaves so much for Elevate to react to, which I'm very scared about at this point because they've been picking red side for a very long time. Well, I mean, it's going to be Nongshim for the past 2 times that have lost to get to this point, but that red side reactive picks have been very fruitful for Elevate in the past game or so.
Yeah, if I'm Elevate, I will not give the Dharma, right? In an ideal world, if you do give the Dharma, I think a Zhuangzi works well, but Zhuangzi doesn't offer too much damage overall in the late game. So I would advise against it, and so thus, Elevate, they do ban on the Dharma. Now let's see. Nongshim, yeah, here we go. They will be prioring the Musashi. Good idea, man.
Very good idea, but the Diadea is up. This is what I was on about. The Diadea is available for Elevate. They go for the Lady Sun. So again, a big pick for Azar this time around. I feel like if they don't go for the Diadea here, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one. Oh, okay. They go for the Zhongfei. They're like, you know what? Let's leave the Diadea at home.
Yeah, and Azar looks very happy on that pick, and I understand why as well, right? Zhongfei offers a lot of tankiness, but with the Unbridled Outburst also allows very huge aggression.
Oh, the D-Range, yeah. We forgot that Nongshim still had this pick up as well, so this could be good for them using the legal immunity as well as the Imperial Order, especially trying to run down Zhongfei, and that's going to be paired up with the Sakia.
Okay, I like this. So Nongshim definitely still has some bite back in them. I think Secure is a very apt roam to come in with this draft itself because a lot of knife rotations, a lot of heals coming in. So it fulfills the sustain criteria on the side of Nongshim. And look, Musashi is already a pretty tanky hero. And if they get the lead, he is essentially unkillable.
I mean, this is the interesting part though, right? We've got the Lam come through. To be honest, in this series, no one's actually banned out the Liang or even taken the Liang, especially when we're considering that both Jizzix and Hako actually do play quite a few of the assassin junglers, and it's now getting to that point in this series that they would start to come through, hence the Lam now. But interesting that they've gone for that and there's been no Liang ban here at all.
I think it's possible, but at the same time, you have to take a look at the risk that they're undertaking if they don't ban the Liang, right? Look, there is some form of counter. There is the stun coming in from Zhangfei. There is also the death from below, the ultimate able to be committed from the side of Elevate. And I think those are very expensive tools to trade to try and stop Liang from getting the control down. So actually, I would put Liang in the mid on the side of Nongshim. I think it makes sense.
It could do, but at the same time, I've got a strong feeling in my groin, as Hauler would say, is I feel like Elevate may actually draft the Suya here.
Interesting. I mean, I like it. There is a good amount of CC, and with the passive as well, you get the level 25. Ooh. But here we go. Debut, oh my goodness. The day of debuts today, Lupu comes into the picture here.
Yeah, Lupu with no Dolia. That's going to be interesting, though, right? I mean, it's going to be able to force into the backline, especially with his Tremor Mortals. It's going to be pretty strong, especially true damage coming through.
Oh.
But the Futsu here for Nongshim, that's going to be going over to Kyung 9.
Look, it's straight up, they want to win in the lane and then build off of that impact that they win, right? So Futsu against Lupu, it's a tough matchup for the Lupu because there is quite a lot of counterplay available. And the burst potential of Garden Mo is actually very huge for the side of Nongshim. Now, bear in mind, yes, Trample Mortars is a very powerful ultimate, but it is also very predictable. So it does allow the Garden Mo to really just use a couple blades to land onto the Lupu, which is going to be played by Hyde.
interesting to go for the Kong Ming here. So going for a lot more of a, if you overstep, we're going to just lay the smackdown down with the winning strategy here. I thought that maybe the Suya would have come in because obviously, again, more knockups. It's got that long range ultimate as well as his passive. Could have gave that over to either the Lam or the Lady Sun, giving them that obviously boosting past that level cap for those watching at home. But yeah, Nongshim going for that burst damage is going to be really interesting because obviously able to just shred from afar, pairing that with the Sakia, lining it up with the Mulberry Power, with the Slam knockup, could be pretty huge for the side of Nongshim.
Yep, there is a lot of control offered by Nongshim, and with Corporal Punishment, oh, someone's gonna get spanked, dude.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens in this one. I mean, Nongshim are going to have to start pulling out all the cards, right? At this point, I feel like going into the semifinals, either of these teams are going to have very little surprises going through because they're going all the way, baby. This could be a 3-3 or a 4-2 at any given notice.
Yep, exactly. Now, there's a couple of combinations we definitely want to look for, and that's going to be the Mulberry Power going into the couple blades coming out from the Gun and Mo, right? That's one of the signature combinations available to the side of Nongshim RedForce. On the other end, on this side of Elevate, I'm looking at the Unbridled Outburst leading into the Tremble models. That is also a very potent combination which can be complemented by Mitsura with the winning strategy and even Death from Below. So it's really about the big ultimates in this particular team fight.
I mean, there's a lot of big ultimates to actually maneuver and actually execute, right? I mean, the Death from Below is going to be pretty huge to kind of drive them into the Tremble Mortal as well. So there's a lot of plays that can be made between Elevate and Nongshim. It just depends on who is going to execute them better and potentially what the early game takes here. But we don't want to make sure that Faye falls down as we know he has when his support pick's not been that tanky.
Yeah, he needs to play extremely safe here. And one important marker for both teams, yes, the laning phase is very important, but you need to ensure that your jungler gets as much growth as possible. Because having a overfarmed Lam or overfarmed Haku here will make the world's difference in the team fights as well. And Faye, once again, out of position though.
Yeah, no, not the best push to be checking there, especially when Mitsura and Evilis was like, I mean, he's missing. We should rotate down to farm, right?
Yep, take a look at the trading of blows here. So a G6 against Haku. It looks like Haku will walk away as the victor, the very small victor at this point of time. It's really about the fours, right? Who gets to the 4 first, and with the 4, who do they catch? That's really the marker of what I think will set the stage for the next 2 to 3 minutes before the neutral objective comes up.
Yeah, I mean, whoever they decide, they've got to be super duper careful. Okay, Mulberry Power coming through here.
Yeah, Mitsura doesn't hit that, and it could be the first blood. He misses, but he gets the first blood, and this is not looking good. Nongshim now on the back foot as Elevate take a slight goal lead.
I mean, Faye's just doing Faye things, right? He gets caught out first blood most times out of 10 within those victories, but he was still able to come back.
Yeah, and take a look at it. At this point, G6 just taking so many of the shots on the side, from the side of Illusion here. And this is a growth that is pretty similar, right? Haku and G6 keeping pace with each other. Level 4, now level 5 for G6. So a slight advantage going into the hands of G6.
Yeah, so far, but we're going to check that replay of that first blood, right? So once more, Faye overextending, he then dives into the bush. They know exactly where to find him at that point, which is the kind of unfortunate mechanic. The Sakia, you can fly to a bush if you want to, dude, but we know where you are.
Yeah, I mean, this is why moments are important, right? They were waiting for the Mulberry Power to be expended by the side of Faye so they could go in with no worries. There was no counterplay with the stuns and whatnot. And this is an advantage that Elevate definitely can build off of.
Yeah, I mean, giving over this the mid lane farm there to G6 just means that he's going to be able to try and get past Haku, but Haku is helping himself.
Yeah, at this point, he needs to get whatever he can find, right? And interestingly enough, look, both the Clash laners, they understand the risk of dying in this 1v1 lane. So they've been playing really safe. They haven't overextended just yet. Now, if any one of these members takes the risk and loses, it's going to create a very difficult situation to climb out of.
Yeah, Illusion missing from mid means that we may potentially getting a kill down here. They want some payback, right? They want to get some more gold back off. A trade in. The couple blades do connect onto a Sar for now, but all he's going to do is just make sure that priority's down into the farm lane. I mean, that there's still means for to take place here. They're able to get the teleport mechanic for the side of Elevate, making it easier to travel across the gorge.
Yep. So in terms of neutral objective trades, I think it still goes in Elevate's favor at this point, right? Very, very slight EXP. In fact, they're tied in the clash lane. Right now, it's really about the positioning. Simply because, like we said, the big ultimates matter in this game. Whoever expends their resource early or unnecessarily will lose the team fight.
Yeah, unfortunately they will. But okay, Mulberry Parry does connect there, but it's not going to do anything. Series are just a little bit too far away from the range of the Lady Sun, but it looks like we maybe seen a bit of a brawl here between Nongshim and Elevate.
Yep, they want to pull this Tyrant out, right? So that they don't have vision to stop the steal coming out from Illusion as well. So they need to make sure that they have this under control.
Yeah, Haku was just in a little bit of a weird space there for me. I mean, if they all tried to just like rush him, I feel like Elevate probably could have got the kill there, but they didn't decide to do it. They're definitely playing very respectful in this game. What could be potentially their match point, right?
Yeah, Nongshim, I think they have given up this objective. They want to look for something else. And right now, I think it's a good idea because, look, they can't afford to lose this match simply because they wanted to dive into the Tyrant Pit. And this is the big opportunity here. Not going to hit the mark. Now, bear in mind, Ivalice still does have his Unbridled Outburst. He will be sending himself back. This TP... Oh, hang on.
Not just yet.
Leaping Savior, more important.
Oh yeah, just keep Azar alive. But no, to be honest, that just shows you the maximum effort of the Imperial Order, right? Just be able to just shred down that physical defense of the Zhongfei, just making him look like a squishy hero.
Yep, and so far, no team has attempted to go for the Clash Lane kill. And I think you can tell, right? The tension is building between these two teams. They know they can't afford to make mistakes.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, like you said, the first person to make a mistake and the opposite team's going to take a huge lead from that. So they have to make sure they're going with their best foot forward and they're controlling this gorge.
Yep, and I'm looking for a couple of specific scenarios here. This is one of them, Haku here. If he can get a kill, this is going to be huge. They don't know. Oh, gets caught out, duel to the death. It might be first blood, and it is going to be Illusion. That is the combination they were looking for, but they need to survive. Is everything locked down here? The steal comes in from the side of Haku, will use his extreme speed to get out. And now Elevate, they get tied up in terms of kills, so it's a big advantage for Haku to have.
I mean, not only did they get the kill, they get the Azure Golem, right? Which is going to be a big maximum effort for Musashi here. That cooldown reduction for the extreme speed just makes it even easier for it to come through. But Illusion really playing those couple plays. Oh, Endless goes down.
The last hit from the bush itself, and that is going to be a swing of momentum. Nongshim now leading 2-1. Not the biggest kill advantage, but it does play a lot in terms of map control.
Oh, for now, absolutely. But Nongshim just, they haven't had the strongest early game. Neither of these teams, right? They're definitely playing very respectable in terms of the early game. But Nongshim now are definitely manning the helm, it seems. I mean, they're only ahead by about 1,000k gold, which is not a lot. But when you think about it, taking that T1 as well is good advantage for Nongshim.
Yep, and they need to kind of push the advantage here because of all of the KDAs available. Hang on, this is the lockdown. Corporal punishment as well. Yo, you will not tremble this time. It is going to be a 2-on-1. Kyung9 gets the kill, and there is no return firepower from the side of Elevate. Slowly but surely, I think Nongshim are feeling themselves here.
Yes, I mean, that was a good clear there for the side of Nongshim RedForce. It looks like they're going to try and push this T1 into the Clash lane. Couple blades just trying to drive away Azar.
Yep, and it's 4 people. They want to get this T1 really bad. Map control. And here's the thing. Establishing map control on the side lane means it opens up that window of opportunity for the pincer move and getting the appropriate ganks.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Nongshim did this in the last game, so they got to make sure they actually capitalize on it. They don't want to just open it up and then be like, hey, we've opened up your mid lane, your side lanes, and then do nothing with it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And to pad this up, here's the benefit, right? Haku is having the level advantage, so he is going to be hard to deal with, meaning he does have instant access into Azar on the backlines or Mitsura either way.
Yes, either way, they could have access into Missouri. They've got to be careful, though, right? I mean, we haven't seen any kind of winning strategies come through from the Kongming just yet, but here we are going to take a look at a winning highlight here. Obviously, the Tremble Mortal came through a little bit too early, whether it was a bit of a mistake, was able to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, if you allow Kyung9 to be the one to initiate, then there is going to be a huge problem because then Nongshim gets to choose whether they want to take the fight or not. So it's important that I think Elevate also recognize that maybe they want to have the setup. Ivalice needs to be, I wouldn't want to say trigger happy, but I think they need to be more aggressive to look for openings on the side of Nongshim.
He needs to open up for more. But I mean, speaking of opening up, they got the T2 down into the farm lane, right? So again, just open up the side lanes even more. But we need to just keep batting it home. They need to just open up and do something with it. Get some of these neutral objectives, because they haven't got one yet. They need a Tyrant, maybe a bit of an Overlord boost. But right now, we are seeing Elevate potentially going for the Overlord. They need to get back on their stride in terms of these lane priorities, because right now, it's not looking too fruitful for the side of Elevate.
Exactly. When it's a draft like this, any gold advantage is huge. And right now, Faye is just giving vision so that they have time for Siri to try and solo down the Tyrant here. And it will be done. And meanwhile, on the top lane, they force out the Tremble models once again. So another useful resource gone from the kit of Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps being used very willy-nilly, right? It's not being used optimally. We should be using that to dive into the backline, but that was couple blades, man. Oh my gosh. Hyde is taking them on the chin like a champ, but he's definitely losing their health.
Yep, and this is not an ideal situation, right? Slowly, Nongshim, they're closing the map onto Elevate, and looks like they're looking for their first victim here in the close to the mid game here. And if Kyung9 makes the mistake of overstepping his boundaries, he will be punished. But look, they understand what's going on. They're actually pulling attention away so that Nongshim, the other members, are able to put pressure on the other two lanes.
Yeah, they've got to try and do something, right? I mean, it's getting a little bit desperate for them. I mean, we just saw Mitsura actually build the Venomous Staff just to try and counter Faye's healing potential, but is it going to be enough for the side of Elevate? They're going for the Tyrant this time around, and Elevate may be going for the Overlord.
This is not looking good. The Tyrant should be taken by the side of Nongshim, and they might go for the steal here as well.
Oh.
No steal? It is going to be a steal. No. A Jizzix, he secures it for the team. But at this point, on the back lines, they have to sacrifice their support. So Ivalis is going to take the fall for the team. They need to return it with a kill though. 4 members, but nobody can handle Haku, as Haku just goes insane. The follow-up damage though, it is going to be a 1-for-3 trade. So Nongshim, this is something they need to push forward with. The double kill secures the map advantage, and now Nongshim, the map is blue.
Quick correction, the turrets can handle Haku, but nobody on the side of Elevate can. But right now, yeah, that was a fantastic push here for Nongshim, looking to bring this to that game 4.
Yep, and it's not looking good. Hyde here. Look, I like the potential damage burst coming out from a Lupu, especially when you get to have that perfect initiation with Tremble models. But when you're playing from behind, he's useless.
Oh, absolutely useless. He's not doing well as he should be, right? But yeah, I think the excitement should be in that crowd at North Edsa right now, because it's looking more and more confident that we are getting into that ultimate battle. And my gosh, we're in the quarterfinals and we're already seeing that being played out in its entirety. But these teams need to bring it.
Oh yeah, they do. Nongshim now, they need to make sure that they don't lose this fight. Even though they're behind by about 4,000, they still have the potential to burst a singular target down on the side of Elevate. So Kyung9, he needs to play his cards right here. And look, Nongshim say they are probably baited. They're looking for the kill. Let's go hunt.
Yeah, I mean, Kyung9's probably got the best escapability out of all of them, over the, say, for example, Haku with the extreme speeds, but he's got to get out of there. He's got to be like a 70s cop chase if he does want to stay alive. That's why he's able to just do what he needs to do up into the Clash lane, keep that Shadow Vanguard taken down. But they're able to get the T1 down into the farm lane. Not the biggest for the side of Nongshim just yet.
Yeah, but you can feel the pressure building up for Elevate here. They are being pushed back against the walls here. Illusion just has freedom of time and space to really just land those couple blades.
He's got space. He's got no worry. Lubu has... He's not going to worry about Lubu being completely fed, that he's going to use the Tremble Mortals to dive onto him, and that's going to use the Guard's Grave very tactfully. Like, I haven't seen once Illusion having to panic. His team has gave him everything he needs to thrive.
Yep, and with the lack of a frontline aggression here, it also mutes Jizzix here because he can't get his ultimate down to try and get that reposition of the members. Here we go, Tremble Models. He catches 3, but he's going to give his life. Illusion takes it, and that is why you pick Ganemo against a Lupu any day. The lockdown happens as well. Corporal punishment. They will not be able to break the T3s just yet, but one more wave will do it.
Not only that though, like literally the Imperial Order from Siri was absolute perfection to take down Hyde as well, right? Like if it wasn't that CC, he could have flashed. He had it off cooldown. So I think it was down to, we have to give props to Siri with this one as well, but it is looking like these high ground turrets are going to be taken down here.
Yep, they open up the base, both lanes, mid and bot. Now, Nongshim, they understand what's at stake. They will move back, maybe try and take the Crimson Golem as well. So Elevate, they have their backs against the wall. It's a 4,000 gold lead coming in from the side of Nongshim. The Korean Warriors are looking for that secure. They want to give us that ultimate battle.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate way to get into the semi-finals, right, is to just say to the other teams, like, hey, look, we can go the distance. And this is exactly what Nongshim and Elevate right now are performing and basically proven to both of themselves and their competition further into the tournament. Looking to take the Shadow Tyrant is going to be the side of Nongshim for now, but Hyung9 just waiting patiently. He wants a victim.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get the lockdown, right? But here's the silver lining on the side of Elevate. So the pits are actually a perfect place for the side of Elevate to make full use of their kit. So it's a very confined, small space which works wonders for the Tremble models, also for Ivalis' Unbridled Outburst.
I mean, he's taken a lot of damage there already. He does use it, okay.
Yep, they jump in, but it's Ajise's falling low instead. They expended all of the different ultimates. Only Mitsura has not, but on the backlines, Hyde is not going to be able to do it. And we are going to what looks like the ultimate battle. Nongshim now on the cusp of victory. All they need to do is to push this wave in, looking for the burst potential. Illusion does not hit the mark just yet. They survive a little bit longer, but 3 lanes of super minions might change the fate of Elevate. Ultimate battle, the lockdown comes in, the flash as well is not going to be enough. There is not enough life that Elevate can give. There's not enough damage that Elevate can give it, because Nongshim will take this game, and we are going, boys and girls, to the ultimate battle, Game 7.
Oh, we are getting it in the quarterfinal. Battle is coming through, and we did say in this one before the broadcast, was like, this has got to go the distance. This is absolutely got to go the distance, and they have. The boys have both teams of these boys have done absolutely fantastic. Elevate, Nongshim, all country miles, just to give you guys at North Edsa and at home a ultimate battle.
Okay, so with that, we will step into the ultimate battle, guys. Ultimate battle is the stage of which now both teams have to submit their individual drafts over towards the admins of the competition. Nobody gets to know what their opponent will be picking, so they will have full range of all the heroes available in the game. You can re-pick heroes you have picked before in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blind draft mode, right? So all restrictions removed. It is the ultimate, just, hey, decide what's best for you. What is your best draft and how are you going to implement it? That is the whole point of this ultimate battle, and it looks like they're going to be red side for the side of Nongshim, and then Elevate is picking blue as they were the loser in that Game 6. So now, I believe they have around about 3 minutes to actually decide their draft.
Yep, they do. This includes the submission of the common spells as well. So, look, they have given their all, they've played their hearts out. Now it is time to see just flat out who is the better team.
I mean, this is the one way to get into the semifinals, right? Like, even if any of these teams lose, they know they went the full best of 7, which the team yesterday, yeah, they got to Game 6. That's cool, but they didn't get to the best of 7, and they didn't get to go to the ultimate showdown, which is going to be the optimal thing that gets both of these teams, well, at least one of them, through to the semifinals. And the teams that are way into play, Vitality and BTR, need to be watching. This is entertainment.
Oh yeah, I mean, of all the games to go into a ultimate battle, right, Nongshim and Elevate, I think so far, based on the performance, this is definitely the series that I want to see, right? They have always one-up each other in this first 6 games. Right now, it's who has the composure, who has the wits to bring this series to an end.
Oh, I know. Like, they're all literally just penning it out. Like, okay, so what was our best performance? What are they going to go for? Obviously, Nongshim now actually do get the choice of the Dharma, right? There's nothing stopping the Dharma, Rama, Mama, Llama. That is Hyung9 getting that pick. Like, I think that's the thing that Elevate are probably going to be fearing the most, right?
Yeah. At the same time, I mean, the same can be said for the side of Elevate, right? They also had a very wonderful... Okay, actually, no. They didn't have the best Dharma game, but we know they can play very strong clash lanes. We could see maybe the Sun Tzu in comparison. To flip the script.
We could be. I mean, we could get the Dolia and Sunset combo from the side of Nongshim. Maybe Nongshim are like, hey, I'm going to hold my punches until I get to the semi-final. I just want to get my ticket for that boat to get me through.
Okay, but let's talk about the jungle, right? Are we going to have a Ogre mirror match? Are we going to have a Mankey mirror match? Like, we know both these teams will go for the tanky jungle roles.
Oh yeah, I'd be very surprised if they go for an assassin at this point because there's so much at stake, right? Like, you get to choose whatever you like. It's like going to a world buffet and be like, go ham, kid. We know you've got a pitless stomach. You can choose whatever you want, kid. So even though they can, I feel like they will still go back to some of the basics. This is not the point where you pick a Gen G strategy where you just go for complete, like, I don't know, insanity. You are going to go for something that works. So the Dune, the Orgrin are definitely going to be the top prio picks for the jungle, right?
Yep, we might see probably the Zhang Fei Arlie combinations as well, or maybe the Lady Sun and Ming combination. There are plenty of options to explore here, right? It really depends on what you think your players can execute the best.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? That's what they're discussing. They've got a ticking timer. I don't know what's worse. I think I don't work very well to ticking timers, so these drafts are going to be like, oh, yeah, let's go for it. Just do whatever. But I'm pretty sure they've had enough time. That 3 minutes is definitely enough for these coaches and these teams to be like, coach, trust me, this is the pick we need. But I am very excited for this one. So this is the first ultimate battle of the global esports scene. So this is the first one of Season 3 and many to come within 2025.
Yep, and no better way. The Knights and the Generals on the side of the PH region. Second seed of Philippines elevate against the number 1 seed from the JPKR region. Nongshim against Elevate. It has come down to this, the final ultimate battle. Let's go.
Yeah, the fist bump has sealed the deal, and they will be locking in their drafts, and we'll be finding about those very, very soon. But I feel like we're going to be going back and actually looking back at the previous game stats to see how Nongshim got us there, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they were taking the lead twice, right? They took the first game, the second game after Elevate draw, and then Elevate came back. And right now, I think maybe momentum is in the hands of Nongshim. Especially after winning a series in such fashion, I would think that morale is high on Nongshim's part.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the clear morality. It's not like that Game 6 was a hard victory for them. So like I was saying prior to this, saying like, hey, maybe the person that wins Game 6 will have a harder time going into this. But like you said, Nongshim having a clear victory in Game 6 is definitely going to be riding that dopamine high.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this then begs the question of how does pressure treat these two teams, right? But let's take a look at the items first. This was the result of that last series to bring us to our 3-3 score. Victory, of course, going over to Nongshim. This game, to me, was just the illusion show.
Yeah, the 3-3 score to bring us to the ultimate battle, but then also bring us to our knees, right? Like, whew, we are pretty amped here on the desk going into this one, but look at that. Like, clear domination from Nongshim, and this is not an ultimate battle draft. This is just basically something that they mustered together to be like, right, this needs to get us through to this point, and then from on out, we need to go even further. We need to go 125%.
Yeah, so Nongshim definitely fulfilled that win condition for themselves, getting the lead for Haku, making sure he was able to handle logistics, which then allowed them to push the members of Elevate back further than necessary, which also then created space for Illusion to net 33% of the team's hero damage for himself, right? Just couple blades over and over again. Rarely had to use God of Grave because there was no one that was close to coming in to the face of Illusion from the side of Elevate.
Yeah, I feel like if any of the mid lane was actually drafted into this, it would have been 10 times harder, like he was pointing on to there. But I feel like future Zhang Feis are going to be fearing the D-Ranger, right? Like that Imperial Order just put this beast into a puppy.
Yeah, and you can see why, Lupu isn't prio picked in the Clash lane as well. Yes, there is a lot of combination potential coming in, especially paired up with the Zhang Fei as well. But when you don't get the lead in any of the lanes, and especially when your jungle is behind in farm and EXP, then the Lupu is rendered useless. So it is a very high risk, high reward kind of choice in the Clash lane.
It is, absolutely. But that gold graph just shows you exactly what kind of took place there. So Elevate starting off very steady, like we know they do. They generally have more times out of 10 a better early game than Nongshim. But it was then Nongshim's point, like, okay, you can have the better early game, but we're going to go through to the mid to late game. And MVP is going to be none other than Illusion, right? Like, he was just laying the smackdown, dealing blows, and just literally, like, not even getting touched. He took 7% of damage taken. That's going to be the lowest percentile of damage taken this far, surely.
And not just this competition, I think even last year, 7%, that's crazy, dude. And of course, fulfilling the basic damage, if you want to be a pro, 33% damage. But let's take a look at how this came to be. It started off great, right? Misura getting the first blood for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, like, we honestly thought that Elevate was like, right, okay, we're onto a banger here, guys. We're not going to face the ultimate battle. We're not going to be tested the time that we need to against Nongshim. But then Nongshim was just like, oh my beer, bro. We've got burst damage. We've got the Imperial Order. We're going to take you through to that battle. And to be fair, props to Haku as well, though. Haku just played this very, very well. Yes, he died. He was a bit of a scapegoat sometimes, but it did definitely get them through to this point.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a nice ultimate coming in from Hyde, right? The Tremble Mortals. But they were just too far ahead on the side of Nongshim. And, you know, when you create so much space, look, Illusion, untouched in that entire exchange. They tried to go onto him. It was the one rare time the Illusion had to use Garda Grave and still got the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Lubu, we were excited it came through, but it still sits at that 0% win rate, unfortunately, for this big old pick into the Clash lane. So no more Tremble Mortals coming through unless they decide to go for it in the ultimate battle. But I feel like this is Christmas come early, kid. We are going to be in for a treat with this ultimate battle.
I mean, this is the second day of knockouts, right? Quarterfinal finals. So we want to definitely see some action as well. And no two better teams than to do it with Elevate as well as Nongshim. Look, they have a very rich history in this competition. Nongshim, having played all the way from last season in Invitationals, didn't make it. Now they're here on the cusp of victory, going into what may be their road, their golden journey into the grand finals as a grand finalist. Likewise, Elevate, the second seed in Philippines, they can do it in front of their home fans right here, and to beat potential future champions. What better way to do it?
I mean, I don't want to coin the term from anything else, but it could be Nongshim's golden road. But we'll have to take a short break before we get into this amazing treat that is going to be an ultimate battle. So don't go anywhere, guys. You'll be missing out if you do.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Taking numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Right, we are back, everybody, for the first ultimate battle of the Honor of Kings global esports scene. This is the Season 3 Invitational, and there is a lot to play for. We've got Elevate hailing from the Philippines, trying to give the best performance for those at North EDSA, and then we've got the first time team that is Nongshim RedForce that failed so much last year, but they're here for the quarterfinals. I don't think there could be any better matchup and any kind of better prize on the line for these two teams.
Yeah, both teams neck and neck in terms of quality, in terms of execution. Now it really comes down to the smallest of differences here, right? The final game, ultimate battle, Elevate going up against Nongshim. We want to see what kind of draft they can bring to the table, right? Does Elevate play the early game-centric draft that they know and love, that they have absolutely destroyed Nongshim with? Or does Nongshim go with their version of that early game draft? Or do we go for the beefy battles where the tanks are going to be the main win condition?
Yep, no bans on the board, straight picking, there it is. We'll see Kyung9 with the sunset going against Hyde's Dharma. That is a clash of the clash lane.
Okay, so next up, mirror match. Dun is in the picture. They want to go for the tanky lineups. This Unruly Blade will be the marker of success for both teams.
What we thinking? We're thinking Dolia support then, or Diadia? I think there's going to be some Diadias and Dolias coming through. Oh my gosh, what a bit of a complete contrast into the mid lane.
Yeah, very different mindsets. Elevate wants to punish with the reposition and the lockdown. The Mai coming out from Nongshim, they want to punish the backlines instead. They want to go full-blown, get the team out as well. Let's take a look at the farm lanes. What's in store there?
Surely, yeah, I'm going to say it's got to be Lung. It's got to be Lung, especially with the high frames of Mai Shirinoi into the mid lane. You need some desperation in that farm lane, and that infinite fastness is going to get you that.
Double dragons in the skies, flaming palms and riding the winds. Who is going to be the support from both sides of Elevate and Nongshim?
I feel like this Lung v Lung is like my 1v1s I was doing at KC 2024. And there we go. It's paired in with a Dolia. So Dolia Sunset coming through for Nongshim. Double the infinite fastness, double the set the sail, Unruly Blade. It depends where. It's all down to Iblis, Faye, who's going to implement this one the best.
Yep, exactly. Now, the win conditions are slightly different here on the side of, similar but different execution on both ends, right? So there is a lot of CC potential. You can swap between, on the side of Nongshim, it is going to be the set sail, or it can also be the Unruly Blade coming in for the side of Haku. Meanwhile, on the side of Elevate, it is a double winter is here from the side of Mitsura, as well as the double Unruly Blade coming in from the side of our Philippine generals. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of this best of 7 series. The Kings of Korea JP region, as well as the generals, second seed from the Philippines. Who is gonna take it all?
I mean, this is such a really exciting matchup, right? The fact that Elevate have potential of prospect that they can go against Blacklist next and actually get that rematch that I really wanted.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it's about the trading of blows here, and the wave clear is definitely very important. And it looks like, actually, Illusion winning out this trade because both of the Dolias are looking for openings. And Ivalis actually saved by that wave breaker, as well as the ult coming out from Faye. If not, he would have taken a healthy number of hits coming in. And Azar, 1v1, doing well against Seaman.
Hyde's got to be careful. I mean, he's already taken a lot of damage. I mean, while that was going down on the mid lane, I just saw his health bar drop, and I was like, oh no, Kyung9's got him. The dog himself has literally got the meat in his mouth.
Yep, Azar forced to use the flash as well, and Faye is doing well to support his farm lane. Where in the world is Ivalis? A flash, flaming palms behind. Oh, that was close.
Very, very close. Obviously, there's just so much at stake, so there's going to be a lot of kind of like, I'm very sorry, guys. I made a mistake. I kind of overextended. Don't worry. I've got my flash. But to be honest, Hyde's going to be worrisome now from a Mai Shirinoi gank in the next, like, 2 minutes or so. There's no flash.
Yep, exactly. And the lane pressure actually winning on the side of Kyung9. He does have the EXP advantage. Hyde here. Maybe a little bit too far behind. Meanwhile, it's a trading of flaming palms as well. They might not want to overcommit because at this point, Illusion is waiting in the shadows.
Honestly, like, I've got goosebumps just seeing two Lungs just run around each other. It's crazy, but Kyung9 tried to go for a bit of a commit there. They know that Haku is close by. They don't want to commit just yet.
Yep, and likewise, the trading of blows in the bot lane for the farm is very important because you can't afford to miss any of your hits, right?
No.
At this point, farm is so important. Every kill matters. Now, Agizix, he tanks up quite a few hits from the side of Illusion, but it's fine.
It's fine for now. I mean, we see that that's try to see if we can get any boosts from mid lane.
Okay, he gets locked down. One more hit will do it. First blood goes to Elevate as Azar. He rewards himself. Now, it's all about making the trades. What more can Elevate win out of this situation?
I mean, they got to try and get some more bits of the enemy jungle, right? We can see that Edgezix is just trying to make sure he gets some golden for himself. He saw that Haku was already into his own jungle, but it's actually Hyde that's managed to push him away from that Azure golem, because that would be very death to the side of Elevate.
Yep, and Haku has wasted quite a bit of time trying to scout for information. Right now, it looks like the rotations by Elevate just slightly better for the Philippine generals here, because Nongshim, they're unable to find any gaps.
No, non-gaps yet. They are definitely struggling. Like, it's like they're putting clear at this point. It's not looking as very clear. But then again, this is what's at stake. I mean, there's going to be a lot of second thinking. Nongshim need to pull off.
Misura, if he gets another perfect Frigid Prison, this could be the end of the farm lane as well. Now, meanwhile, Illusion is trying to steal away the Azure Golem.
Oh
And,
no!
Oh, they got
the
caught
witch
again!
is here!
Azar! He gets the kill on the Siri of all people. And Elevate, they extend their lead once again.
Yeah. I mean, Azar is currently ahead, right, in that farm lane, and that's the one place you don't want that gap to be.
Agizix here just providing so much value here. Look at the jungle camps on the side of Elevate. Haku has nothing to munch on.
Nothing to munch on at all. He's been denied. Haku is actually doing a little bits here, but maybe this folks in this clash lane could be their point in.
Yep, Hyde recognizes the situation here. It's still a 3-on-1 Hyde. He's going to try and survive here. Wind Slash as well. Everything committed onto Hyde. Hyde gets a lockdown as well. He will give his life at this point because the rest of Nongshim, they don't have any other opportunities as well. They will trade that T1 on the top, on the side of Elevate. But maybe if Nongshim overextend here, Elevate can go in for the punish.
They got to be careful. I mean, Elevate's already working on that T1 in the mid lane. They've got the T1. All that for one death. That is not a worthy trade for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, nothing at all. Now, goal lead still pretty close, but at this point, I think Elevate will recover a little bit of farm as well.
Here is that highlight to catch out the Winter is here into the brush, man. That was something I didn't expect actually to catch them out.
Oh, it was a Frigid Prison. So he actually landed. They didn't know that Mitsura was there. So, I mean, I have to commend Mitsura. His positioning has been on point this game. And if we're talking about edging it out, Mitsura definitely edging the competition at this point.
Yeah, so far, I mean, we're seeing that Kyung9 is actually going down and teleporting, trying to get that T1 matchup, just neutralizing it down into the farm lane. I mean, right now, Nongshim, regardless of their faults, are ahead very, very, very slim in the gold lead.
It's nothing of consideration, right? Because Nongshim now, they're actually down by 2 turrets. So T1 in the mid, T1 in the bot as well. This is a lot of freedom for Azar to farm. Meanwhile, you know, Nongshim, sure, they have the T1 on the top, but that's a clash lane, of which, if you overcommit there, Hyde can actually take you out with a very good truth mantra.
Very good truth mantra if they do execute it properly. I mean, we've seen plenty of them within the Season 3 Invitational this far, so it's a possibility, right? But the thing is that the XP disparity between Azar and Siri is definitely looking like a wide fissure, and same with the gold resources as well, right? There's a good, like, 600 gold between them.
Yep, Eternity Blade onto Azar first is going to be a huge marker of success. And right now, I mean, okay, I'm not going to talk about the Dune trades. It's just a pillow fight at this point. But here comes that rotation coming down. They actually forced, they called him out, Kyung9. He's in for a horrible time because Hyde survives. And this is the moment that Kyung9 will take the fall as it's looking for more opportunities. But Elevate, they need to respond now because Nongshim, they see the opening. And it is going to be the T2 on the bot at threat.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the T2, it's going to be huge for them, but it looks like they're not going to commit that. They're going to get the teleport mechanic down. It looks like Mitsura is going to go down and defend that. So they didn't quite get what they wanted in that one. So Kyung9 kind of died a little bit in vain there, but okay.
G6, he's just baiting the entire team out. I don't think they can kill him at this point. In the meantime, Azar actually takes up another objective here. Boat is going to be laid down. Set sail. They caught it, but the Infinite Vases already forced out by the side of Azar. Do they want to choose to go back in? Not right now, because they do have a small advantage. It's not worth to throw that all the way for a potential kill.
Yeah, the Dragon nullified the boat, it seemed there, but Elevate. Oh, Frigid Prison.
Oh, nice catch! Beautiful catch by Mitsura as well. This Princess Frost off the hook. And that's a huge advantage for Elevate. Now the map is pretty much open here. They have lost 2 members, Faye and Haku. Of all the people to catch, they caught Haku as well.
This has definitely got to be the best performance of a Princess Frost this far in Season 3 Invitational. The Frigid Prison's landing. The winter is here, just right on top of it. Being the creme diddly creme has been crazy for Elevate. Really holding on to Mitsura's big pick.
Yep, and there's no huge tank now. The only person that's responsible for tanking is Kyung9, and he's not going to be there. He's locked down by Hyde on the top lane as well. Now, this is going to be a little bit of pressure coming in from Elevate, but it's just going to be momentary.
Momentary, yeah. We see the Eye Phoenix being built there for a Jizzix, so obviously HP regen is going to be even fatter on his side there. They do face check. Hyde was there. The Wave Breaker does miss ever so slightly. But right now, it's all about just trying to make sure there's no more gains in these lanes for now.
Yeah, their brain is in a muddle at this point, right? It's so hard because Elevate, they have to focus on Mitsura, and Mitsura right now playing this Princess Frost to a T.
Yeah, I mean, very, very well. Like I said, I don't think I've seen a better performance on the Princess Frost this to date, but Hyde might be in trouble into the clash.
Zar forced to use that infinite vastness. He makes it out safely, but that's a huge ultimate expended.
Set
sail going to be placed down as well. Who does he want to catch? Circling around. This time, okay, flash by Mitsura. Actually jukes it out. They're going to try and catch on the Siri here. Siri in the back line.
Oh no, Hyde!
Oh no, not close enough. Actually takes to the skies. And right now, Kyung9 falling a bit low. Do they want to commit though? It is not a ideal situation for both ends. Everyone's ultimate's committed. And on the back lines, Illusion gets the kill onto Azar. That's a big win, but there's nothing more. All they can do now is to claim that Tyrant.
The fact that so many ultimates was resourced in there, it was just like, okay, there's going to be at least 1 kill, and then Illusion was like, yeah, don't worry about it, I'll get 1. I'll just get 1 for the guys. But it does mean they're still behind by 3 kills. But at this point, at this caliber of the game, kills are not the problem. It's making sure you get in these neutral objectives, making sure you're getting these waves pushed.
It's about the conversion. And so far, this game, I think pretty much is just the mid laner's performance, right? Mitsura against Illusion. Who is the better setter? Who is the better killer in this point?
I mean, first one to die, surely that would be a good point in case for either of these mid laners. But right now, we are just trying to see some of those side lanes being pushed, right? I mean, if Nongshim are successful in getting these side lanes pushed, I feel like it's definitely edge in their favor.
Yep, and you know what? It's pretty much down to the wire here. Now, Jizzix going to be met with Haku in the face-to-face battle here, but there's a really matter. Oh, hang on, knock up. But it's on to the support, so Ivalus, he's not too concerned at this point. Right now, it's really just protecting Azar or Siri on either end.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they go down, that's a lot of damage already gone for the side of either of these two teams, right? Hitting the wave onto a Jizzix and also the Flaming Palms. Kyung9 looking to be dedicated to try and take that T2 into the clash lane, but might having to reset the Tyrant here.
All right, they might choose to go in here. Quite a lot of damage being laid down. On the backlines, you can see Illusion. He's always looking for an opening. Set sail to be landed down onto absolutely nobody at this point. But Nongshim, that's fine. They have the map control to try and force this Tyrant for themselves. This is a Shadow Tyrant, guys.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant, we see the T2 get taken down into the clash lane. I mean, the set sail, it was able to get the minions, so a little bit more damage was done to the T1 in the mid lane, but nothing absolutely detrimental for the side of Elevate just yet. But Flaming Palms hitting Haku very hot.
They allow the reset, so now it is Elevate in a very risky position here to be counter-attacked here. And it looks like they will commit for this. It is going to be Hyde, but at the backlines, Azar forced to take to the skies, and it's going to be the series show. Takes the kill onto Mitsura. This is a horrible fight for the side of Elevate here. Azar, can he get the return fire? Not going to be happening now because the base tunnel vision, guys. It is going to be victory. The Nongshim Kings here from the JPKR region. Game is over. Welcome to the semifinals, Nongshim.
Backdoor play at the ultimate battle was not what I had on my bingo card, kid. That was Kyung9 in true Kyung9 fashion, completely just running down the clash lane whilst everyone else was just battling it out. Absolutely fantastic. This is a team that's gone from the last chance qualifiers to the semi-finals, the first international competition of 2025. this is a true underdog.
Yeah, you can see the palms on their faces, and of all the ways to win, Nongshim RedForce won with a macro gameplay, guys.
That was just beautiful. So what once was their weakness was their strength. That is just such a great tale, surely.
Yeah, I mean, for all of the JPKR region fans and friends, congratulations. These are your representatives bringing up the name of Nongshim RedForce all the way to the semi-finals. You will see them again tomorrow, and they will be battling against none other than the other Philippines representative, Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist, I gotta hope where Elevate failed, they rise. But again, I have to keep saying it, JPKR region is one to watch out for. They, like I said, last chance qualifiers all last year failed to qualify. This year, semi-finalists.
I can't wait to read the chat at this point, right? I want to see what everyone is saying about that game. I mean, okay, would I say perfect game? Not really. It's so back and forth, right? Every single thing was just by a matter of millimeters here. One wrong move, like Mitsura died. He had a very clean game. He was Princess Frost to the T.
Oh, absolutely. Like we're saying, but the actual battle showdown, like Mitsura's performance, Princess Frost has been better than all the rest. Literally, I don't think that's actually matched that performance.
Yeah, I think at this point, I find it so hard to say it, but look, how did no one notice Kyung9, man?
Literally, just a big red top attacking you. Like, at that like it was a bit too late. I feel like Nongshim just did a very good effort at keep elevating.
Yeah. Just really about the attention span, right? So keeping them it just on the cusp, because it felt like, hey, you could get a kill off of us, but no, the real damage is being done to your crystal as well. Look, there was decent builds, and Azar was having a pretty good game as well. They were winning in lane in the farm, right? This mirror matchup, definitely much stronger performance by the side of Elevate between Azar and Ivalice as well.
Yeah, it was, to begin with, we thought it was going to be a showdown of the farm lane, which correctly so, it was 4-1 to 1-2. But then it was that they left Kyung9 in the corner. They left Baby to do whatever Baby wants to do. And he didn't get a single kill in that orbital battle showdown, but he still managed to completely wreck the lane and wreck the crystal.
Yeah, and I think one of the things why this behavior was given was also because the fact that Elevate were always constantly waiting for the set sail, right? They were waiting and they allowed Kyung9 because they knew that Kyung9 could use that as an escape tool, which is why they didn't bother to, expend resources trying to chase him down. But that was a downfall because while waiting for Kyung9, he was like, yeah, go ahead guys, fight. Let me get the true objective of this game, the base.
And I mean, you can kind of see here the difference between the lung build as well, right? One goes meant with trying to focus the other lung, and then like you've got Siri like, no, I'm playing the lung game. I want to go for the Ajizics. I want to go for the Dune. I want to go for the Dharma. I want to go for all that tankiness. And you can get that he actually does do just a little bit more damage, totally, and not actually get ill.
Yeah, so actually putting attention onto him. Right, so focusing onto a G6 as well as Hyde, making sure that they were always looking for a moment to capitalize on the positional mistake on the side of Nongshim. And when you're down bad in the team fights, you're always looking, okay, here is my win condition, here's the opportunity to win the game for my team. You're fully focused onto getting that appropriate moment. But unfortunately, Nongshim, they had other ideas.
Yeah, no, no, we'll let you get a little bit of tit for tat. We'll let you get the kill lead, but we are going to get the macro play. The thing that we're known worse for, we're going to do way better in this game.
I mean, I feel like a proud father at this point of Nongshim. Look, it was dead close. And look, from the first day when we saw Nongshim's qualifiers all the way to this place, we have always mentioned that, you know what? Nongshim would be even stronger if they knew how to play the macro game even tighter. And, I mean, I can't ask for anything better than the way they won this game, man.
I don't think they could have asked for anything better either. I mean, they've got to the semi-final. They're like, oh, maybe those casters were right. Maybe coach was right. We just work on our macro and maybe we'll actually be like a championship quality team. And they're proving it. Again, they will be top 4.
Yes, and now they are one step closer towards that grand final. That position to claim not just a trophy, but to claim 100,000 USD in the bank. And I mean, they will be famous for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, to go from like no prize pool to like 100K, you'll be like over them. Speaking of over the moon, it's got to be Kyung9. No one else gets that MVP. He was the sole reason that game only lasted less than 12 minutes. Had to be worthy. And there we are, throwing up the love sign, 0 kills. But hey, what matters when you can get towers?
All right, let's jump straight into the highlights here. I mean, it was all attention. The three-man jump into that top lane was what started this entire skirmish of breaking down this lane successfully. Look, there was no other lanes that they were trying to enforce their will upon on the side of Nongshim.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were definitely trying to punish Kyung9 early, trying to be like, hey, don't think what you're doing is going to be good. Don't think you are clever. But then the Kyung9 was like, no, I am clever. Mom's told me I'm clever, so I'm going to continue to beat your Clash lane. And even so, even though Nongshim had some shaky team fights in this early game, they were definitely, I mean, that set sail. It was landed to perfection, but obviously wasn't quite chased up. But nonetheless, it drove Iblis. That's the main thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they understood that, hey, a lot of attention is being placed onto this fight. And a lot of the circumstances, the results of those exchanges, there were never big kills or big moments where the game was going to be won, right? So when everyone was focused on trying to edge it out, Kyung9 was just, you guys keep their focus, we will finish it up here.
Yeah, the highlights, even though for a 12-minute game, there was just so much going on, but it was just at this crucial point that Kyung9 was already at the base and everybody on the side of Elevate was slowly falling. Be one trade, and Kyung9 was just like, yeah, you've got it, guys. I've got this. Let's go. And there we go. Kyung9 delivering the victory for Nongshim, making them the second semi-finalist in the top part of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they were expecting to be able to push down the lanes and whatnot. right after they won the fight, when Azar was winning the 1v1 against Illusion, he was like, yeah, I got it. They were going up to the lane, and suddenly, oh, hang on, my crystal is gone.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was just a battle of attrition at that point, I feel.
So this was a wonderful exchange between Nongshim and Elevate. We will not have it any other way here. And to have Nongshim win in such a fashion, I mean, this is truly an ultimate battle because I did not expect that result at all.
Absolutely. That's fine. And I also have to say, with this winning interview, okay, HOK.
To say and mention that game, that series, was a whopping 4 hours. 4 hours. It started at 2 o'clock and now it's 6 o'clock right now. So while we got you here, congratulations in it right now. You guys are now into the semifinals. But let's go back a bit and talk about what was going on that very last battle when Kyung9. Yes, Kyung9. He was Sunshi and he was pushing that side lane. Did you guys want him to come back and just drive back, or do you guys want him to push or keep pushing just to win the game?
마지막 게임에서 그 마지막 7번째 얼티메이트 배틀에서 어떤 얘기가 오갔는지 대답을 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
경구 선수가 마지막에 시간만 끌면 우리가 이길 수 있다고 엄청 강하게 콜을 해주었고 저희도 그거에 맞춰서 플레이를 잘해서 이겼다고 생각합니다.
So in the last game, the more time we get, then the higher possibility to win. So yeah, that's the Kyung9 says.
So he just said, "I'm gonna go straight."
Yes.
Just go straight for the throne.
Oh,
just for the time.
For the time that he had, because he was far away.
exactly.
He was far away.
He knows exactly what to do, and that was actually the first ultimate battle we have with such a standing ovation ending, which means you guys already gonna make to the top 4. Congratulations. But also you guys are just returning back to the scene and you made it to the top 4. How does it feel to be back here at the highest stage?
오랜만에 국제무대에 복귀했는데 탑 4에 오르면 강한 존재감을 보여줬는데 최상의 컨디션을 유지하고 있다는 걸 증명한 소감이 어떠신지 한 분씩 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 저희 옛날부터 같이 하던 형들과 이렇게 또 다시 자리에 올라서 되게 기분이 좋고 오늘 경기력이 만족스럽지 못했지만 내일 또 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 있습니다.
Actually, we five are a very old friend. Over not colleagues, we are very friends. So I'm very happy make this result. So yeah, with our colleagues.
Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. Speaking of welcome back, or welcome back to the semifinals, top four, you guys are going to go against another team, which is a Filipino team called Blacklist. Do you guys have a message for them?
BLCK 팀에게 하고 싶은 메시지가 있다면 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 어쩌다 보니 그룹 스테이지에서도 RW도 그렇고 지금 엘리베이트도 그렇고 계속 필리핀들을 잡고 있는데 그래서 필리핀 팀인 만큼 저희가 또 잡을 수 있으니까 긴장하고 계시길 바라겠습니다.
So from the first stage, our first opponent was the RW, and second this, and then the next one is also Filipino. So we are keeping to watch the Filipino team. So yeah.
They're fated to fight the Filipino teams all the way.
All the way, one by
All the
one.
way. Last but not least, right? You have so many fans out there as well that's watching at home, the ones watching here, and from your region. What do you have to say to your fans?
팬들에게 하고 싶은 말 있다면 한 마디씩 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 멀리서 한국에서 응원해 주시고 계신 분들 감사드리고 오늘 여기서 되게 반응 좋게 해주신 앞에 계신 팬분들께도 감사드린다 전달하고 싶습니다.
First of all, thank you for the fans, those who are supporting us, and then also I really appreciate those who are supporting in front of us. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel like we are definitely looking forward. Seems like they are the kryptonite for the Filipino team, unless Blacklist is going to say otherwise tomorrow.
That's right. So in the semifinals, that is tomorrow. They're going to go head to head. But once again, congratulations. Once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Nongshim, all the way from South Korea. Thank you very much for joining us and giving us our time. Maraming salamat and annyeonghaseyo.
Ciao, sono Keke, vengo dal team Vitality e il mio posto è Crash Laner. Grazie, conosciamo già da tanto tempo la nostra manager Sabrina e noi lavoriamo insieme per costruire una squadra forte. La maggior parte di noi ci conoscevamo da tanto tempo dal gioco. Abbiamo un nuovo roster e abbiamo un buon legale e chimica nel gioco. Secondo me è migliorare noi stessi. Posso dire solo addio, goodbye, AG o A7. Penso che sia Nova, che loro hanno qualificati per primo nel Malesia. Onestamente io adesso non ho la risposta, mi serve che il gioco mi dica. Siamo orgogliosi di rappresentare tutti voi api qua nelle Filippine. È il momento di servire l'alta qualità di Obi.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusa ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Hubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng ko veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Gra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakinda na po. Sa latapira tapi, sa latapira tapu, sa latapira takulo, sa pela takulo tapira. Pero mang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Pataga-away tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas, ibis maghilaan pababa. Bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of Kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. 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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Hello, Honor of Kings players! Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports games will implement a new format, the Global Ban and Pick. This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The Global Ban and Pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular MOBA game modes. Honor of Kings Global Ban and Pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which Ban and Pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true ultimate battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their lineups in order to secure victory. At the same time, the players and audience get to see more creative lineups and play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day,
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was
Welcome back, fans and friends of our HOK Invitationals Season 3. I hope you like that 4-hour series. It is time for more here. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today is none other than Blam.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, we've been casting for 4 hours, and I mean, to be honest, there's no way you want that to finish right. You don't want to wait 4 hours and then it be a 4-2 or a 4-3 or anything like that. You just want it to be an ultimate battle all the way to the end, and I think we got exactly what we came here for.
Yeah, now the next series up for grabs is going to be Vitality against Bigetron. So likewise, lives are on the line here, tournament lives of course. They will be looking for a big win because they will have to face off against Nova. So it's one mountain to climb here and even higher mountain to climb next.
Absolutely. It's when 5 becomes 4, and then we'll get our ultimate top 4 going into the Season 3 Invitationals. I mean, we've only got one Malaysian team, which makes a huge difference already compared to what we used to see from last year. So already shaken up is the Season 3 Invitational.
Yep, and now all of Malaysia region places their hopes onto Team Nova, but they will take a backseat for now. It's all about the region of Italy against Indonesia here. Vitality, the very strong representatives coming in, looking to take the win against Bigetron, who have proven themselves time and time again. Now, the test, this one is a tough one.
It is a tough one. I mean, is BTR going to be the team that makes them bleed? Because so far, Team Vitality have had a clean run into where they are now, which is the quarterfinals. Will they keep that and maintain that all the way to the semis? I'm not too sure. I feel like BTR may steal at least one game from them.
Okay, so let's take a look at what's going to happen later on into this series itself. Likewise, it's a best of 7, and if things go our way, or maybe not in our way as well, it will be an ultimate battle once again.
Yeah, imagine 2 ultimate battles in one day. I feel like we'd be living the dream. Like I said, Christmas came early yesterday. I mean, yesterday, it seems so long ago since we've been casting that last game, but earlier on today. But yeah, it would be cool to see another ultimate battle, but will we see it between Team Vitality and BTR is yet to be seen.
Yep, I mean, we were there 10 years ago when the ultimate battle happened, but it was just now, right? So what a performance, right? Once again, I think we have to give our congratulations to that side. Now, we need to take a look at the lineup of Vitality as well as Bigetron, because they will be sending the 5 best players from their respective regions to try and put one step closer towards this $300,000 USD prize pool, with the champions taking the lion's share of $100,000.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the good thing as well, right? Like, we've seen Nongshim, a team that hasn't necessarily qualified to these big international stages, get to top 4. And now we've got Team Vitality, at best, getting to top 8 in the Season 2 Invitational. And ever since then, it's been a downward battle. But we're going to be seeing the teams roll out very soon. But what has been keeping us amped up and obviously been playing the games up until this point is obviously our sponsor phone, the Infinix GT20 Pro. Hey, it managed to last 4 hours. So imagine what your gameplay sessions could be, because we all know we've got no life. We just play Honor of Kings when we're not doing this.
Yep, and in a row, guys. Now, imagine yourself in the hands of Kyung, right? And in the body of Kyung as well, winning game after game with the Sun Ce in such fashion. My goodness. If you want to have the best quality, not just by performance, but by design as well, give the Infinix GT20 Pro a try. Now, as we head into the series itself, I think it's going to get tighter and tighter. Now, I like that you mentioned this, but they have had a very squeaky clean performance on the side of Vitality. Now, is Bigetron the team to actually make them bleed? That's the real question here. Or are we in for a dominant performance once again by the region of Italy.
I mean, I don't want to be the one to say no, but from what we've seen so far, obviously Bigetron Esports had a much harder venture into this place that they're in at the quarterfinals, whereas Team Vitality, like we've already stated, had a bit of a breeze, even to those like really like hopeful teams like All Gamers Global. We honestly thought that it was going to be either Team Vitality or AGG, and it worked out that it was going to be Team Vitality all this time. So I feel like if they could take AGG, can they take BTR easily? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, big questions here. And of course, I'm really curious whether Bigetron has kind of polished and leveled up that assassin jungle gameplay, right? We've seen them try multiple times, hasn't really worked out just yet. And I am still personally hoping for the assassin jungle role to become a success in this Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 3, because what a treat it would be.
I mean, if there's going to be any jungler that's going to show it to us now, it's obviously going to be Jiang Q, because we know that Dao Dao does like to play those tankier jungle picks, like the Dune, like the Monkey, like the Ogryn, all those kind of big, brutal picks that we've been seeing throughout the majority of the Season 3 Invitationals. So yeah, I feel like if there's going to be an assassin come through, it's definitely going to be Jiang Q.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we have been given a treat of... I think we have seen Lunas, right? Lunas, we have seen the Tings. Nothing too concrete just yet. I don't think we have seen the Hansing yet. I would like to see a Hansing coming into play here by either one of these teams. It also fulfills the semi-tank hybrid build that does help tank quite a bit. Now, let's take a look at the teams coming in to this competition as we introduce them to you. Want to take the stage here and looking to have a clean sweep of this series against their competitors. They are touted as one of the strongest teams in this current season of competition. Team Vitality, the team touted as potential champions.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a different underdog compared to Nongshim RedForce, but before we get into that whole detail, we will see a little short video that's going to actually introduce our contenders, BTR. And here we are, it is Bigetron Esports coming out onto the stage. This is Team Vitality's quarterfinals matchup. And obviously they have not had the strongest run here, but they were able to take second place within their respective group. And will they be the team that make the Titans, that is Team Vitality, bleed?
Right, so let's take a look at the team lineups here. Team Vitality here, represented by Wen, Dao Dao, Keke, An, and Mujin. Now, these 5 boys have really left a very strong impression on not just us in the talent pool, but also in the competition against their opponents. So far, they have dismantled every single strategy and really taken their victories by force.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a clear show of dominance when we see Team Vitality on the cards, right? There's not been a moment or a game where they've had an issue, but maybe Bigetron Esports, that is represented by Neil, Tufts, John Q, Jine, and Psycho, that they can be the guys that are up for the job.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Indonesian region has always produced strong teams, right? We have seen a lot of godlike plays coming out from their players itself. So today, I'm hoping they've leveled up even more in this particular series.
Yes, potentially we shall see these teams go together, but we're going to hear some trash talk in between these two teams. Okay, not just quite yet, it seems, but okay, now we're getting into it.
I will send you back home on the board. Indonesia isn't far anyway.
Kebolehan Anda tiada tandingan untuk kami. Nikmati perlawanan terakhir Anda.
That's the best, right? That's the best kind of trash talk, I think. The fact that they say that Indonesia is not that far away.
Yeah. So even if you do get out of the competition, we'll book you the boat back. Don't worry about it. We'll push it to the shore, and we'll see you. We'll see you all the way there. But head to head, looking at Get and Tuffs. Tuffs had a lot more kill participation this time around, and in terms of average kills as well, average damage, and other than gold per minute, it all goes over to Tuffs. But hey, sometimes we always say that gold is much better than the kills.
Yeah, but interestingly, I think Team Vitality, the stats are just a little bit better in terms of kill participation. The returns and the efficiency of their movements and their plays seem to be better on their side, right? They haven't showed that many varieties in terms of hero picks, and maybe today they might be forced to do so.
Maybe so. I mean, you saw their average... Oh, okay, so it's actually Dao Dao's birthday today. I mean, does he need a birthday buff? We had Faye's birthday yesterday. We got Dao Dao's birthday today. So happy birthday, Mr. Dao Dao. May all your dreams come true, and maybe you get a 4-0.
Oh, yeah. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, based on tradition, it seems like the birthday buff is real, because Nongshim took the previous series as well.
I mean, hopefully he doesn't have the birthday cake coma, right? Because that's what clearly happened to Faye in those first 2 games. He definitely took the first bloods 2 times for his team, so clearly he was given a lot for his birthday, so he had to give back.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Vitality, I think they're always locked in from what I can tell, right? So I expect a very strong draft coming out from Team Vitality going into the first game of the series. The bigger question is, what does Bigetron have in store for the side of Team Vitality? Because I don't think anyone has found a weakness just yet.
No, not just yet. I mean, the things with Team Vitality is they seem to be very, very well coordinated in terms of not just their draft, but how they play on the Gorge as well. Mainly manned by Dao Dao and An. Obviously, those 2 players have been having a fantastic performance, as well as Keke as well. So you have to give it to those 3 that are generally seeming to be the spearhead of Team Vitality. I mean, if you want to put it a little bit better, the sting of the bee.
Yeah. Now, we're going to start off the ban pick phase here. Bigetron gonna go onto the blue side. So this opens up the counter picks availability for the side of Team Vitality.
I mean, that's a good side to be on in first game, right? You get to kind of suss out, give prio to your enemy team, like, hey, choose whatever you want to, and then Team Vitality is like, all right, okay, we'll react to this accordingly. But BTR are going to shut down the Dharma, so again, no Dharma for us this time around in the game 1 of this best of 7. But Team Vitality, could we see a Mai Shiranui ban? There's the Ali again as well, so very dominant bans, especially in that first phase.
Yep, I think we will get the traditional bans here. So it's probably going to be a Mai and maybe a Dolia coming in for the side of BTR and Vitality. Now the question is who bans out who? And interestingly, okay, Bigetron says we will give the Mai as an opening. What do you want to ban? They're going to take out the Liang.
Yeah, I mean, it does open it quite a bit, right? I mean, they're more than likely going to ban out the Mai Shiranui. That's been pretty much one of the top bans of this Season 3 Invitational. But the Liang ban is a little bit of a different one. Okay, they don't ban out the Mai Shiranui, so they do give it over to BTR. Clearly, Vitality want a bit of a challenge. They're like, hey, Neil, if you want to pick it up, go for it, brother.
Okay, and I think this is the better choice here. They actually secure the idea for themselves as well. Yeah, so Diadia, I think very good lockdown. At the same time, offers quite a lot of regeneration capabilities for the side of Bigetron. But here's the one weakness that Diadia has. When she uses the Bit of Farewell, it then sets her up as a perfect target for huge burst and huge CC, of which Vitality say, we obliged. We're going to pick up the Mai and the Algren. So first game of this series, Vitality go in strong. BTR, they will respond with the Loom.
I think Team Vitality is just trying to keep up their average playtime, right? I mean, we know they're probably, I think they're the team with the lowest average playtime, so they're just like, hey, we want quick games, give us what we want, we came here for this, but okay, so the shirt coming through here could be a bit of a troublesome for the Mai Shiranui. We saw it very effectively in the last series as well, and obviously Lung is going to be the go-to in terms of dealing the damage onto the squishier heroes of Team Vitality. Is going to be the D-Ranger that's getting picked out here as well.
Yeah, we have seen how in the previous series, Shi was used as a defensive measure and a counter play measure as well. And it worked out really well, right? If I'm not wrong, it was Nongshim that employed this particular strategy for themselves. Now, Vitality, I think in terms of the roam, maybe they need someone who is able to get the stunts in as well. They only have the knockup from the real engine in terms of Mai, and maybe the ultimates coming in from Direntia, which might not be enough.
Yeah, it might not be enough overall, but we'll see what happens. It is going to be Team Vitality banning out the Doom, because that's something that BTR are definitely lacking here, right? Is a tanky jungle. So whether they decide to go for a tanky Clash Stain and give over an assassin to John Q, we shall have to wait and see. But right now, it's looking like Team Vitality are definitely starting strong.
Yeah, but they do open the Musashi, right? So I think they feel like Dun is a better counter compared to what Musashi offers in his kit, and they will follow up with a ban on the Mankey as well. Now, Andy, so far, the coach of Vitality, has proven his stuff on Kurus as well, right? I think he has, both of these gentlemen have done really well for their teams, and look at that, final bans Ma Yin and the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, I want to take that second tank off the table, but it is going to be followed up by the Motsu, and Muchen has had a great performance on this pick prior, and we saw it in the last series as well. Those cannon blasts are going to be a great way to set up Mai Shirunoi and the Orgrin.
Oh, and BTR. Okay, look, we've seen this too many times. Bigetron start off with a big assassin role jungle. I love it, but it hasn't tasted success just yet.
No, not just yet, but it is going to be followed up and locked in with the Sunset. So Set Sail could be the thing that they need into the Mirror Domain, right? Like, clash everybody in, get some crucial crowd control, see the Diadeer try and pick off the Mai Shirunoi to, like, stabilize her a little bit. But it's actually going to be the Charlotte that's going to be rounding out the side of Team Vitality rather than the Byron or anything like that.
I like it. I mean, the Charlotte does have the ability to jump into the backlines as well and avoid a lot of damage with the invincibility frames. At the same time, right, my concern here for the side of Bigetron is what if one actually pushes Xing out of the Mirror Domain, right? When Xing exits the Mirror Domain, it's instantly cancelled. So she wants to be careful of that.
Oh, absolutely. You don't want to be caught out by the Mai. But I suppose that's probably the function of the Diadeer, right? She's going to be wanting to sort of like destabilize the Mai Shirunoi, so she can't have that way. And as soon as you kind of locked her into place with a Diadeer, you've got the accessibility of a shirt that's going to be able to move them around as well. So there's a lot on the side of BTR's draft that I really do like. It's just that, are they up for the challenge of executing it against Team Vitality?
Yeah, this game falls under a lot of pressure for Psycho here. I think if Psycho plays the best game of his life, I think this series could definitely work in favor of Bigetron as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the idea of jumping onto those high-frame heroes is definitely going to set up a bit of a disengage for the side of BTR. But here we go. Fist bump by the coaches, and we are going to be getting into Game 1 between Vitality and BTR. Will it be a BTR stomp or a Vitality... a vital run to the 40?
Good try, good try. We'll see. Get ready your drinks, get ready your snacks, because this is going to be a long series. And Team Vitality, Bigetron, they are looking for that spot.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm running from 4 a.m. We woke up at 4 a.m., guys. You got to give me a few little bits of leeway on this one. So I'll come up with something better as we go into this best of 7. But BTR against Team Vitality, and they are definitely up for the challenge. I believe it was Team that wanted to play BTR.
Yeah, I think so too. At this point, right, here's the strategy that they want to employ onto Bigetron. They want to try and funnel as much farm as they can. They want to make sure that he is always having the EXP and gold advantage going up against Anya. That's necessary.
Oh, absolutely necessary for a pick like the Loom, right? You want to make sure that you're able to get those items very quick. We're more likely going to see the Meteor second tier item that normally breaks into the likes of the Axe of Torment or the Starbreaker for the likes of Dao Dao. But it's going to be really interesting to see how John Q performs on this Jin, because like you said, if Mai Shirunoi kicks her out of the Mirror Domain, then it's kind of just like, it's gonzo.
Yeah, at the same time, right, if they do happen to get the advantage in the mid lane to win, it's not going to be a very nice situation here.
No, especially in terms of like rotation and whatnot. That's what we were seeing from the Mai Shirunoi. That's what we saw in the Ultimate Battle as well, right? Like the rotation is very heavy when you pick a hero like Mai Shirunoi.
Yeah, we don't want to allow her the burst as well. I think if you take a look at the lineup on the side of Bigetron, not everyone is very tanky. In fact, it's only Tufts that should be able to survive against a full-on combination by one.
Yeah, they're going to be heavily relying on the healing from the Diadea, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, at this point, it really falls onto can you make sure you have the advantage in lane? And once you have the advantage in lane, can you then push that limit and push into the jungle of your corresponding opponents?
Try to cancel the recall there of Tufts was when, but it's not going to be enough. The range wasn't quite hitting the mark.
Yeah, but so far, Bigetron, I think they're doing a very good job of making sure there's ample enough space for Zan to really just get the farm in, get the last hits with no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like with the Lung, though, he can't be left too long alone down into the farm lane or else he will get punished, and that's the problem. The whole of BTR is if Lung gets behind, then it's kind of like it's a hard show.
Yep, and this might be the potential first blood here. If they actually get the bitter farewell onto any one of the members on the side of Vitality, they also have a decent burst as well.
Okay, Neil using the Silk Threads. Okay, there we go. The bit of farewell does land. The Flaming Palms also onto Arn, but it's not going to be enough just yet. The combos are kind of like, they're not as consistent as they should be if you're trying to claim the kill.
Yep, and Zen also committed the flash for that. So that's a big common spell down for the side of Bigetron, which means he does not have an escape mechanism.
Oh yeah, it's going to be like striking a red light on the top of Wen's head. He's going to be like, right guys, he's not going to flash. I'm going to invade at some point now.
Yeah, and this, I mean, will it come back to bite him? I don't know. But based on how Vitality is kind of pushing their progress around the map, it seems like he's pretty safe at this point. The additional rotations by Neo are also helping him out.
Yeah, I mean, giving over the assist to Neil down into the farm lane is definitely what they need, especially with the Diadea not being that present in the farm lane at this moment. So right now, it's currently looking like there's another go for that 2v3 down into the farm lane. There is the bit of farewell. We do see the Silk Threads. Destiny counter comes through. It's going to be Neil getting the first blood for BTR.
Beautiful start from the side of Bigetron, and this is exactly what they need to do, right? You need to provide space, not just for your farm lane, but for Zan Q to really get that advantage going. Oh, another lockdown.
Okay, yeah, the bit of farewells are kicking into place. Psycho is having a field day with this CC, and all three of them are down here into the farm lane, or looking pretty damaged is Arn and Wen. They've got to be careful how they navigate this team fight because there's nobody around them to help them with this push, but Mirror Domain into the mid lane, trying to clear off that minion wave is what John Q is doing. But right now, we do see the neutral objectives are up.
Right, the big ultimates by ZanQ are not available as well. This is not...
Okay, kick up for the Maestro Noi. Oh, the flash having to be used by Psycho there. Already got run down. Oh, the Flaming Palms from Zane's taking down Wen once more. Is BTR there in for a challenge?
Right, interesting. So Bigetron actually holding their own against Vitality at this point.
Oh, and some more. And some more. We do see the set sail come through as well as a Destiny counter. Not quite as fruititious as what the other plays have been.
Okay, this is huge for Mushin though. The amount of TPs he stopped will impact the farm rate as well. This was a very nice first blood. They couldn't capitalize even more after that. And this was interesting. They actually forced out the flash for the side of Neo, which means he's in danger for the next, at this point, maybe 70, 60 seconds?
Yeah, it's quite a long time in Honor of Kings, I'll tell you that much. But the Cannon Blasters connect onto John Q. It looks like they might try and push this T1. Oh, it's going to be Wen taking down Neil as well. The Mirror Domain does get procced here for John Q, but Cannon Blast landing there keeps Psycho away from the squishier heroes of Team Vitality. I feel like that's probably Muchin's call.
Yeah, definitely is. And at this point, Muchin is actually going to play a very vital role because even if ZanQ gets that ultimate down, right? If he is stopped in the middle of it, there is enough burst coming out from the side of Vitality to really get the kill, especially from Wen and An as well.
Yeah, a great rotation down into the bot lane for BTR John Q, though, trying to get a bit of a push onto that T1 down into the farm lane. It is definitely going to put pressure onto Team Vitality if they're not careful.
Oh yeah, and now Wen just poking and prodding, right? They're looking for this opening. But somehow, I think one of my biggest surprises is the fact that Neo has been consistently able to get that silky beauty onto different members on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, he's landing the trick shots. It's kind of just like a bit of a love letter to Midsora's Princess Frost that we saw in the Ultimate Battle just, and that's it's definitely what they need going against Team Vitality.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the farm though, Psycho actually already has Radiance on hand, so you can tell Muchin is behind by quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just basically being used as a, not cannon fodder, but basically just throwing those cannon blasts to kind of set up those big plays, which we're still yet to see from Team Vitality.
Yep. So Vitality, look, the gameplay here, they want to make sure they control the wave. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and Neil once again.
Yeah, they're looking for it onto Dao as well. Death Precipice does get activated pretty early, and the Destiny counter to give some heals over to Zahn, but it's not going to come through for Team Vitality. They're able to trade that T1 up into the Clash lane, though, so BTR getting some bits.
Yeah, but very good game sense from the side of Vitality. They didn't overcommit. In that situation, I think the set sail would have been a very valuable move for them to capitalize on. But what?
Oh, cannon blast. Oh, and gets the kill onto Neil. He's like, no more fretting to you, sir. I am going to take you down. So a kill going over to Team Vitality makes it 2-2, but we are seeing a Tufts going for a bit of a macro play here. He's not going to get the T2. We are seeing Keke, we are seeing Muchin and Wen here. It's a 3v1. The cannon blast doesn't quite connect because that would have been deadly for the side of BTR. Tufts is on the run. Is he able to use the set sail? He's not going to get out alive, and we're seeing two fronts attacks right now into the mid lane. John Q takes down Wen as well, so 1-1 trade across the board. Taking the T1 into the mid lane is Team Vitality. Are they done yet? No, John Q is still on the run with Dao here as well. He's trying to finesse. He's trying to get as much damage onto Dao from the turret, but it's not going to be enough. Path of Passing come through. Can they claim the kill here? Missing out. The second ability there is not going to slow down John Q for now, but they're still on a bit of a chase here, kid. I'm not too sure what's going to happen. John Q, mirror domain here. Is it going to be enough to take down KK? KK is looking a little bit confused in this whole interaction. He is definitely outplaying the whole team of Team Vitality. Must get stopped here by Cannon Blast, and John Q, finally, his Houdini gets knocked down, but it is not going to be ended there for the side of Team Vitality. They take off KK as well, so a 1-1 trade overall. That expanded over way too much time for Team Vitality.
I just love the fact that you had to talk for so long. But in any case, what was that? It was a great escape coming in from Zhang Q. Yes, he did die, but look at the amount of time that he bought for the side of Bigetron.
Yeah, massive distraction, right? Like that. Like I said, I'm trying to be giving here for you, kid. I'm trying to give you a bit of a break, so I thought I'd talk a little bit more on that one. Completely give the whole dictation of that chase.
Yeah, and here's the benefit, right? So for all of you that are questioning whether Bigetron can stand up against Vitality, look, for all of the damage that Vitality has done against Bigetron, they have taken 2 turrets away from the Vitality lineup. And I think that's no mean feat. It's really difficult to play against a Vitality team that has dominated pretty much this entire duration of the Invitational Season 3.
Yeah, I mean, playing a solid macro up into the Clash lane here. We've got Zhang Q and we've got Tufts here, but he may get caught out. On looks pretty low as well. Set sail onto the back line. Oh, down goes on. There we are. Dao going into it as well. Maybe biting off more than he can chew. He gets the knockdown onto Neil as well. Could we get Lung? Oh, it's going to be Zahn using the Infinite Master Speed extended here, but KK is on the run once more. He is the man of chases right now.
Oh, hang on. They really want to chase into this? I mean, I think Vitality, this is why they're so scary, right? In most situations across the competition so far, we don't see too much chasing in and chasing after, right? And the fact of the matter is, I think Vitality, this is also a psychological gameplay that they're playing against Bigetron, right? At any given moment, you're so fearful of the potential of damage coming in from Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite a mental game, right? Because, I mean, if you're kind of chasing somebody, you're getting aggressive whilst you're chasing them, and then when they manage to get out, like, sort of, like, get away, you get a little bit angry, whereas Team Vitality, you just, like, chase them to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, exactly. It's also just try and enforce some errors coming in. They want them to burn those ultimates early, or maybe make the very small, minor mistakes here. Radiance on both sides.
John Q, we have the path to pass it. Oh, is it going to be a steal? No, it's going to be Keke getting the last hit there onto the Tyrant. It's not going to be trading for anything thus far for BTR, but quite a few of the members, especially Dao, are looking pretty low in terms of their health. The set sail is not quite up to scratch yet. I mean, we're seeing Tufts here going for the frigid charge, so he definitely wants to commit with the set sail and then lock them down even further.
look, Vitality, they're just edging these exchanges out, right? Look at the amount of ultimate abilities that they're trying to put down.
Ooh, okay. Oh, a 2v1. Zan takes the double kill. I mean, not double kill, but it is a 2v1 there onto the side of Team Vitality. They are definitely trying to get the pickoffs, kid.
Yeah, but a rare mistake from Dao Dao. This is not the same Dao Dao we have seen across the competition just yet. And hang on, Zen.
Yeah, maybe 1 year older is just enough to take down Dao Dao, but right, but we can hope for the side of BTR that is the case. But Zan here just trying to just get some of these jungle camps, but having to be forced out of the enemy jungle, which is definitely the tactic that Team Vitality want.
Yeah, and so far, the Vitality, they have recovered quite a bit. So if you take a look at the amount of turrets taken now, it's just that one more extra turret in the mid lane, so mid T1 taken down as well. But BTR, they are very good at recovery here.
They're going to try and take it. Oh! Shadow Overlord goes over to Arn, getting stolen by their marksman. They do pay with Wen's life, but they're able to take that neutral objective away from them, which is a big trade.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at it over time, this is still a big win for the side of Vitality. So not only do they have that gold advantage, now they're going to have even more of a lane pressure if they can take the T2, which I think shouldn't be an issue here. I want to take a look at the growth of the items as well. Look, Zen has pretty much been untouched this game. At level 14, he is very close to his Siege Breaker. He already has a Star Breaker, so there's plenty of burst. So I think at this point, Vitality, they need to be really careful about the way that they approach fights, especially when they have no vision.
I mean, for what we've seen so far, they're just trying to draw BTR away from these lanes, right? A lot of these fights are taken, like, in place of the jungle, in the neutral objective pits as well. So it's going to seem like a clear strategy here for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, hiding in the brush is definitely one of the main strats you can use, right? But Zankyo, I think he has done really well in surviving as a Jing. But Zankyo...
Considering everything, yep, there is set sail, goes straight onto Arn. Is he going to be live enough Dao Dao into the backline? Is he going to take out Tufts? No, it's going to be Zankyo taking down Arn, as well as a double kill going over to Dao Dao. Using the infinite fastness is Zayn, forcing them away. He's going to have to try and do this to keep that high ground turret alive, but it may just be right in his own death note here. Takedown is Zayn, but they are going to take down Keke as well. High ground turret once more going over to Team Vitality.
Unrelenting from the side of Vitality. Do they really want to end this here?
Oh, okay, the Splendor has come through, but it's not going to be enough. Team Vitality at the Crystal, taking a 13-minute match, potentially their longest game yet.
It's crazy. 13 minutes is the longest potential game, or longest game that Vitality have played in this entire tournament. And I have to say, look, Bigetron, that game was going okay. It wasn't the best, but it was going okay. And the fact that they lost in a blink of an eye, that's insane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm happy to say that they did a much better job than AG Global, AG Gamers Global, because they were looking like they were struggling, whereas Team BTR was definitely bringing it toe for toe. It's just that Team Vitality was dragging them away from the lanes.
Yeah, it's such a useful tool, right? So they tried to play the macro game, but end of the day, Vitality, they were like, no, let's fight. I want to have that fist fight with you. And unfortunately, because of the way the map was played, Vitality would always had the request fulfilled because they had to defend the T2s, T3s, and when you are brought into a fight like that, Vitality always takes it. They have so much sustain coming in from the Ogren, the huge burst from Wen on that Mai Shiranui. Everything worked out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they had very much... It was hard to execute for them, especially with the Mai Shiranui. We saw that Wen was obviously struggling in the early game there. And even on the DRNG, it was like he got a few like little moments where he was able to claim a bit of victory. But overall, I feel like it was executed a little bit better on the side of BTR as a draft. But Team Vitality, they got the win. That's the most important part.
Yeah, I mean, itemizations-wise, you already had the Glacial Buckler on Psycho. I think Psycho understood that, hey, I needed to be tanky to be able to just eat some of the hits coming in from Wen or Muchen because of the Cannon Blast. There's a lot of stuns coming in, a lot of control and burst of damage. But the moment Psycho fell, that's when everything started to fall apart. And notice that they don't go for Neo. Most teams, when you see that, hey, Neo is the insurance policy for the team, they instead took the rest of the teammates on the side of BTR and said, look, this is the price you pay for saving or attempting to save your teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. But there we go. The damage dealt there has been... This is the one thing I do like about Team Vitality as well. It's kind of like the three-headed Hydra. There was 3 amounts of damage coming from that team, not just one singular source, which made them a lot more viable into throughout the game, basically. There was no real late game. We got to 13 minutes, but no Tempest Dragon just yet. Will BTR be the team that takes them to the Tempest?
Maybe, we'll see. But I want you to take a very careful look at this goal graph, right? This really shows and represents the standards that they have. But let's talk about Dao Dao first. The MVP, keeping the tradition alive. To be MVP, you need to have 30% in something. And this is Dao Dao tanking it up 30% in damage taken, 6, 1, and 3. Coming close to 25% in hero damage as well.
I mean, was it really his play, or was it just the fact that it was his birthday?
Yeah, true.
Maybe that's a defining factor as well. You could not deny Dao Dao a MVP on his birthday, but no. Yeah, it was definitely the play style. There was a few little hiccups here and there, a bit of an early death precipice within the mid part of the game, but other than that, he definitely came back, especially with that double kill.
Okay, we have to give a shout out to Zhang for his absolutely beauty of a performance on the Jing, right? I think his great escape play, that was great. Zen was doing his own work as well as the Loom. I think they did try whatever methods they could, but there was one singular moment in the game which kind of broke the spirit of Bigetron, and that was right at the edge of the left-hand side of the map near the T2 on the board, where Zhang actually was caught out by Muchen with the Think Inside the Box, and that really changed the outset of the game because there was no one to tank that fight.
I think not only that, but the steal of the Overlord as well. I feel like we might be getting like an extra 2 minutes on the game if we got that into the favor of BTR, because they wouldn't have to defend against the Shadow Vanguards or the Vanguards themselves. But this team fight up into the Clash lane was definitely all she wrote.
Yeah, it was a very exposing team fight, right? Because you understood, look, Tufts is one of the tankiest heroes on this team, and once your tank is gone, they have no more options. Sure, you have damage, but how much life can you give before you deal the damage?
Yeah, there we go. That's game one run down by Team Vitality. Maybe 30 minutes being their longest game. We'll have to get that fact checked, but it's definitely a not as clean win as we've been seeing for them. BTR definitely stepping up to the challenge there, whether that was just thanks to the Jing, thanks to the draft, but they don't want to go down without a fight.
Yep, so here's a silver lining for the Red Robot fans. Look, this is as close as the longer series that Vitality has had to play. And BTR, maybe they're still warming up, right? So place your hope, your faith in the team. Things can get better. As for Vitality, maybe this could be a wake-up call. I'm not saying they had a bad game, but this is closer than I think most Vitality fans would have expected.
I think it's closer than what we expected, to be honest. 'Cause I mean, so far from what Team Vitality's displayed has been pretty brutal. So I have to give it over to the side of Team Vitality and BTR. I have to give them the nod of approval because they were able to take it through very much longer than most other teams have. But maybe in game two, they'll be able to take it just a little bit longer, but they don't have the Jing anymore. They don't have the Loom.
Okay, so I think we will take a short break. When we're back, let's see if Bigetron can polish their draft even more and maybe take one game away from Vitality.
Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you
All right, welcome back to our second best of 7 series for today. These will be for the semi-finals position. They want to be a semi-finalist, and this battle is between Vitality as well as Bigetron. Now, of course, Vitality, they walk away with game number 1, and they're looking for 3 more wins to close the series to go up against Nova. Of course, Bigetron, I think they have other plans. Let's see if the Red Robots can make this a reality.
Yeah, will the Red Robots take red side? I feel like that might be the stars aligning there for BTR to try and take game 2 from Team Vitality. But like we were saying before the break, they definitely gave it the best that any team has so far, right? So it is showing that there is some faults within Team Vitality, and if Team Vitality go through, will they struggle even further with Nova, or will BTR be able to close them out here? But they are going to be choosing the red side this time around, so the reactive role for the Red Robots.
Okay, I want to take a peek inside Kurus's brain, right? Right now, I think many times they have tried the first game with Assassin role jungler. I think maybe just to feel out the competition, right? How well do you handle the pressure, especially as someone as mobile as the Jing? I think Han Xing has more mobility compared to what Jing offers at this point, so maybe they would want to try that instead. It seemed to work.
Yeah, I mean, his recent skill buff, has definitely gave him a bit more of an advantage, the Han Xing, because in KC 2024, he was mainly built as a tank, but now he's definitely got the sustainability of being more of a warrior, kind of assassin-like jungler. But it looks like Team Vitality, they got their Maestro in game 1. They don't want Neil to be picking up this pick, but I do have to give it over to Neil. On the shirt, he played a great game.
Yeah, he was very clinical. I was very surprised at the amount of silky beauties he landed, because no one else so far in this competition has landed as many in a row.
Yeah, I think somebody should tell Neil he's a silky beauty himself after that game, but that's not for us to do. That's for the people at the stadium to do. But the Ali ban and the Liang ban has been pretty strong throughout this entire thing, and BTR are doing the same treatment as the Mai. We're banning out the Diadea.
Yep, I think Diadea is really scary in the hands of Vitality, especially when you place it into the hands of Muchen. Now, they are going to go with the Dolia, so we might, once again, this opens up so many avenues, so many doors. Sangguan, Gan and Mo, Dun, even Sun Tzu to set sail.
Or even Kaiser. Even Kaiser as well. Yeah, so there is a lot of potential going here for the team, for Team Vitality, but BTR starting strong. It's the Dharma and the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, this has to work for the side of Bigetron, right? I mean, if there's any time you want to really just make the Giants bleed here, it has to be this game, especially when you have someone as clinical as a Dharma, King of Catchers here.
King of Catchers is met by the movable object that is Dune, and he's paired up with the Lady Sun, so we're going to get on his Lady Sun pick, which is going to be pretty good for the side of Team Vitality, but they're going to have to try and pool all their resources into this pick, right?
Yeah, at this point, I'm just curious whether, okay, it is going to be Deerens here. I think, yes, legal immunity definitely going to be very useful against Dao Dao if he's playing this Dun. I mean, Dun is a flex character, right? So he could definitely go into the clash lane as well. And we'll see. What other ultimates do they want to give as an option for this Dolia for Muchen to refresh?
Yeah, I'm very shocked they didn't go for the Lung here, right? Like, they could have easily had 2 Infinite Vastness kind of bait the enemy into it, especially when you've got Tufts on the Dharma. That would be a great kind of counter for that. But it looks like they're going to be banning out the Hu Huan, so they don't want to end Ending Sorrows, and I can't blame them. I can't blame them. There's already a lot of soakiness on the side of Team Vitality. You don't want the healing to be accompanied by that.
Well, there's still an opportunity for the side of Vitality to really pick up the Gan and Mo, right? I think Gan and Mo also pretty much destroys Bigetron. Look, Dharma is a good hero at catching, but he dies instantly to a full-blown coupled blades from Gan and Mo.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen it. We saw it in the last series where it was just absolutely eating the Zhang Fei, who was the Gan and Mo, so I don't see any problem why they shouldn't go for it on the side of Team Vitality, especially if they want to try and get back to their usual standards of that match duration, right?
Okay, it looks like Cruz understands that, hey, Vitality are really just trying to ban out all these early game assassin-style heroes as well.
Yeah, I mean, he still has Organ to figure up, so we could see that Jungkook goes onto the Organ. They are going to pick up the Yixing into the mid lane, so again, some great control here, paired with the Unbridled Outburst, as well as the Truth Mantras. Could be really good for the side of BTR.
Yep, I like the synergy here coming in. And Yixing, I mean, against a Dun, yes, he's pretty quick, but he does have his limitations as well, right? The Unruly Blade does not allow you to get out of the board, and it pairs really well with the Dharma as well. And likely said, look, Gun and Mo, I think, is the perfect answer to what BTR is drafting at this point. It looks like this will be locked in.
Locked in, but are we going to be seeing the lane go up into the Clash lane, or are we going to get something a little bit different here? But yeah, the burst damage is definitely a more welcomed thing by the side of Team Vitality, and it is going to be their lane. So 2 dual death at sunsets is going to be the way that KK gets in onto the backline.
Yeah, Zen is not going to have a good game this for this particular match itself. He is going to be constantly on the run, especially if Kirker actually gets his farm up in the lane. So Tufts, he has a very huge responsibility to make sure that he shuts down this lane.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they do knock it into the Masashi there as well. So trying to get in onto the back line of Team Vitality, or even the Lady Sun. We could be seeing the Masashi go into the duel at death just to try and take down a lot of their damage, because you know for a fact most of their damage is going to be coming from Gan and Mo and Lady Sun in this team comp.
Yeah, and also it also prevents that situation where there is a potential steal, right? With the Illuminating Slash, it gets rid of all the different projectiles coming in, especially when you have people like Lady Sun and Gan and Mo. I think that's very critical.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We'll see how this is actually going to go through in this game 2 between Team Vitality and BTR. Will BTR get a bit more of a solid run? But in terms of execution, do you feel like this draft's a little bit easy for BTR to execute, or do you think they had a better chance with last game's draft?
I think it's a safer pick because you get to react against the movements of Vitality. The only thing that I think is a real danger is just one on this Gun and Mo, right? Everyone else, there is a slight delay before movements are made. Unruly Blade, there's a slight delay before he jumps in. Lady Sun, I think pretty much the rolling rate is something that you can see coming from a mile away. And the lane's ultimate, sure, Death at Sunset, not too big of a problem.
We'll have to wait and see. Let's see if Coach King can actually overcome Team Vitality's Death on Sunset. So we'll see how they play this one. BTR is in for a game to treat, hopefully, for that side. We don't want to see them go down with a 4-0, right? We want to see them going out, all guns blazing, no Marco Polo on the Gorge.
Yeah, and I think the farm rate is definitely going to be very important here. I think let's talk about if you are on either end, right? Which lanes do you want to fortify? Which lanes do you want to give the advantage to at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to really be fighting up into the Clash lane. You don't want to let Dharma go behind, right? Which could be the case if we see a bit of some actual presence from Dowdow go up into the Clash lane, which we've seen time and time again. But it looks like there is. There's going to be a bit of a blow for blow up into the Clash lane, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. And the mid lane as well. I think these are the important lanes coming in, because if you give one the advantage, once again, you open up that opportunity or that chance to get the huge burst down, which will definitely be a huge detriment to the side of Zen in the farm lane. Likewise, in the Clash lane, if you allow Tufts to have that advantage in terms of levels, he's going to start rotating much faster. He's going to be able to catch out your backlines as well. That's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, so playing on a little bit of a ticking time bomb there, especially if they do lose their Clash lane. So I suppose it is in Team Vitality's best interest that they don't. They try and give as much aid over to it as possible. But right now, we're seeing a little bit of tit-for-tat here. Wavebreaker does come through, just trying to scare away Zane in the farm lane.
Yeah, right now in the farm lane, it really is who takes lesser hits, right? So An and Zen, every single interaction, be it by the roams, be it by the mids, every extra hit matters in this, that they will have a very huge difference as the game progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every shot that's going to be landed onto An is going to be held up by Adolia. That's the whole point, I realize, here in this one. So we'll see how they do, but it's looking like a bit of a tit-for-tat here, but Jagyu is up here. KK is able to dash out of there, so there's going to be no duel of death connected onto KK just yet.
Yep, no point, right? Because KK actually does still have his Death at Sunset, so it's not ideal to burn out the duel to the death without a guaranteed chance of killing him.
Yeah, you don't want to sort of bait that ability too often because, like you said, you won't have... you don't want to be using that, especially if you're the side of BTR. You don't want to be using the Imperial Order onto the Elaine, and then it's then given to Dowdow. He's got the full steam ahead, no damage reduction go through. Okay, so the Wind Slash does connect there, but nothing coming out of it as just yet. There seems to be a bit more respectful in Game 2.
Yeah, so there's quite a few things teetering on the edge, right? So nobody has managed to burn out Neil's passive just yet. At the same time, they haven't had exactly a kill yet. So this first blood actually gaining more and more importance in this game because it really switches up, number one, the gold advantage going to each side, EXP as well, but more importantly, you then get to explore the weaknesses and the lockdown comes in.
Okay, yeah, Jongkyu, especially already using the duel to death as well as World is my board. He gets the knock up. He's not able to exhaust the passive, but he's able to exhaust the TP. So the flash actually gets taken off by Neil there, which could be even more of a detriment than his actual passive itself.
Yeah, and right now, Dowdow, I mean, the Unruly Blade cooldown is so short. So at this point, BTR once again forced into a very awkward position. It's not the biggest loss because of a flash, but it makes things immensely more difficult.
Yeah, you become a little bit more susceptible to ganks, right? I mean, that's going to give Dowdow the go-ahead to try and just go in there, but right now, we're not seeing any conclusive kills for either of these teams just yet.
Not yet. I think both teams, these teams, they understand what's at stake here in terms of like the advantage they're netting for themselves, right? So unless it's a guaranteed kill, I don't think they will overdive at this point. The lane with the highest potential of a first blood, to me, has to be either the farm lane or the clash lane. Right? These rotations so far hasn't been finished up just yet. Here we go.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst does connect onto Arn into the backline though. Ultimate Board is going to just miss ever so slightly onto the side of Team Vitality. Rolling, that is going to be Arn just to clear out the minion wave, but who got the neutral objective? It is going to be Dowdow taking the Tyrant there, but Musashi looking to try and steal the Azure Golem. Keke is on him like a bad itch, but he's able to get the Azure Golem for now. Jongkyu takes the Death on Sunset onto the backline there, but it's not going to be enough damage for Team Vitality to wipe down any of these teammates on the side of BTR.
Okay. Dowdow, very clever understanding. He goes straight for the trade, right? He goes to work on that Crimson Golem. Right now, Keke just wants to make sure the Zankyu stays in the lane for as long as possible. That's a window of opportunity.
A bit of a rotation down into the farm lane here. A bit of a fight on all fronts. Arm may get actually hit by the Truth Mantra, but it's not going to be up the right just yet. Oh, Wave Breaker coming through as well as the Ultimate Shell connected onto Tufts there. It is Neil looking pretty low once more.
Oh, the passive.
Forcing on into the World is my board. Oh, it's going to be Wen. Getting the first blood as well as another one from Psycho.
Yep, it looked so close for a moment there, but Bigetron just being out macroed and once again being out microed as well by Vitality.
Just for now, yes, absolutely. I mean, that was it. We was waiting for the first blood. We got two.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, right? Because it seems like every single movement that Bigetron makes, they always have the answer on the side of Vitality. It looked like he was making it out, let's be honest here. And at this point, Neil, if I was Neil, I thought I was safe as well. And the corresponding blow, the leaking of the couple of blades also caught onto Psycho as well. So his farm is dwindled, and when Psycho is low, it's not ideal. Board is going to be laid down again.
Yeah, we do see the Death at Sunset is used there just to make sure to get rid of as much damage as possible. We do see Jongkyu into the backline there. Oh, he's able to take down Wen, so that's a big amount of damage for the side of Team Vitality being taken down. We almost lost Moochin as well, thanks to Tufts on the Dharma.
Yep, Tufts, I think, made a couple of small errors earlier. He actually missed his Truth Mantra. If not, they would be in a very different position. Now, BTR would have been in front in terms of kills and EXP and gold as well. But right now, I think that's a good sign, right? Zankyu doing well to make sure that he does time and synergize his duel to the death correctly with the members on the side of BTR.
Oh yeah, it's fatal, right? I mean, we see here a little bit of phase check from Psycho, just trying to draw Dowdow into Neil, just to take a little bit of damage before they get into any kind of team interaction. We are seeing a little bit of Keke surfacing around into the top side of the map as well, into the enemy jungle, just waiting for that minion wave to crash into the T2.
Yep, and very huge aggression here, but it is going to be matched up. I think Tufts is going to do a good job if he can manage to kind of match the pacing that Vitality are giving right now and push down this T2 on the bot.
Yeah, I mean, they played Jing in the last game, but they're definitely mirroring the Team Vitality's playstyle this time around without any Jing. So no mirror dimension, we are getting a mirrored playstyle. We are seeing Jiangqiu especially stalking the back line here, goes onto Dao Dao, just the extreme speed, but then uses the duel to death. There's actually not going to get a knockup from him, but it is going to be Wen that gets taken down once more. So caught out, a bad position there.
Yeah, but this is a big win. Bigetron, this is impressive because now look, there is no huge burst potential. There's no steals available on the side of Vitality as well. But Bigetron, they are funneling the farm differently. This time they want to pass it all over the Zen and they want to start working on the T1 on the top. This is going to open up the map and it forces rotations by the side of Vitality. They cannot take a 4-on-5 fight here.
No, definitely not. We've seen a lot of pressure down into the mid lane as well. They've got to be careful that they don't lose this T1 very early, but there we are. We've seen Keke into the back line, just trying to give a little bit of damage onto Tufts, a little bit of a mental boom he wants to see onto the side of BTR, but it is going to be a T1 takedown as well into the Clash lane.
Okay, so Xiangqiu, he holds his own. They take the first Overlord. For this game itself, it will go into the hands of BTR.
For now, yes. We're getting almost into that 9-minute mark, just past the 8 minutes, but definitely a stronger early mid-game coming into it now. BTR, we haven't seen Team Vitality quite just pop off just yet.
Yeah, but you know, immediate trade 1 is going to help secure that Tyrant. Now, saving grace, I think. Zan already has the Doomsday, so he's going to be able to deal quite a bit of healthy damage onto Dao Dao. But his positioning is of utmost importance, so it really requires Neil and Xiangqiu to have the appropriate setups for him.
Yeah, you can see Zan here just trying to keep his passive all procced up there as he goes into these team fights. He wants to do as maximum attack speed and movement speed as possible, being as agile as he possibly can, but he's just not quite landing the shots. But Wen, however, is absolutely phase checking these bushes like a goat. Psycho's taking so many hits on the chest, but if you're going to be hitting anybody, you want to be taking, especially if you are BTR, it's going to be the Zhongfei, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it helps to gather his passive as well. Right now, he doesn't need to because he already has access to his Unbridled Outburst. Still looking for that opening, right? They want to set the scene. This Unbridled Outburst will be clinical if it's paired together with Neil's The World Is My Board, right? That could be the ideal situation in which they flip the entire fight onto Vitality and force out a couple of ults.
Yeah, Jiangqiu's playing this Masashi field. He's always trying on the back end. He's always on target as well. Sometimes definitely doesn't knock up, especially onto Dao Dao. You always see Wen go in. Oh, okay. Just a truth. Oh, the depth odds going to be enough to second. We see Psycho Avius through.
Yep, that's a big opening. Now there is no counter initiation coming in. Bigetron might look for that opening to try and punish onto the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, if you've taken down one member of Vitality, Keke is that you want to get rid of because that's no backline of all blades. But Jiangqiu once more on the Masashi plane, he is rotating very methodically.
Yep, and the way they have positioned themselves, it makes Vitality think that, hey, maybe they are taking the Overlord. But look, they're just buying time. And the more time they're buying Xiangqiu, now he secures that Tyrant buff for themselves. And Vitality, they don't have the option to go for the Overlord take.
Yeah, they've got to try and clear up these, even try and go objective. But that's definitely damage over to the side of BTR.
Yep, and right now we are close to, I think at this point, right, Psycho is actually going to be a huge tank in the next maybe 1 to 2 minutes here. Very close to that Ominous Premonition. And that's going to dwindle the amount of damage that An, as well as Keke can dish out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to slow them down as well, so Wen's not going to be able to get out as quick as possible, but he's going to have to heavily rely on that flash. But Jiangqiu is looking to just stalk and try and get the Azure Golem. Didn't quite get it. It definitely goes over to Dao Dao there, but they're able to take the T2.
Yep, so better map control here. I like this performance by BTR. They're learning as we go. And one more thing to note, Neil already has the Venomous Staff, so it does help hurt that healing potential coming in from Muchen here.
Yeah, potential fight here into the mid lane, potentially. Oh, let's have a look. Okay, well, World Is My Board used very early. Not quite I was only crapping Dao Dao there. I mean, he was able to get the Imperial Order from Zayn there, but nothing's going to come from this engage just yet.
This is a beautiful play coming up from Bigetron. Okay, but the sprite, the jungle sprite actually ruins that. I was just about to say, if they actually, you know, reposition themselves, right? I think Vitality could have been caught by a flank coming in from Tufts here.
Could have potentially, absolutely, but they weren't able to get that. I think that was to Team Vitality's own skill there to just try and keep that team fight from not happening, because it could have gone down definitely in the favor of BTR there.
Yep. Now they're going to start working. Dowda's going to start working on the Overlord, but I think ZanQ is already prepped for it. They don't know that he's there though. Not going to be of any importance at this point. It's really just feeling out the competition. And once again, ZanQ, he repositions himself. I like the way that he's playing the map. And once the action starts, I think it's not going to be a fun time. On the backlines.
Oh no! Straight in for the right moment. It came into his frame, and it was definitely get down there. Just come through. They need to make sure this wave. They can't let that team one for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, such a rarity, but Vitality looking for the punish, but once again gets countered.
Oh yes, there it is. The wall is my board comes okay. Well, KK over into the back and he's going in. He's trying to take on Muchi, but that is a 3-0 trade for the side of BTR. Muchi trying to deal more, trying to keep from that T2. Is Vitality about to bleed?
Oh, so many openings right now. They can start working on the Overlord as well, and it looks like it's going to be a double-pronged approach. Bigetron just making the best decisions, getting absolutely maximum value across the map here.
But, I mean, they're using the world as my boy from that high ground turret. They're able to wipe out the minions, but it's not looking too good for Team Vitality.
Yeah, this is a refreshing scene to see, right? Because at the end of the day, Bigetron, I think going into this series, they were struggling quite a bit to reach this stage of the competition. Now, I think they have a newfound confidence about the way they play the game. And the fact that, look, Neil today has been exceptional to me in the mid lane. And paired up with it, I think ZanQ is just feeding off of this growth from Neil.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing to their best performances. I mean, if they played like this in the rest of the tournament, would they have been second seed? Probably not. They probably would have been going forward and trying to do more with how they stood within the knockout stages. But hey, they're here. They're in the quarterfinals, and they're trying to do as much as possible.
Yep, and this is going to be a good position for the side of Bigetron. So finally, they have a 3,000 gold lead, more or less, across the map. They've taken the lanes down up to the tier 3s on the bot, and I think the mid as well. So this is a very dark map for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, they've got to make sure they hold onto these high ground turrets. If they let these go, then it's going to be such a harder game for Team Vitality to come back from.
Okay, so right now they're going to start working on this T2, and ideally they want to break down this T3 as fast as possible, right? Look at all the ultimates. Neil does have the world as my board, so this could be a big situation for the side of BTR to capitalize on. Lay down, catch Dowda.
There it is. It's catching Dowda in the vicinity, but they're able to wipe down the minion wave. We see the Enlightenment Marcher come through just to clear those minions from the high ground turret as well. The Vanguard does come through, Unbridled Outburst does catch Dowda. Down goes the high ground turret, so that vital thing that we was missing, but it is going to be John Q into the backline, takes it on. Where did he get there? But there we go, Sage's Sanctuary is still on the run. Oh, it's just about, he's got to be careful. I mean, Wen is still alive. The couple blades connect. Neil goes down, but still, John Q is alive. This could be Team Vitality in the midst of their first loss within the Season 3 Invitational. There we go. It's once more Tufts coming in, takes down Muchi. It is going to be BTR taking it around from Team Vitality.
Welcome to the new era here. BTR, the Red Robots do it, and they take one game off of Vitality here. What a surprise.
Oh yeah, massive surprise. I mean, I don't know what's a bigger surprise. The fact that they took a round from Team Vitality, or how Jang Q got into that backline so quick.
He actually used his extreme speed to go into the middle of the 5 members on the side of Vitality, and then use his duel to the death to go all the way to the back. So An, I mean, this is why a good Musashi is so scary. An was not having a good game at all.
No. He wasn't. The Lady Sun wasn't the best pick for this one, I don't feel like, especially with the support she was given. Dolia, yes, great for refreshing the ultimates, but in terms of keeping the Lady Sun alive, it's a lot harder of a task than you think.
Yeah, so that's one of the weaknesses on the draft on the side of Vitality, right? So there was a very huge focus on counter initiation, but it also means that you're providing that dive to the front, meaning a lane is not going to be there, your Dowda on that Dune is not going to be there. So now you're missing two big damage dealers and tanks in the form, and they are going to be all the way at the backlines on the side of Bigetron. And that gives Zankyu the freedom to go on a 1v3, of which he has no problem because it is a Ganemo, Lady Sun, and a Dolia, of which his kit just works wonders against them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely a non-stopping game for BTR, whereas it was a non-starting game for Team Vitality. They really tried in the early game. I mean, yes, Wen was getting some kills across the board, but you got a Lady Sun in your team. You want to be giving over the resources to that pick just so you can get her a little bit further, but just wasn't the case. We saw quite a lot of engages from the Musashi, right? I mean, whether it's just Team Vitality saying, look, Jungkyu, you've been denied Musashi for the majority of this tournament. We're going to give you him to see what you can do, and this is exactly the resulting product.
Yeah. Has Jungkyu played Musashi in this tournament yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, no wonder. But in any case, you know what? Vitality, that was a valiant effort, but Bigetron, what a game. I think they understood the weaknesses. There was nobody to control Zankyu on this Musashi, and they really took full advantage of it.
Absolutely. I mean, this gold graph was definitely going into the favor of Team Vitality for quite some time, but then it was just like, hey, someone hold my beer. Jungkyu goes in with a Musashi, and we saw him, we blinked, we missed him, he was into the back of the line, and there we go, getting that MVP, getting the 6-0 one-kin. Yep, dying once. He almost died at the end there. He got out alive.
Yeah, he played it to the absolute limit. And let's take a look at the highlights, right? Starting of the game, it was all about Vitality. The refresh coming in, they got the kill on the new, a double kill actually onto Psycho as well at the same time. And it looked like Vitality had this game pretty much under control from the get-go. But this combination coming in from Neo, as well as a full-on aggression by Zankyu to successfully find not just Wen, but An throughout the middle stages of the game was what really changed the plane of what was happening across the map.
I mean, considering they had the Zhongfei, right? I feel like Psycho's Unbridled Outburst wasn't always on point, so I feel like that might just be a waste of the draft into this one. I mean, they were able to get the victory, which is great, but I feel like if it weren't for Jungkyu actually being on the Musashi, it would be a completely different story, because he was the clear carry in this one, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about a long-term strategy, right? This is a long series, best of 7. So at this point, you know what, Zhangfei, yes, out of the picture, but there are many other ones, other Roman supports to really try and win the series over to their side.
Yeah, I mean, look at here. It was Jungkyu just literally holding on by the skin of his teeth there. I think it was down to the Blood Rage that really kept him alive, as well as the Leaping Savior. So Psycho not quite in the pale with the Bridal Outburst, but with the Leaping Savior, he kept his jungle alive.
Yep, and I mean, that last desperate attempt to save the game by Wen, I mean, that was quite painful to look at for Vitality fans, right? Even using the guard her grave. Good attempt, but it's not good enough. And BTR tied the series up 1-1. So with that being said, now, this could be very interesting because, you know, when we entered this series today, I had some hidden expectations that it was not going to be as close, but Bigetron continued to surprise me day after day.
Absolutely. I mean, we didn't expect BF to take a kill or a game, but they are the only team this far to actually do. We have the Indonesian seed.
Okay, so here's the formula, right? So they have tried assassin role junglers over and over again in the first game of the series across all the days that they've competed. Never really worked out. And now they finally have found a formula where, look, the tank jungle is the answer. So maybe they should just stick to that. Now, Kurus, I don't know what his mindset is in terms of a long series like this, a BO7. But if he keeps doing what he's doing right now in terms of provision of tools and equipment for the members on the side of Bigetron to really make full use of, I think we could be in for a very tight series.
So we're going to go for a break. Don't go anywhere. Let's see if BTR can take any more from Team Vitality.
Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you
Welcome back. It is going to be the third game of this best of 7 series. Right now we're tied 1-1. Vitality just lost the second game of the series, allowing Bigetron to even the odds at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we can only hope that Vitality either come back here or Esports actually come with a 2-1 victory. Well, not victory, again, the point here over Team, which is more of a team can say they've done this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they handed the first loss to Vitality, if I'm not wrong. I don't remember looking at Vitality lose too many games in the lead up to this point of the competition.
No. Left lost no games. No games to this point. Now going to be it's the Indonesian representation that's going to be seeming to take that undefeated them.
Yep, so we dive into the mind of the coaches and the managers on the side of both teams. And it looks like right now, I think Vitality haven't really hit their stride yet, right? This is not the same performance just yet, but also it could be the long game where they want to exhaust the picks on either side first.
I mean, when we saw the earlier, it was the fact that actually displayed more heroes than Team Vitality. It could be the fact if they do go to TR could take it.
Yeah, I agree, right? And that could be a surprise install from the side of the Red Robots that Vitality may not expect. Now, I'm just curious to see if Bigetron will go back and try that assassin role jungler once again. But let's take a look at the global ban picks. A very big hero pools taken out. Ogren, Mai, Zhang Fei, as well as the Yixing, Dharma, and Musashi. Now, these are all very huge game changers, and right now they're out of the hero pool because of the global ban pick format.
Oh yes, quite a few of those picks have been taken out, and it's going to be BTR getting the reactive role once more. They're deciding to go for the red side once more, but I mean, that's Team Vitality lost game 2, so they've chosen the blue side for a reason.
Yeah, I think they want to secure one of the big tank jungles once again. We've seen them play the Mankey, we've seen them play the Aguro as well. So I'm just curious what Andy is thinking of now. Now, Andy is the coach here. And so far, I think they're pretty much even. Omkuru's also doing very well to match up the pacing that Andy has offered.
Yeah, he's definitely seeming up to the task, right? So, Umcorus is the coach of BTR, and he's definitely putting the mastermind Andy in his paces for now. So, we'll see what they decide to draft. It is going to be Maestro and being banned out for the first time again for Team Vitality. Same with the Yarly. They don't want to give it over to Arn.
Okay, so both teams actually keeping very big drafts and picks away from each other, right? I mean, the fact that Vitality have already used Mai, they just want to stifle that growth, and they ban out the Liang. So we might see a more assassin-style jungler coming in from the side of Vitality.
Potentially. I mean, Liang was a banned around, and the come through, it definitely has come into fruition, especially with the role suppress we saw it on Blacklist. So again, it's a good counter pick for more assassin type the Gorge, but the prior pick is actually going to be the I Ching this time around. So Juan getting that pick for himself.
Okay, I Ching, I like this pick, right? Taking liberties unexpectedly has a lot of damage. At the same time, if you get the ideal World is My board, these passive damage coming in from Sliding Stones is quite a bit to handle. Even the tanky heroes will suffer a great deal of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it used for BTR in the last. It definitely works for Camp. It just depends on how else they're going to fit out, because Dao Dao has lost his Augur and lost his duo. Are we starting to see the show of Monkey, or see him actually go for a more of a jungle pick?
Interestingly, I think, you know what, Lam works here against the side of BTR, right? It works wonders against the Mortar as well as the Lady Sun, but that's just my personal guess. Right now, they will secure the Lung for themselves, so this is a must-win for both sides. Lady Sun, Lung, you don't want to lose games when you play these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to get the power duo here, so it is going to be Lung and Diadea. So that BTR had in the last game, it's not last game, first game, they're going to use it this time around. So Vitality looking for the clapback.
Yep, and interestingly, Bigetron, they tease the Liu Bang is not locked in just yet. We'll see. This opens up quite a few avenues, right? Actually, if there is a great mobile hero on the side of BTR, I think it pairs really well with Liu Bang as well.
Oh, yes. Liu Bang coming through for BTR. He's actually had quite a bit of showing today in the quarterfinals. Is Liu Bang. We saw him for, I believe it was Nongshim that picked him last time.
I believe so too.
Yeah. So the Battlefield Command coming through, very, very good. I believe it was the game they lost though, so maybe BTR might not be onto a winner here with this one. But the Motsuba pick here is pretty good. Obviously, we saw it from Team Vitality in Game 1. Great shot caller. And Psycho, nonetheless, is definitely up to the pale when it comes to, in terms of player skill, just like Muchin in the support role.
Okay, so let's talk about a counterplay here, right? If I'm not wrong, Vitality have not exhausted their Byron just yet. And I think that will be one of the decent clash laners to go up against the Liu Bang in lane. You want to make sure that you have someone that's able to kind of get that Dominator shield effect gone. And Vitality, they understand what's at risk here. They will take away the Guan Yu.
Yeah. Yes, taken off the cards here. So, I mean, the clash lane pool is looking pretty low. I mean, got the likes of the Byron inside of Keke, or it could be something a little bit different that we're not seem to see. I mean, Mew be debuted before, but it would be down. Room for a treat, Kindofu.
Oh yeah, I love it. And right now, the only concern for me is, look, Luna, fantastic at catching, but also at risk of once she gets stunned, when there is a lot of control coming out from the side of Bigetron, she is in mortal danger. So I'm curious to see what the gameplay is here for the jungler.
So it might be helpful there in terms of catch-up, but it is going to be the Prince of Land Ling Q. That is going to be all the style through into some of these. Just a little bit more version of the idea, I have to say.
Yep, and bear in mind, Zhang Q has shown his prowess in being invisible during rotations, and he plays really well into the kit of Prince of Lanling. I mean, if he can catch you with someone as sneaky, but not as sneaky like the Musashi, can you imagine what he can do with the Prince of Lanling?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, patient though. I suppose, does his patience expand or extend to another, like, I don't know if it will do. Like, he's definitely got to have reset to be like, right, okay, I've got to play exactly the same game as game 2, and that will get us the game 3 victory.
Interestingly, I prefer BTR's draft at this point. Look, BTR has longer reaching arms. They have Psycho on the Mortar and they have Neo on the Angela to really just poke down onto the different members on the side of Vitality. And they can react based on, number 1, the vision given by the Prince of Lanling, and number 2, whether those skill shots hit. I can assure you, I think once a Cannon Blast or a Chaos Cinders land in the appropriate timing, we will see ZanQ just pop off.
We can only hope, right? They definitely need on another point on the board. Bigetron Esports would definitely look like a better prospect for the Indonesia over Team Vitality. Right now, Team Vitality are not going to be pulling any blows in this game 3 because they need on top right.
Yeah, they definitely need to protect the jungle on both ends itself. Simply because assassin-style junglers, look, I would take the gamble as the side of Bigetron and try and stifle the growth by invading, and which is why you see both Mushin and Wen actually working their way around the Azure Golem camp.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking to try it. They were like, okay, is there? No, she's not quite there. They're going to actually try and jump on top of Dao. Not quite. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I mean, we've time and time before that teams have just starved the Luna of the Azure Golem, and it's not been.
Yeah, which is why she actually goes in for the Crimson Golem first. I think that's a really smart idea. Now, Psycho is going to catch wind of this information, and that information is going to be passed on to ZanQ. We'll see what his decision is at this point.
Yeah, no, just a lot of rotations at this point. It is the early game, but in terms of the Motsu here, looking to try and just equalize the Lung in this farm lane, right?
Yeah, mid lane weren't taking a little bit of damage, but I think the growth of the farm lane is what is more important here. Oh, actually gets the right
the win.
win. Oh, that was close. Yeah, An is just having a decent game here. I think Psycho hasn't been really successful in landing those cannon blasts here.
Yeah, he's definitely tried his best to land them to keep the Lady Sun alive. But right now in the mid lane, we've got a 3-man rotation. They're definitely trying to put Wen in his tracks.
Yeah, I think having Wen as a mid lane that's behind on the farm also matters a lot, right? Because then, number 1, you can really just go in crazy without having to have too much concern over the fact that sliding stones and taking liberties are of concern. The damage.
Okay,
but
yep, taking liberties comes through as well. First blood is going to go over to Team Vitality this time. It is BTR, ZanQ going down for the first time. This maybe not as clean a game as the Musashi we've just been seeing.
And that's the risk of taking an assassin jungler, right? Because then, look, you're not as survivable. Yes, you have huge bursts, but if you get caught out, positioning is of utmost importance here. I think they were just a little bit too zealous, curious as to why they were walking together like that, but you can't blame them at this point. High stakes match, small mistakes will cost you quite a bit.
Maybe they're just forming a conga line. We don't know. Well, let's see what they have in terms of response to this, because I mean, BTR definitely need to come back from that first blood. It does put them behind in the resource lead as well.
Yep, now they're going to start gathering on the bot side of the map. Oh, can they get the catch just in time? Psycho, that's really smart. Actually, you know what? One of the things that Psycho should be in charge of doing is to try and bait out that the world is my board, right? If there's able to successfully get that skill down, burn that ultimate out before the fight starts, I think it could really go well in favor of Bigetron as well.
Yeah, they got to make sure they try and approach these team fights as best as possible. But when you've got somebody like the Motsu that's able to like basically just create that distance, I think it's going to be very difficult for the side of Team Vitality to try and get on top of. But right here, Muchin and An might be a victim here, but not quite. There's no setup. They have the minion wave. They're just kind of just trying to maybe just give a bit of a mental scare.
Yeah, you will see this later on. Actually, the ideal combination here is actually going to be Psycho.
Oh,
hang on, Wen.
Gotta be careful. The silence, not quite hitting just yet. He just got the world is board. He's so caught. It's gonna be Keke getting the kill onto the side of Team Vitality, and they're not done there. It's Wen picking up another one.
Yep, everything going wrong for the side of Bigetron. Look, the draft is really good in terms of getting catches if you land the Cannon Blast. But so far, they have not taken full advantage of the fact of Psycho's Cannon Blast into Chaos Sinners by Neo and then maybe Blazing Brilliance, and it's costing them so much.
I mean, I didn't want to be the one to say it, but Unbridled Outburst is a little bit easy to land than the Cannon Blast, right? And he's still whiffed with that one. So it could be at the detriment of Psycho. He needs to improve his aim, but it is going to be the bit of farewell onto the Psycho there. It is going to take down number 4 for the side of Team Vitality.
Look, previous game we were gushing about Neo, about how good his mid lane was, and now I think Wern, he wants to prove that he is the best out of the best as well. But here comes the next marker here. ZanQ waiting for that backline rotation.
Looking to steal that Crimson Golem, it seems. He's like, oh, no one's there. They're all in my jungle, stealing my Azure Golem, so I'm going to steal their Crimson Golem. So a little bit of a trade there.
Yeah, but this is a risky play to have, right? Because, look, almost anyone can burst him down. And unfortunately, just use his Flaming Palms to get rid of the Task Boars. So ZanQ lives to save another day.
Yeah, no, not exactly where you want those Flaming Palms to land unless you want some meat coming through for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the position of Vitality, they're looking for an opening, right? Right now is the perfect time for a pickoff because they have neutral objectives available for them to take. 5.5 minutes, it's not really the biggest timing to falter, but if you can get an advantage, you want to squeeze every single bit of advantage that you can. You're trying to put pressure in the mid so that An now has the freedom to take that T1 on the top. And very nice rotation. Kerker actually just stops the entire aggression coming down onto that farm lane T1.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a typical trade, but it looks like Keke had his head screwed on there and was able to stop it, which was really good because that means that Vitality coming out on top of that whole thing. But it looks like Neil is in a bit of a trouble there. Flaming Palms do connect, but the Right of the Wind isn't going to quite hit when you've got that CC immunity from the Blazing Brilliance. But right now, Dodo are looking to give a hand into the mid lane.
Okay, not ideal. They might get the catch. Oh, hang on. Psycho gets caught.
Psycho is in the thick of it. We do see the Keke dives down on backline. Oh, takedown of Neil as well. That's a great play by Keke. Somebody that was seeming to just have a little bit of a lack of pizzazz in that last game.
I mean, you give them an inch and they take a mile on the side of Vitality, right? They got a kill, they got the Azure Golem buff as well. Tufts does well to try and make a trade here on the T1 on the top. Rotations will be made by Kerker, not really to get a kill, really just to maintain wave management here. And you know what's funny? Every time they see the notification that ZanQ is around, I don't think one is worried at all. In fact, one is more, alright, I'm gonna get a kill.
Yeah, it's like challenge accepted, but once more, Psycho getting caught. This is not how you play the Motsu, especially when you're playing from behind. You are down by 4k gold. You do not want to let this slip even further.
Yep, they have absolutely shut ZanQ up.
Neil. The Blazing Brilliance just to clear off the minion wave, but there's another one. Okay, ZanQ coming from behind. Takes down An. That is a good start to a team fight. But what more can BTR do here?
I mean, not much, right? At this point, they really are just stemming the bleeding, right? The wave management's just simply better on the side of Vitality. So Bigetron, they have to find an opening. And this catching out of An is a rare occurrence. It's not going to happen all the time in this match.
I mean, he's been flying under the radar a lot in this game, right? We're almost at that 8-minute mark. So I feel like because he's flying under the radar, he's able to just not die but get the resources at the same time. So this could come back and bite Team Vitality in the behind, but only time will tell.
Yeah, but at the same time, look, the way that they're catching
oh my gosh, that's like, what, 4 for 4? Welcome to my world is my board onto Psycho there. That's another shutdown. Thinking Cyberbox is going to be used to commit there to get the escape for the side of BTR.
Yeah, this is just one's game, man. I have not seen so many The World is My Board land right on the edge as well.
Yeah, no, he's clean with it. He's definitely locking in at least one hero at a time, which is a very high success rate.
Yeah, and right now 6-2, right? It's a 5,000 gold lead going into the hands of Vitality. Look, there is a Frozen Breath in the kit of Wen, so it's if you get caught out, there is essentially no escape. And we're about probably a minute or two away from Muchen actually getting that Glacial Buffer, which means he's gonna have a huge amount of heal potential coming in.
Yeah, no, they don't want to get to that point because he's already seeming pretty frightful so far, but Right now, we are seeing a bit of a push into the farm lane, getting that T2 for the side of Team Vitality. Definitely a stronger start for this team in Game 3. Maybe just a little bit of nerves after claiming that first win was what was happening here with Team Vitality, because they seem to be bouncing back, especially on like Dowdo, on like a Luna, something we don't normally use. But John Q here does get the knock up. He's going to be falling potentially here to Keke. He's hiding in between the turrets. That's a wanna get it a gel card. That's unfair. But still going on in the mid line here. The welcome is my board. Wolf is my board, sorry, comes through. Traps Neil in, but are they going to be able to close the gaps to get this through? There we go. Flaming Palms connects. Team Vitality on getting the kill.
Oh, they're just so clinical on the side of Vitality, right? Punish every single minor mistake. It's not even a big mistake here. And once again...
No, yeah, fighting between turrets here. They're definitely in for the thick of it. Oh, Dowdow getting the kill onto Zan. It's going to be a 3-1 trade for Team Vitality just for now. Psycho has to book up his ideas because once they get those minions around, that T1's going to fall, and he does use the Cannon Blast to stop it, but they're not stopping there. Team Vitality is a wrecking ball.
Yeah, it's unbelievable the amount of damage they can deal and tank as well. And look, ZanQ, he's trying his best to stem the bleeding. He's looking for farm around the map. And look, if he's able to steal the Azure Golem, that's a big deal for him. But traded out for the Tyrant, is that the best trade available, right? Right now, I think Bigetron, they're just squeezing whatever value they can find from across the map.
Yeah, they're just trying to get their minor little victories, right? But like you said, I don't think it's a trade they need because there's so much damage coming out from Vitality. I mean, on the Lung, Dowdow on the Luna, as well as even Wen on this Yi Xing as well. It's just been so hard hitting, and you don't want to give any more damage over Team Vitality because it's going to be harder to get a comeback.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Vitality, they're doing so well, and it's muting the growth of ZanQ. He's being a ninja, but okay, maybe this is the one.
I think inside the box, Blazing Brilliance. Is it going to kill him? No, Dowdow escapes with the dash. That is so close, but John Q is on the prowl. He is like a lion, but speaking of lions, he does roar. Keke getting a kill onto Psycho once more, but Dowdow having a dash out once. There's a bit of farewell. Lands onto John Q, gets another kill for Team Vitality.
Yeah, full grip punish here by ZanQ. He thought he was getting a freebie. But look, the level discrepancy, the goal discrepancy between the two teams is too huge to ignore at this point. 8,000 gold ahead for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I don't want to even see in my pub games, but let alone a competitive game in the quarterfinals. Team Vitality looking like they're trying to roll this one out. I mean, it's an 11-minute game. Can they survive 13 minutes? That is BTR I'm speaking about.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's not going to be an easy game at all. So far, even if you can land the Cannon Blast at this point of the game, it's no guaranteed kills.
Yeah, those Flaming Palms, man. It just takes Psycho out of the whole team fight. He just gets hit by one skill. It's like, guys, I gotta go back.
Yeah, and ZanQ, he's trying his best to pull attention. But look, I don't think Vitality are too bothered because there's nothing else on the map that ZanQ can do without putting himself at risk.
Yeah, no, he can't be that wide open because he's one, not a tank. He is an assassin. And right now, his best point of call to try and catch out anybody so far is Wen and An. I mean, you have to wait for that Infinite Bastards to be used though, right?
Yeah, and the longer the game goes, as more itemization comes onto An, this also dwindles the efficiency of ZanQ. And it's already at the 12-minute mark. He is falling off. He's going to try... His only value here that he brings to the team is to try and slow down the waves, cut the waves so that they don't have that ability to really crash into the towers on the T3s across the base.
Yeah, no, he's definitely doing a good job at that, though. John Q, I have to give him props when it comes to this wave management. It's definitely doing it, but the wave clear coming through at the front part of the team fight is definitely happening with the Blazing Brilliance as well. It's trying to stop the Team Vitality from taking these high ground turrets. I've already got one. They don't want to claim anymore, but John Q coming from behind. The Blazing Brilliance is going to be the Splendor coming through. World is my board as well. Misses everybody on the side of BTR, but it is back of the line. Keke is not making sure borders exist. He takes down Neil, takes down John Q as well. Down goes Tufts. We have the Vanguards at the Crystal. It may be game 3 going over to Team Vitality and a triple kill for An. Woo!
Yep, a much better gameplay coming out from Vitality. They understood what the strength of their draft is, and all they did was to out-survive the growth of ZanQ. Once that early game aggression, once that early game lead was gone, the game was in the bag for Vitality. It was just a matter of time of whether they can get the game, or when they will win the game.
Yeah, it was just a ticking time bomb. I mean, at that point, we saw the Prince of Langling didn't actually quite connect the way it needed to. The silence not quite landing, but I feel like this is the knock-on effect of having the Motsu, right? Like, if you're playing on the back foot, those cannon blasts aren't hitting the same. You're not getting that same setup that you need to counter the comeback from Team Vitality.
Yeah, I was hoping for more of the initiation where there was a double whammy combo, Cannon Blast into Chaos Cinders, and then maybe you get the kill with the Blazing Brilliance, or maybe even ZanQ can flank the back, right? There were a couple of moments that did come out very strongly for ZanQ, which was a solo kill onto An, but like I said, that situation does not happen often, especially right after that moment. Look, Vitality started grouping around An. It was like a big shield around his body.
Yeah, no, it just wasn't quite getting where he needed to be. But to be honest, Vitality did draft a really good Game 3 draft. I mean, they had the Lung, they had the Diadea, they had so much in there. I mean, even Dao Dao pulling out the Luna, that's how much he was under pressure from BTR, which is going to be a little bit of a flex from BTR. It's like, hey, everybody else played against tanks on Dao Dao. He had to pull out the Luna to stop us.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at the items and the build itself. I actually personally was really scared about Dao Dao's because there is quite a decent amount of control, especially coming out from Psycho as well as Neo. While it isn't as easy to land hits on Luna, if it does, you know, Dao Dao was a guaranteed dead man there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, we saw no Azure Golems, at least as far as I was aware, that was stolen away from Dao Dao. He was pretty much all over it like a kid over chocolate. But we are seeing a lot of damage come from the side of Team Vitality. A really strong team game because they're all within that same kind of damage range. I mean, to see Lung, one of the lowest damage in a team of Team Vitality, is pretty much unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, it also speaks volumes about the way that Vitality is playing, right? You now know that he was always looking for those big burst kills, and if it doesn't, it doesn't matter. He will not overcommit.
Yeah, another 13-minute game in the notch for Team Vitality. So BTR lasting an overall 26 minutes, which was pretty much close to whatever their average game was, but it was definitely when they deserved that MVP. Those World is My boards were just connecting like no man's business.
Oh, he really put it to the absolute limits here. Catching the member, especially Psycho, I mean, unfortunate, but catching Psycho at the edge of the World is My board every single time.
Literally just catching him right on the tip of the board, which was huge. And I mean, this starting team fight, the first Blood Run win, was really just showing the potential on this pick. So clearly, the Yixing, if Team Vitality do advance through to the semi-finals, that's one of the picks that these teams going forward have to focus on, because this is definitely one of the better performances of their mid lane.
Yeah, especially the angling in which he used his World is My board, it has been phenomenal with the way that it was done. Just the appropriate size to catch the correct members on the side of Bigetron and really just opening up the map and space so that the rest of the members like An or even Kerker could really just dive in, use the flash, Storm Strike, get the kills as well.
Yeah, no, this was just a beautiful fight around these two turrets. Like, how many teams can you say would take a fight around two turrets and then come out on top? And you can honestly say, hand on heart, not many, but it was just, I feel like BTR, even though they went for the Motsu and it's such a great setup playmaker, it just did not actually have that effect that it needed because they were just so far behind from the word go.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why they didn't want to allow Vitality to have the idea. Muchen has just been on point with the heals, with the jumps as well. The hard links were always at the correct timing. Bitter Farewells saved specifically for ZanQ.
Oh yeah, I mean, he had him literally whipped out his back pocket. He was like, I know what's coming. The Prince of Ling is around here. I know what I gotta do, and just literally lay it out.
All right, so that is going to conclude the third game of the series here. And Vitality, I think this was a much more convincing performance. Bigetron. Now, here's the big worry that I have, because the way that Vitality have drafted, I think we might face some problems later part of this series. But first, let's take a quick break. When we're back, let's see if Vitality beats the lead or Bigetron once again will fight back.
Rising up to become someone and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you
Welcome back into our best of 7 series, this time between Vitality as well as BTR, the Red Robots, Bigetron. So far, it looks like Vitality have the upper edge against our Indonesian giants, but who knows? Bigetron, they have plenty more to offer, and I want to see them tie things up.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anything like how last series went, there was a lot more tit for tat in terms of you take 1 point, I'll take 1 point, you take 1 point. So if we go in that same respect, we could be seeing BTR taking a game 4. But here is your update on your global ban picks, and we're already seeing that both teams have used Lung, both teams have used the RNG, Motsu, as well as Diadea. So some really, really big picks already been expanded by both of these teams.
Yeah, I have big concerns over the roam position for the side of Bigetron as well, because look, these are very signature picks on just the role of the roam, and if you're not getting wins out of it, it could cost you very much later on in the series as well.
Yeah, it's nice to finally see Vitality go over to the red side and get a bit more reactive in terms of this one. So we could be seeing some really big reactive plays and maybe a big prio pick from the side of BTR. In terms of a prio pick at this point, I mean, what we have left, could BTR be bringing out the Orgrim? Could they go for something else?
Okay, honestly, I want to see a Zhonghui. I think it fits what BTR is trying to achieve, right? BTR is trying to achieve pickoffs over and over again, and then they trade the kills in exchange for objectives. So they get a kill, they go for a tower. Zhonghui fits this particular style. But of course, with all the different bans so far, they're banning out the Dharma, they're banning out the RDs. These are heroes that really deal a lot of damage against Zhonghui. So, but this is just my personal preference. I want to see what they want to start off with.
You're just a big Zhonghui advocate, I think, at this point, Ken. You're just like,
look,
I've had my guy Gutsu, I just want McCoy.
It works. I mean, okay, look, it didn't really work out for Impunity yesterday, but it works.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we don't want to be disappointed by 2 of Kindofu's picks, but getting into the ban phase, we are going to be seeing the Dharma and the Liang drop once more, as well as the Mai Shiranui. We got it in game 1, and it's probably not going to surface for the rest of this best of 7, unless we get to an ultimate battle.
Yep, Vitality still doesn't want to let go of the Arlie. I think they are paying a lot of respect to Zen as well. I mean, Arlie is a very strong farm laner, and they are willing to take the fight against a Yuhuan. Now, Yuhuan, we have seen the flex can go into the roam, can go into the mid, can go into the jungle. So let's see what BTR has in store.
Yeah, it's a really good flex pick just to throw off the side of Team Vitality, because even though they got the reactive pick, they don't know how to react to this. Did they go for something in the jungle? Did they go for something else? Or they're going for the sunset into the clash lane. So Keke getting another backline brawler in this one. And wow, okay.
Yep, very fast pace from Vitality, right? Pei definitely looking for either the fast engage, or they will force their way into the clash lane, make life easier for Keke in the clash lane, maybe steal one of the camps coming in from the side of Bigetron. So it's not going to be a nice sitting for Bigetron at this point. They're going to try to balance this out with the Byron. I like that pick. And wow, Marco Polo against a Pei, not ideal.
Yeah, if they start focusing down into the farm lane, it's not going to be a very good time for Zan on this pick. But the Byron, we've seen it. Keke played it very, very well. Can Tufts actually come up to the mantle and take that? Oh, even though there's other marksmen alive, they're going to go for the consort U, which, again, physical immunity is going to be good for if Byron tries to get on top of this pick.
Yeah, I mean, the vaulting shot definitely going to be very effective of making sure that the Marco Polo does not get his ultimate off, right? But I think in this case, Bigetron, at least for the side of Zen, he's probably going to take Purify as well, which kind of dwindles his offensive capabilities, because definitely Marco with stun makes a lot of value in terms of damage output. But it depends on the rest of the members then.
Yeah, we see the Dolia ban come through this time as well, so no Dolia over to the side of BTR. I don't know if it would fit into this draft anyway, in terms of what they're looking to achieve, but the Junk Fade does get banned out here, so maybe they need to try and find something else that creates range for Team Vitality, especially with Consort U. They need a more of a tankier front line now, because they've got the Pei in the jungle, Sunset as well. It can't soak up as much damage as you would like, so maybe something like the Liempo would come through here, maybe?
At least for me, in terms of Bigetron's draft, I think they need a little bit more magic damage in the roam role as well. So Da Chao definitely makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, we already have the Yuhuan. It does wonders against Consort Yu. While she does have the protecting winds for physical immunity, she doesn't do well against magic-based heroes.
Yeah, it looks like BTR have called to my response there of the Liempo. They've banned it out. It is going to be the Sakia, which does kind of create that distance, especially with the Mulberry Power. You're trying to get the slam, trying to land it in, so then you can land those Oak Bolts from the side of Consort U. So could be a good combo here.
Yep, a similar combination to what we have seen across the other teams' gameplay, similar to the Mozi and Shouyue, even the Liang and Princess Frost. Things might go awry if Vitality get the initiation that they want. But I like this pick coming out from BTR. The Tianwei definitely matches the pacing of Pei, very high damage, and very tanky as well.
Very, very tanky, and that's going to be paired up with the Taiyan, it seems. So a lot of healing from both the Huan and the Taiyan, which is going to be crazy when you think about it. So much is sustained coming over from the side of BTR, and Vitality, they are looking for their mid lane for now. So maybe something like a Princess Frost, Lady Jen could work pretty well here as well. Let's see what they go for.
I think they will want someone with a very huge AoE, right? One of the benefits of this is to be able to have the full effect of the Venomous Staff. And yeah, Flowing Side I think makes sense. It bounces between targets as well. And while it doesn't entirely stop Zhang Q on this Tianwei, it will slow him down, and it could also be a detriment and deterrence to Zan on this Marco Polo if his timing isn't right.
Yeah, I mean, it drives away a lot of that kind of access into the backline if you use the Destructive Deluge as well, right? Like, you're able to kind of just put that down, zone them out of the way, maybe even zone them with the Mulberry Power before dropping the Destructive Deluge. So it all comes down to that communication on the side of Team Vitality, because ultimately the biggest setup they've got on their roster is the set sail from Sunset, right?
Yeah, they need to stifle the growth on the side of Bigetron for the members on the side of Vitality, right? Because I think if you don't give that early game over to... if Vitality don't get that early game, I think it's going to be a tough match for the side of Vitality. Because BTR, I think they pretty much level 2, level 3, they're ready to start brawling with you already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is literally just a time will tell in terms of Team Vitality, or a time limit in the early game. You don't want to be sort of getting into that late game with the pay and being behind on that pick as well would be crucial for the side of Team Vitality.
Right, so let's take a look. Now, Vitality, they have a chance to step ahead of the competition. If they win this, they are 3-1 up, essentially one round away from securing that semi-final spot to go up against Nova. Bigetron still a little ways to go, but they can definitely tie up this series.
Oh yes, a lot of cleanse coming through as well, so if they land onto the set sail, they want to be able to get out of there, which is the Diane and the Marco Polo, so they're going to be using that cleanse to ultimate perfection.
Yeah, right now I'm just really concerned about the farm lane here coming in for both teams. It's going to take a bit of time to get the farm and damage out of Zen in this farm lane on the Marco. So till that moment where Sparkforge Dagger is there, Doomsday is there, Art is going to have a much better time in lane.
Yeah, he's just going to make sure he's not open to ganks. But speaking of that, we got a 2v1 up into the clash lane. Tufts is just trying to make sure that, well, Vitality are just trying to make sure that Tufts isn't going to have a strongest early game as he is expecting, especially not an easy one. He's probably going to get contested quite a bit.
Yep, and here's the thing. It also pulls away Psycho away from the lane. So Zen now has to deal with the fact that there is going to be a level and gold advantage going into the hands of Arn.
Yeah, like getting the Phoenix onto the side here as well is not going to help them in terms of level advantage and obviously gold. And that's the thing, as soon as Console U starts to get that items come through, those Oak bolts definitely hit a little different.
Yeah, so let's see the rotations here. The first few camps already cleared off by the side of Dao Dao. So both junglers keeping pace with each other, but Dao Dao just slightly ahead in farm.
Yeah, just ever so slightly as he's rotating. I mean, he's been given a bit of a hand there. We saw that Sunset was helping him earlier, as well as the Lady Gent. So just using his teammates to make sure he's able to match that farm up the own way. But, hey, there we go. The earwig comes through. It's actually landing onto 3 of the members of Team Vitality. Nothing being set up just yet, but I feel like there's a lot of CC on the side of BTR that they've got to be careful of.
Yeah, definitely. But for now, I think that's also negated by the existence of Muchen on the Sakir.
Oh yeah, the Sakir will be very helpful, especially in terms of healing, in terms of trying to maybe draw them away from the rest of the team, especially when there's flying into the bush and stuff like that, so...
Yeah, in terms of damage output though, my concern is, look, I think ZanQ could be very well that hidden formula of which BTR can build their victory off of. Because ZanQ, if it's on even grounds, he's able to tank through quite a lot of CC, be empowered himself because of that CC capabilities on the side of Vitality. And with the Leap of Faith, he is essentially having a free execute as well.
Yeah, no, they've got to watch out for the Leap of Fury onto these targets, right? Like, it's a hard-hitting move, and we've seen it on players like a Jizzix as well. Like, that's played very, very well on this pick, but only time will tell, I guess. They make sure that Team Vitality don't get the lead here, but BTR is definitely going blow for blow up into the clash lane. Tufts is giving one heck of a display here.
I like the fact that Tufts recognizes the situation, maybe gets a kill here.
Oh, okay. Destructive Deluge doing a little bit of damage. Oh, Tufts is like, hey, we're going to force you away, but that's okay. Okay, what's not okay is Muchen getting caught out here. Not Dao Dao's Zhang Hu gets the kill there, but is it going to be responded by Dao Dao? Not quite. So first blood is actually going to go over to BTR.
Yep, that's a good one. And they can go for more, actually.
Oh, yep, not quite just yet. That didn't quite get the knock up there. Neil is pretty much safe out of that one.
Yeah,
I
think it's just
as well.
Just about the rotations at this point. Muchen just overstayed his welcome right now. And lanings seem to be going in favor on the side of BTR, right? We haven't seen the punish coming in.
Oh, Mulberry Power as well as Destructive Deluge. Oh, the unending sorrow is going to be enough to save Neil there. But here is the replay of that first blood as we was a bit preoccupied up into the clash lane. There's a lot of damage going on to a low-level Sakir. It's going to be enough to claim that first blood.
Yeah, and it's not ideal because they give the first blood to Neil. Neil is able to clear the lane much faster compared to Wern simply because of the amount of damage he offers as a U1. Now, Vitality, this is a good opening to have. The set sail already used preemptively to be a deterrent for any attempt on the side of BTR to try and make a steal or try to go for a fight.
Yeah, it's like, yep, raise the flags, guys. The ship's gonna be crashing into shore at any moment. Let's not try and go for the tyrant. But we even saw that Zam was trying to do a bit of face check in there with his splendid revolver, but it was actually not hitting anything or getting any intel. So BTR was definitely trying to take the measures to get onto the Tyrant, but wasn't quite fruitful as they want. But here we are. Tufts is down into the farm lane as well, just trying to get a bit more of a aggression down there.
Yeah, aggression, I think it's okay for the side of Vitality. In fact, Vitality needs to make the first move. They need to have this initiation. Because if the game goes in such a way that we're seeing it now, it's actually BTR, Bigetron, that is benefiting off of it. Because you're not dwindling the farm on ZanQ, and Dao Dao's damage and overall value will start to fall off as the game goes late.
Okay, we do see that Neil's coming around to give aid to his friends, but okay, there's Dao Dao over the wall. The Unending Sorrow comes through. Oh, nice set sail over the wall. It's going to be on getting the kill onto Neil, and as well as Psycho goes down. That's a 2-0 trade for Team Vitality, looking very frightful there, but it is going to be Tufts actually getting a little bit of that wave clear, wave freeze as well.
Yep, and the way they have actually initiated that allowed Zen no room to try and come with the turnaround of that Resplendent Revolver.
Ooh, what an overzealous flash there. That could be deadless, but John Q goes down as well. Tufts is into it. Can he get a kill for his buddy there? It's not going to quite come into fruition.
Okay, so they have definitely hit the power spike here, and it's not a fun sight to watch if you are coming in from the side of Bigetron, right? Vitality, they're starting to group up, and until they get this kill onto Dao Dao, this situation is not going to change. They need to slow his farm down.
Yeah, they've really got to slow him down. I mean, he's definitely putting up in the ante here, but Tufts is here with the knock-up as well. We got to see a 4v3 potentially, but we are seeing that John Q is coming as well. It's a bit of a dive here from Keke. He's going to be able to get it alive. The set sail comes through, picking up a passenger or two here as well, just to get out alive. But trading the T1 down into the farm lane is going to be good for the side of Vitality.
Yep, so a lot of things were actually achieved there. They bought so much time for the farm laners on each side, but more importantly, it's a big win for Vitality. Hang on, Eva Barrage.
Oh, Zay, no, you're going to give him a free kill there. Keke, what are you doing? Wrong lane, buddy.
Punish coming. Can they reach him in time? That's a big question.
Oh, they're trying, they're trying. Oh, nice. Okay, so there is the Mulberry Power as well, setting up to the Oak Bar. Oh, deleted. Zane in the farm lane.
Yep, but BTR extract the value straight away. They make a beeline for this Overlord. They will get it. It's not the Shadow Overlord just yet, 7 minutes into the game, but Bigetron making as many trades as they can because they're trailing by about 2,000 gold.
So yeah, I mean, they've got it right. They can't be like, right, okay, so we've just lost somebody, but we're not going to get anything from it. They're trying to get the rate of interest come through, the ROI, just so they can try and keep in this game 3.
Yep, and they're stifling the growth here. Zan actually 1 level behind An. Just got his hands on the Doomsday.
Yes, that's when he's going to start to be getting that maximum attack speed as well, so they've got to be careful of the Marco Polo. He hasn't just quite activated just yet. The stun does come through.
Yep. Important marker here. If they lose the T1 here, that's a lot of gold advantage going in for Vitality.
John Q, I mean, they're evading your jungle, buddy. You got to be careful of that one. Mulberry Power actually aimed in the wrong direction. I think it was just maybe just for a heal more than a knock up onto the BTR here, but BTR got a call here. They need to get Team Vitality off this T2 or they're going to lose it, and they did. So we can kind of see that Zan's trying to get that T1 down into farm lane though, right?
Yeah, but they're on a timer. So Vitality, this is their moment, but they need to end the game even faster here.
Oh, yes, there is a set sail. Did it land? Not quite. Oh, maybe getting punished here is Keke. Oh, Leap of Fury into the backline. Gets taken down. Zane Q is on. Getting a double kill onto Zane as well. That is huge for the side of Team Vitality for this comeback.
That was clutch though. Like, from the side of Vitality, no one died. That's how close it was. One more hit was enough to kill quite a few members on the side of Vitality. And look, this is all the result of that insane aggression coming out from Vitality. And once again, look, the heals coming out from Sakia. Muchen is doing his job so well. Right now, they can reset and go for this T1 in the mid.
Yeah, no, even take a Crimson Golem as well, right? They're just taking little bits wherever they can, and it's definitely working because it means that the tempo just never ends for the side of Team Vitality. They're just keeping their foot straight on the pedal, going down the highway, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon.
Yep, they're optimizing every single thing across the map, right? So not only are they taking the buffs, they're taking away the towers as well. So this is amplifying their gold. Look, 4,000 gold ahead. And if you take a look at the growth of items on the side of An here, 3-0-2 already has the Eternity Blade, Shadow Ripper, closing in. Oh, hang on.
Oh,
Nongshim
yeah,
is so
careful.
low.
He's very, very low. He doesn't want to get caught out there. Maybe a little bit of a bait for the side of Team Vitality. Trying to get Q into here, and oh, it's going to be a takedown. Dodo gets the kill, onto the side of Team Vitality, but it is going to be answered in nicely response there by BTR. They get the claim of kill onto one, but it's looking very low here. They're able to get the Azure Golem, so yes, they lose some lives as an equal trade, but they're picking off these jungle camps.
It's actually a very negative trade coming in for the side of Bigetron. Not only do they have ZenQ that is down for the next 5 seconds or so, this is an open window for the side of Vitality to go for this Shadow Tyrant. And this also then dilutes the damage that they're able to offer here.
They're looking for a way in here. I mean, Psycho's trying to deny them. But we're using the Splendid Revolver just to kind of keep them away, push them away, put some pressure on. But it looks like BTR might be trying to form towards the Overlord. I don't think it might be the best thing to take here, since Vitality are trying to get your number and like, hey guys, we know where you're rotating to, but Wen's going to be careful. Oh, there we go.
Out.
The vision comes through from Sakir as well. Q, make sure he doesn't want to get caught out here. The knock-up from the Tyrant would have been detrimental if it lands, but from behind, we're getting a fight on two fronts. Tufts gets taken down, but it is going to be Keke being taken down as well, so both of the clash lanes now fall for both teams, but Team Vitality might be looking for a little bit more. They can't really fight without these minions, but it doesn't stop on getting those Oak Bolts through.
Yep, still massive advantage for the side of Vitality. They definitely want to push this. Look, every single play that BTR tries to make, Vitality punish them and they take an objective. Look at the way that they're working on this T3 on the bot, Radiance used as well. This might be the end here.
Oh, unending sorrow does come through, but it's not going to be enough for Psycho. Is then the new target for Dodo in that whole interaction. So there we go. A lot of healing already been lost by the side of BTR, as we're potentially going to be seeing another tier 3 being taken down.
Yep, they can take this C3, make the decision, do they want to go all in and finish the game, or
Set
go
sail right to the back. Oh, crucial crowd control from Geke all the way from Zimbabwe, it seems. But there we go, knock up thanks to Vit and getting the kill onto Q. And we're looking like Team Vitality want to finish this one out. They want the 3-1 win. Double kill going over to Vit as well. It is going to be a takedown here of all kinds. It is Dow getting the kill and claiming game 4.
Oh, this is really close. Vitality, they were shaky at the start, but now you can really see the true dominance. Just one-upping the boys on the side of Bigetron, the Red Robots, unable to secure any footing in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, right? Like, they're definitely trying to trade in terms of objectives and turrets, but the team fights just aren't seeming to go in the favor of BTR anymore.
I think they kind of found out what the weakness is on the side of Bigetron, right? So when you play fast-paced, Bigetron seem to be under tremendous amount of stress, and they make these micro decisions that they're trying to make doesn't work out in their favor at all. Every time Vitality makes a play, Bigetron try to trade, but it seems like Vitality already understands this is what they're gonna do, and they immediately go on to punish that next move that BTR tries.
Yeah, they're trying to think 2 steps ahead, I feel like Vitality are. Like, you see them like, yes, we've lost a kill, but we've got your T1, we've got your T2, and they're just kind of just trying to monopolize from there. They're not just going, hey, let's get some kills, and let's just hope that our lanes are pushed as well. They're definitely thinking on like all 4 fronts, that they're getting the minions pushed, they're getting the turrets, as well as the kills, as well as the neutral objectives.
Yep, and this is why the Sunce is so scary. The draft on the side of Vitality makes a lot of sense because the rotation speed coming in from Sunce gets set sail has been quite quick in amplifying the growth not only of just the farm but also lane control. Right at the same time, the tie and pick then became a detriment to the side of Bigetron because there was no more damage. Right. Late game, I mean, they didn't even reach the late game in this case. So with that being said, let's take a look at the items and builds coming out from the side of Vitality. The person that I want to focus on is actually Dao because Dao was actually one of the main reasons why they won so hard. The burst coming in from him, hybrid build, a standard traditional build here, right? Axe of Torment, Master Sword, Cuirass of Savagery, as well as the Sky Dome, really just making sure not only did he have defensive measures, but also dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can see here that he was pretty much neck and neck for both on Anwen, but all over 70k. So again, like I said in game one, they are that three-headed Hydra that just seem to do a lot of damage out of different sources, and that's probably why Team Vitality are getting these victories over BTR, because in terms of the damage on side of BTR, it's seeming to only come from like one or two, like not even like one player. We saw Marco Polo not really reaching his optimal there. I don't think he even maybe got a kill towards the end, and John Q there was just, the leaps of fury were connecting, but nothing was coming of it.
Yep, and let's take a look at the MVP. Definitely is going to be Dao Dao here, taking 20% of the team's hero damage and dealing 25% of the team's hero damage as well. 7-0-5. He made sure to play the map really well. And Dao Dao, now, he and the Sunsa were trading the different movements, right? So at certain moments, the set sail was used as a initiation tool, and that allowed them to really snag the advantage here. This beautiful combination, knock up off the knock up, and that's where, yes, they gave the first blood, but they got back their investment in waves.
Yeah, no, that set sail over the wall. Like, I didn't even realize the boats could go through walls, but hey, KK has got some special sauce, and it does allow them, and it connects very beautifully. But like you were saying, that's the beauty of the Sunset, just the fast rotations. Again, backline CC, crucial crowd control is just everything that you want and more.
Yeah, and one of the things that they made so difficult for the side of BTR to initiate on was the fact that Zen could never find that optimal time to really go in with the Fever Barrage. That was one of the big things that really impacted the gameplay of Bigetron, because there was no comeback factor.
Yeah, no, there was no sort of like AoE overall kind of damage coming through. I mean, yes, we had the stuns from Neil, we had the stuns from Psycho, as well as the healing from both of these, but there's just no damage being dealt. Once John Q was out of it, he was just like, right, guys, you kind of just left on your own. Maybe try and stun them to death, I guess.
Yeah, and Tufts, I think he was one of the players that played the best from the Bigetron lineup. He did manage to get, you know, like those 3-man knockups at the back, but Moochen was just a little bit too far ahead in terms of itemization. So the heals coming in was so valuable because there was never a potential of dying here. Look at that. Easy burst damage from Dao Dao, and it made the game so much easier for the side of Vitality. So now, Vitality on the cusp of victory, taking this away. One more round to make it and face up against the nemesis here, Nova.
Yeah, I mean, it's potential, right? Just like how it was a potential for Elevate to get that point, but then it took it to the ultimate battle. But hey, BTR could be drafting something very special going into this next game, and it could take it to a 3-2. You never know. It's like there's a lot going on between these two teams, but right now, we are going to go into a short break before we get into the potential match point of the day for Team Vitality. So don't go anywhere, guys. Catch you soon.
Deep flowing through my blood, rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are,
Welcome back. It is going to be the 5th game of this best of 5 series. Vitality searching for that final round win. And of course, Bigetron looking for their way back into the series. How will this burn down? Let's take a look as we go into the 5th game of the series.
Yeah, getting ahead of yourself there, Mr. Kindofu. I mean, if you want to pray for 6 and we go that way, then we may as well be praying for an ultimate battle at that point. But here is your update on the global ban picks. So again, picks like the Huan on the side of a BTR, as well as the Dionway, as well as the Byron have already been taken out. So we are slowly starting to see that BTR and Team Vitality's hero pool are starting to diminish a little bit. But to be honest, Dowdow's started to pull out a few different things. Like obviously we've seen the Luna, we've seen the Pei as well. So these are not quite typically his picks that we normally used to see him.
Yep, so the fact that he won all these different games in the series is actually a big win in terms of like testing of hero pools for the side of Vitality, right? My biggest concern now for the side of Bigetron is that, look, if I'm not wrong, I don't think Vitality has made use of their Musashi yet, right?
No, correct.
And
correct.
that is one of Dowdow's most proficient heroes.
Yeah, maybe they're going to go for the killing blow with the Musashi there. But yeah, I feel like it was actually even banned in the last 2 games. So that's really interesting, the fact that BTR may have not even coined onto that. Or maybe, just maybe, Omkurus may have coined onto that trailer 4. He's like, you know what? Musashi's available. Let's not give it to him. But Dolia being banned out the first time here for Team Vitality. So already looking like a few different bannings going through.
Yeah, I think at this point, especially when you are going up against a potential last game of the series, the thought process would be different. I think at this point, it's really just what kind of problems do you face? Do you want to face, right? I mean, you can't ban everything, and there's no point in wasting 4 different bans onto one particular role. It's a team game, right? So
Yeah.
Bigetron now, I think they have to steel themselves and kind of recuperate and think, all right, if I really have to go up against in a difficult situation, what kind of difficulty do I want to face? At least it's something that we can expect.
Yeah, I mean, they've banned out the Dharma as well, so they're definitely noticing Geke on that Dharma. So again, the Clash Lane picks are going to be coming very, very little for him, because I feel like he's gone for Charlotte, Byron, Sunset, and I believe he played, who was the 4th? He played, was it Lubang or was that BTR?
I'm not too sure. My memory is seeming to fail me at this point, but first pick is going to be a Da Chao coming in for the side of Vitality. Da Chao, of course, Sea of Fate. A lot of control, a lot of disruptions coming from the first and second skills, Leaping Koi Tide, Severing Surge, and the potential for save with the Sea of Fate is pretty hard to handle at times.
I mean, but to be honest, you've got the Princess Frost onto the side of BTR. They have the Wintries here. They can just drop that right on top of it, especially if the either Whirlpool comes through. Like, hey, you can come for the Whirlpool, but you are going to get 3-degree burns from these colds. But okay, the whole Yi coming out now for Team Vitality. Very interesting.
Yep, I'm curious to see what this kind of gameplay will be for the side of Vitality. Now, first and foremost, we already seen in the previous game, look, Vitality were playing the map to a T and very fast rotations. Now, they're keeping the same kind of playstyle because, look, with Da Chao, you have so much potential of global movements around the map. So BTR, they need to match this with either huge bursts or very good control.
And speaking of control, we have the Liang. He's going to have the suppression to the message for the side of Team Vitality. So maybe they'll try and go in with the suppression, lock down the whole Yi, which will be the majority of their damage this far, because is the Huan going to go into the jungle? If not, they're probably going to want to pick more burst onto the side of Team Vitality.
I would presume that this definitely is going to be the Yuan jungle, another Dao specialty, right? My curiosity now is that what are you going to play in the farm lane? Look, Hoi is not the most mobile hero, but late game, his damage potential is pretty high as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if he's played from the back foot and he's able to gain the resources as well, he can then just farm up and get all the items he needs. But it's also then the Burning Sun arrow, right? That's going to land and hit some hearts. And if it lands far away enough, it's going to land some really crucial stuns and maybe even set up some of these team fights. So I feel like maybe they need somebody that can dive on top of the enemy hero if they are able to land those Burning Sun arrows.
Unpopular opinion, I think Afang worked wonders against a Ho E in lane, in the starting lanes as well, because you have the burst potential from the target sided. At the same time, you can reposition yourself out of Yuhuan's ultimates, the Unending Sorrow. So plenty of escape tools. Not sure whether BTR will consider that, but they want to look for the backline first, right? So Charlotte, definitely very apt and adept at doing that as well. Charging in, I think right now, it then puts a lot of pressure onto Da Xiao, which should be played by Mu Chen to make the saving grace.
Mulan coming through here for the Clash lane. So we're going to be seeing Keke on the Mulan. Was it them that played it against AG Global, or was it AG Global that played it against them? But it is going to be the Dion Wei that comes through for the jungle. So we're actually going to get Wen in the mid lane, and then Dion Wei, which we've been seeing quite a bit. Dion Wei and Da Chao, been quite a bit of a frequent combo that's been going on for quite a while.
Yeah, so they have two answers, right? So if this Liang is going to be a support role in this instance, so even if he gets the control down, there are quite a few members on the side of Vitality that will be able to stop that movement. And it looks like, yes, it is going to be a Fang. This initial laning phase is a little bit troublesome for the side of Vitality. And if BTR can play out of their minds, maybe they can start getting this comeback factor in the form of the farm lane trickle-down effect.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, the Fang here is going to be mainly used as a split push mechanic, especially if you're playing from the back behind here as well. So maybe BTR is able to clean this one out if they're able to go at the distance. But I feel like if Vitality are very vicious with the Mulan and the Dion Wei combo, I feel like it's going to be a quick match.
Yeah, I don't think we will see... No, hang on. That first rotation from the mid laner is going to be one of biggest impact, or the one where the jungle comes in probably will leave a lasting impression onto the financial situation on both teams.
Okay. Yeah, potentially. I mean, we do see the Huan actually go down into the support role here, and it's going to be the Da Chao into the mid lane, so that's going to be a Da Chao going up against the Princess Frost, so very interesting, a 1v1, but it does mean that it's easier for Dion Wei to be around the Da Chao, I feel, putting it in the mid lane rather than in the support role.
I think there's good compliments to both sides in terms of initiation, but it really comes down to how the positioning will be on both sides of the players, right? So I think they both have their benefits of how the draft will work, but one thing is for sure, right? They definitely need to get control onto this Liang. If they do, I think it's a pretty difficult game for Bigetron to really win.
Yeah, if they take Liang off the cards, it's again, like you say, it's going to be very, very difficult for the side of BTR to come back. But I suppose that's going to be the majority of here for Zhang Q, right? Just going with the Unruly Blade, maybe soak up all the damage, and then a Psycho comes out of nowhere and just suppresses them, right? So try and burn them down, burst them down as fast as possible.
And Zankyu is already taking quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, up into the Clash lane. He's not having a fun time here.
Yeah. But they do get that River Sprite, so that is going to help him amplify his farm. At the same time, look, the Tusk Boars on the side of Vitality stolen away by Neil. So that's a good start for them.
Yeah, trying to get the Princess Frost just a little bit ahead. Try and get those 3 skills going on. There's Psycho, just trying to do a bit of damage onto Arn. Arn's been left alone in the farm lane all on his own, but he's a big boy. He can handle himself.
For now, right? It's not an ideal situation because Zan definitely can have the burst potential onto Arn. And First Blood may be coming.
Muchi gets the wind slash hit onto him as well. Is he going to be able to survive? Okay, the Chao comes through as well.
Just in the nick of time there. And Vitality, they survived what was a simple but maybe very costly mistake.
Very, very, especially if they'll get the first blood as well onto the side of BTR.
No.
But okay, Dion Wei does go into it. Is now on top of Zay, and he just forced the flash. Okay, the Koi Tides do come through as well. Oh, he's going to be first blood. It's going to go over to Dao Dao as well.
Yep, and they don't even get the kill onto Wen. Sea of Fate actually sends her back home just in time. And right now, Zhang Q not looking too healthy here. The farm is going to be dwindled down for the side of BTR as Vitality. They want to establish more control.
Keke up into the top lane gets a kill as well. The Mulan is showing its true colors.
Yeah, I think Mulan is a 1v1 beast, especially when she hits 4. The changing of skills and the control and burst is really hard to handle. And Tufts is not going to have an easy time in the laning phase now.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these players haven't played many game Mulan as well. Also, I think that's like a bit of a disadvantage for them. But this engage here, yes, to force the flash of Zan, and he's able to get out of there. But Psycho going down, and it going over to Dao Dao as well. Is a big bit of gold going over to the side of Team Vitality and their jungler. And then Keke just following up saying, guys, don't worry about it. I got a second kill. Hey, An maybe very close to getting taken down there. Is saved by Muchin once more.
Oh, the timing of Muchin's rotations are really on point. If Muchin was not there, they would have heavily dove in, and An would not be in this situation right now. And look, Tufts, he's not having a good time.
He really isn't. He's very struggling to keep up with the Mulan here, but Keke is definitely playing it to a T.
Yep, right now, as long as Keke doesn't have his flash, I think Tufts still has a decent time of surviving, right? But that's not the news you want to hear as a Bigetron fan, right? Right now, it's really what kind of advantage can they squeeze across the map, because they're starting to trail in terms of EXP, they're starting to trail in terms of gold. It's not the biggest gold difference just yet, it's about 100 gold. So right now, it really is, can they play the map well?
Suppression. We do see the Unruly Blade come through, but it is going to be Wen bringing in the Eye of the Whirlpool as well. Straight on top of the side of BTR. That Psycho kneeled down as well. John Q going to be joining his boys in the graveyard. It is a 3-1 trade for Team Vitality. A vital kill going over to An as well. Tubbs looking like he has to retreat between these turrets, or else it's no holds barred for the side of Team Vitality. Zan does actually rotate around as well. Will they get any more kills? Trying to get this stun onto the Fang there is going to be the focal point of this, but An is hitting hard with the Ho Yi for now.
Wen was just unbelievable with that play. They actually timed the Ho Yi Burning Sun arrow and summoned him right after it hit with the Eye of the Whirlpool.
That was a nice try there by BTR, trying to steal that crucial kill theft from the Tyrant, but it wasn't quite up to scratch. It seems that Team Vitality pretty much worked that down very quickly, looking to help themselves to the enemy jungle as well. But okay, getting caught out here down into the farm lane is going to be An.
Finally getting that combination right? So Psycho as well as Neil, the ideal combination for them was to actually just lay down control, allow the prison to be used, have the lockdown as well, and I mean, Tufts wasn't really required at that particular combination itself. They would have gotten the kill nonetheless, but it's something of a recovery farm, right? They need as much limiting of resources as possible to the side of Vitality, because Bigetron, they are not having a good control of the map at this point.
No, I mean, they're able to trade the T1 down into the farm lane, so it's a little bit of a start here for Bigetron Esports to actually try and get a foot through the door, but they've got to do more than that. They've got to try and slam somebody's foot in terms of Team Vitality in that door as well. But yes, the gold lead is still very much neck and neck. Team Vitality only ahead by a few hundred gold, which they want to be making sure they get farther ahead, and it looks like Zan is trying to do that here. We're trying to push this T1 into the clash lane.
Yep, it's going to be a base. It's going to be a race here, right? So both teams taking the T1s on corresponding lanes itself. Now the question is, who is going to be the first one to try and make the defense, right? Then we will see where the difference is going to be in terms of the actual man power going into this fight.
Yeah, it's as if like both teams are trying to call each other's bluff. It's like, hey, I'm not going back. Are you not going back? No, I'm not going back. Well, I'm going to keep going. Dao Dao here taking the T2 down into the farm lane, using the Eye of the Whirlpool into the mid there. Koitoid's coming through as well, catching out Zhang Q. That means that we might see Dune fall down pretty easily into this team fight. The Gal's Benediction comes through, but it's not going to be enough healing for the side of BTR. And Muchin gets that takedown on Tufts as well. Dao Dao looking might be getting caught out there, but he's able to leap to safety, but that's not enough. Zan's not happy. He might get the damage over time here onto Dao Dao, and it is enough to claim a kill. So a 2-1 trade for Team Vitality.
But that's a sacrificial play that makes a lot of sense for the side of Vitality. Now they have access to all the different camps in the jungle. Now, of all the different camps, it is the Azure Golem that's going to cost them quite a bit, because Zhang does require a bit of mana and cooldown reduction as well to be fully effective in the team fights. Now the fact of the matter, it has gone into the hands of the side of Vitality.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely, as a Dune main, I know how crucial that Azure Golem is for my pick there, but again, Team Vitality are just making sure they get these little kind of victories here and there, even though they're getting quite big seismic victories as well within this Game 5. they've got to make sure that they get the little ones as well. But again, like you said, it's a sacrificial play here from Dao Dao, just driving BTR away from those camps.
Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable situation for the side of BTR because if you take a look at the fights, right, when Vitality has all the common spells up, they don't do... Bigetron doesn't do well against. There's too many escape mechanisms coming in. Sea of Fate, they have a lot of stuns control. Hang on.
Suppression on Muchin there. He's able to use the Unending Sorrow there. He's getting the kill onto Psycho. BTR is though down one member already. Dao Dao making sure work of Jung Q as well. That is the Dion way that we know and love coming through. That's the third tier jungle item being built for Dao Dao, and they're looking to take this T2 once more.
And that's what's so scary about this draft, right? Look at the global map presence that they have. The rotations are really just super quick on the side of Vitality. And if there is trouble, Sea of Fate is just going to send anyone relevant back to the home base here.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what just happened there as well. It was Wen taking his own free ride ticket back to base. But Team Vitality are now 26k to 22 on the side of BTR. We see that Keke is having to just take a short trip away from his team just to clear these minion waves up. It's not even a 10-minute match. The Shadow Tyrants aren't even up, and Team Vitality are definitely just having ham with the side of BTR's jungle.
Yep, and we have not seen the defensive items coming out from Ahn as well. I think Ahn will probably go for that Cuirass or Savagery, so just to increase his damage but survive the fight as well. And it's going to be a difficult situation for ZanQ because ZanQ wants to tank up the fights, but he needs to be able to set the fight for the team. Zen, on the other hand, needs to be in an appropriate position to get the burst in. So Neil needs to, work in conjunction with him. But right now, because of the growth and the lead that Vitality has, I don't think they are going to have an easy time getting those Frigid Prisons down. Like, even a combination of control from Psycho to allow Neil to land that Frigid Prison, it's not going to have any value because Vitality can just turn it around at any instant.
Yeah, I mean, the way Neil's playing this Princess Frost, he's not quite up to the same scratch as Mitsuru earlier, right? I mean, he's definitely trying to land those trick shots. It's not quite hitting where it needs to. But, oh, what is it? Is that Burning Sun arrow onto Psycho? No suppression for you. Go back to jail. And there we go. Neil getting caught into the thick of it. It's going to be Keke just using his dash in as well. Not even using the flash.
Yeah, and right now, it's just Muchin providing so much value. So the range of the stuns coming in from the Mournful Temple, just making so much value, along with the Howling Wind as well. This T3 is done for.
Yeah, so much control coming to the side of Vitality. We might have one more team fight on our hand there. Muchin gets the kill. The high ground turret, as well. So that's already the base opening up as well as the T2. It looks like Team Vitality are just looking to close this one out in a moment's notice. But they're just putting pressure on. They may go for these neutral objectives as well.
Definitely. I mean, at this point, we might see the double neutral play here. But Ahn also use the flash.
Come through as well. Dao Dao onto the backline, onto Neil. There is suppression coming through. Dao Dao going to fall down early part of this team fight. Winter is here. It's already been exhausted. Keke getting the kill onto Jung Q as well. So that is already a 2-0 trade for the side of Team Vitality. Looking to push this high ground turret down. Goes on as well. That's a 3-0 trade for Team Vitality as they push the high ground turret into what could potentially be the match point. And it is looking like it's going to be a ferocious ending here for Team Vitality. Semi-finalist number 4 coming through is Team Vitality.
No doubt in our minds, except from that first game in the series. Here we go, Vitality, congratulations. You are also one of the semi-finalists tomorrow. They will be going up against Nova Esports, another giant coming and hailing from the MY region here.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to get the flawless win as they thought they would, going all the way to the semi-finals. But hey, one little blemish on your record, that's got to feel good for Team Vitality getting here. So their next opponent is definitely not one to kind of take easily.
Now, of course, with that being said, respectable performance from Bigetron Esports. The Red Robots did try their best. They gave it all, but it just wasn't enough. So they get to try again in the next competition. But what a performance they have put up so far.
Yeah, I mean, we started off with, 6 teams today, and now it's gone down to 4. And Team Vitality is that last one getting through to the semi-finals. So already, if Team Vitality don't make it through to the grand finals, they've already done way better than they have since being incepted into the global esports scene of Honor of Kings.
Yep. So I mean, in a long sprint or a long run here, it looks like Vitality does have what it has, what they have to really make it last the entire series. I think end of the day, they still kind of blitz Bigetron over in this series, right? It was looking a bit shaky. That's my worry for Vitality as they go up against Nova tomorrow, because Nova, I think they have shown that yes, they have had that shakiness in the previous days before, but Nova, they 4-0 against AG. That's no easy task.
It's no easy task at all. Like, no team has made them bleed this far, but Bigetron Esports was able to. But maybe it's just the birthday high. Maybe it's not the birthday buff for Dowda. Maybe he's just clearly got a little bit too much cake in his system right now. He's blew out a few too many candles. And maybe tomorrow will be a bit more clean-headed, a little bit more wiser, being a 1 year older.
Yeah, but I like the inclusion of Mulan in this draft. I mean, they played this draft to perfection on the side of Vitality, making full use of the skill sets of the Burning Sun Arrow paired up with the Eye of the Whirlpool. It's something that, you know, you only hear it in theory during ranked games, but in the competitive scene, they put it to work, right? After the full duration of that travel between the Burning Sun Arrow, the stun is incredibly long, and they cut down that traveling time with the Eye of the Whirlpool, allowing them to access all the different members on the side of Bigetron. And with Yanwei, who already has a massive lead, this really was just a door-closing act on the side of Bigetron from Vitality.
I feel like that's the first Hou Yi we've actually had for Season 3 Invitational as well, right?
Yeah, it was. Debut game, and what a game to do it.
Yeah, I mean, going into the semi-finals, and this is your first Hou Yi game of the tournament, is pretty wild. But just looking at that itemization, very standard for the side of Team Vitality on here. So getting the Sparkforged Dagger, the Doomsday, the Sun Chaser as well. Like you said, looking to build that Cuirass of Savagery just for a little bit more defense, but close out the match before actually even needing it.
Yep, and this is where the gaps were kind of exposed, right? Because even though they had the Liang, they had a lot of suppression. There were plenty of stuns coming in from the side of Vitality that rendered that skill essentially negated or mitigated as well. So valiant effort, Vitality, once again, very team-based execution of their draft. Very equal amount of damage dealt, hero damage dealt across the board for the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be their MO, right? The fact that they deal so much damage from different members of the team is just... It's the difference we see from one team being carried by one player to a whole team working as a function. Obviously, Wen's a little bit different within this one, but he knows his role. He knows that he was basically the get in, get out of jail card, and just the utility of capturing those that they were chasing. So even still, very vital to the team fight, which is why Team Vitality didn't drop a single round until this far.
Yep, exactly. And I think maybe they will feel a little bit confident going up against Nova, but that match, honestly, it's a 50-50 to me. And I want to take a look at how this game was like in terms of the gold. I think it's a very steady growth once they kind of passed that marker, which was at the start of the game. They had some decent controls, but once they got a hold of their gold advantage, it was all over for Bigetron.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're able to finish this game in 10 minutes and 53 seconds, I believe this was the quickest game of the series. Not Vitality's quickest game at all, but we were thinking, wow, 30 minutes, very quick. But now it's like, wow, 11 minutes, just under. Very, very quick for Team Vitality, especially for a quarterfinals games. They knew what they were doing with this draft, and they knew how to execute it very well.
Yep, exactly. So once again, congratulations to Vitality. They are one of your 4 semi-finalists. We will have Blacklist, we will have Nongshim, we will have Vitality, as well as Nova. So these are the 4 teams that will be playing in the semi-finals tomorrow. Also a best of 7 to secure that grand finals spot.
Absolutely, but the MVP is going to be none other than Dowdow. That's 3 MVPs for his birthday. That's got to be a little bit of a treat for him, right? It's like, hey, I'm a year older, but it's not affected my gameplay. I've still got 3 MVPs in the bag, baby. I had to give one over to my teammates because they did not only a good performance, but I got to make it seem fair. But this is how MVP Dowdow got this performance. And here is the highlights of this last game between Vitality and Bigetron Esports.
Yep, the timing in which they came to look for the kills was just so clean, because at that point they had already exhausted a lot of utilities and skills. And this play here, I want you to pay attention to Wen, because Wen was actually one of the reasons why that fight could not happen for the side of Bigetron. The disruptions happening from the Severing Surge, from the Leaping Koi tide, was what enable Dao to break free of the control and really change the game of the fight here. And more importantly, they saved the flash, both An and Wen, just so they can get the kill onto Tufts as well.
Yeah, no, they definitely use their common spells to pure perfection here, Team Vitality. They're not kind of just willy-nilly with it. They want to make sure it has optimal use and probability in that they're going to win a team fight in a better stance than what they would without it. But there it is, that burning sun arrow just landing right on Psycho. He weren't going anywhere for a good 10 minutes.
Yep, and the fact that they put Howling Wind onto Nongshim allowed him to be a little bit more clinical in the catches as well. That Mournful Temple really made the world difference. And look, even when they managed to get quite a long duration of control, the moment the stuns came in, dude, it was over.
Yeah, absolute Jova for the side of BTR. But hey, they managed to get to the quarterfinals. They finished in, the top 8. So it's better than what the Kagendru were able to. So it's this that kind of improvement that these teams will take on board, I guess. And maybe next time they will actually get a little bit further. But like I said, Team Vitality getting to their highest rating they have since their inception of the global esports scene of Honor of Kings. It's going to be a big monumental achievement for them, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Right, so let's go over to the host and let them conduct the interview. We will see you. I think this is the end of our segment. Tomorrow I'll be back and it will be with Holler as we look at the semi-finalists try to fight their way for that grand final slot. It's been great. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me has been Blam. Let's throw it over to Eruption and Choo Choo.
It's combined a whole bunch of new members. How do you guys feel about that?
I think yes, because the team is created around 1 month ago.
Oh, wow.
And now our synergy is very good. And I think we have very strong potential.
That's it. He said it straight and clear. They've only been together for 1 month and already a semi-finalist already. So that takes a lot of courage, a lot of discipline, a lot of hard work to put in to gain that chemistry as a team.
Yeah, that's something else. Thank you so much, An.
Thanks,
also
An.
the farmer of Vitality. Now with me, Dao is going to be the jungler of Vitality. Dao, right now in this tournament, you are considered as one of the strongest jungler there is. But you're going to fight against one of the strongest team as well in this entire tournament, which could be Nova. So, your jungler opener is going to be CY. Do you have anything to say to CY for tomorrow's game? 那大刀，我们知道明天你也是被魏人就是成一个最强的打野，对吗？那就是明天你们会面对那 Nova 也是其中一个最强的团队，但是他们的打野就是 CY。你有对什么要说给 CY 吗
？CY 等我们进你也去吧。
Wow.
What did he say?
He said, okay, we wait and see in the game to see who's better at it.
Humble.
Yeah, I'm humble,
Right?
right?
Humble.
But also, today is actually Dada's birthday.
Guys, it's Dao's birthday today.
Can we sing?
So why don't we sing happy birthday to him
Can we
in
do it?
3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Hip hip. Hip hip. Yeah, there you go.
Wow, there's so many people celebrating his birthday as well. But Dao, do you have any birthday wish? 那生日快乐！我知道今天你的生日对吗？
对。
有什么你生日愿望？
夺冠。
They won the trophy. That's it.
That's it.
That's the wish.
So it looks like we'll just see you guys in the next game against Nova. Any messages to your fans or your family back home or even to your manager?
Thank you for watching the game and support us. See you in the grand final.
Oh, not semifinals, grand finals. Oh my gosh. All right, let's take it away. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi. Back to you.
All right, surprise, surprise. We are coming back for a gank here. We're not just done yet. We're going to run through the schedules for tomorrow and what's at stake as well. So we have seen phenomenal performances by our 4 teams that were looking for that semifinals place. Now let's go over to run through what's going to happen tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did live up to their fighting words of Team Vitality, by the way. They did send back, well, not physically send them back on a boat, but they will be going back home as Indonesia is not that far. So hopefully they'll get sent back on a boat. They get first class or something like that, just to kind of like lick their wounds as they go back to Indonesia. But BTR will be out of the competition and we'll be going looking at the updated bracket very, very soon. So here we go. This is your updated bracket. Here is your top 4 teams.
Alright, so Blacklist, Nongshim, Nova, and Vitality. And of course, tomorrow we will take a look at Blacklist taking their fight against Nongshim to see who will be the first grand finalist, and after which we will see Nova going head-to-head against Team Vitality. After today's performance, I mean, it's a question who is going to make it into the grand finals, and these are your timings.
Look at that. I mean, you viewers have been spoiled. I mean, I'll be a viewer tomorrow because obviously Hall will be back on the desk. But, hey, first game of the day, Nova versus Vitality. And then following it is Blacklist against Nongshim. So I'm going to be tuning in. I'll be at the chat whilst I watch Kid and Hall go through a full best of 7s 2 times in a row. That'll be very fun to see that.
Okay, I mean, I'm ready for it as well. I fully expect a long series tomorrow. I think we might get double ultimate battles tomorrow. I mean, stay seated, stay and take a look at what's going to happen, right? We want the best possible result for both these teams, but we also want to see all the action happening.
Absolutely. We want to be entertained, and as we go into the semi-finals, we expect nothing less. I mean, we've got 1 ultimate battle today, we need 2 tomorrow, and we need 1 just to finish off the competition. We need to go out strong, kid.
Okay, I like your energy at this point, and yes, we will definitely see you tomorrow on the broadcast, right? Bring your popcorn, bring your water, bring your coffee, whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to drink, because it's going to be a long, but it's going to be an exciting Day of Honor of Kings.
Very exciting, and obviously I've been Blam, you've been Kin. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy. Or not. We're still here. We're still here. We're not going just yet. Kin's just like, hey, go, just go out, just go out, just go out. No, we'll go now, guys. So thank you very much for joining today, guys. Make sure you are back tomorrow, and make sure you are ready for full best of 7.
Let's wait and see.
Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team godlike. Red team unstoppable.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.